Hi everyone. We are going to start our 6th Congress of Conservation Biology, European Congress. My name is Michela Pacifici and I will be the chair of the first session this morning. Before starting with the first plenary speaking of the Congress, two of the chairs of the Congress would like to tell some words. And so I would like to invite Professor Bengt Gunnar Jonsson to join me on stage.
Thank you, Michaela. People are coming in, so I will speak very slow, but start by saying welcome. I hope you all enjoyed last night, and happy to see you here this morning, eagerly waiting for what is to come. So yesterday we were formally welcomed. We were greeted by the university, which is really nice. We have a good host for the meeting. We had ministers from the Czech Republic and also by the ECCB as an organization. This is good and motivating. We need to know that we are welcome and looking forward to have the meeting. And I also hope you had a good time yesterday in the reception, meeting friends, hopefully making new friends, which is a really important part of a conference, and that you had some good food and drinks, and all this was done according to what I would say now is ECCB traditions. But today we really start. Now it is sharp, and it's time for us to get going with the scientific parts. And I hope you are as eager as me to learn and share, because that is what it's all about. I was happy to give the final speech in the conference ECCB conference in Finland 4 years ago. And I told all of those who were there, and I believe there are quite many of you that are here today, that you should go home, do some good research, and come back at the next ECB and present what you have done. And I trust and I'm confident that you actually did. So thank you for thinking about ECCB for the last 4 years and working up to this event here in Prague. Yet, sometimes it feels like the individual studies that you do is kind of too small to really have some impact and do a difference. I can tell you they are not. They are a part of our collective effort to save the planet's biodiversity. And without these pieces and your individual study, we would basically have nothing except guesses and perhaps even worse, opinions. So that is sort of motivating us to go forward. What we all contribute with does make a difference, even if we think that we are just doing our own stuff on our own playground or wherever we are working. But then again, ECCB is not just about presenting these individual pieces of research, but I think it's perhaps even more important to understand that it's an opportunity to understand that what we individually produce belongs to a movement, a critical process that actually can turn the tide of biodiversity loss. And perhaps such a realization is more important than the actual knowledge that we gain during a conference, that we belong to a collective that actually together can make a change for biodiversity. I have been fortunate to take part in all the past ECCB, and when I look back, I am certain that these meetings have shaped me as a researcher and made me a better researcher. And I wish and hope that you can make the same experience. I look forward to a week which will give me new energy and motivation for years to come. And I hope that is also what you will feel after this conference. Science is about to start. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the second chair, the chair of the scientific committee. He did a great job in coordinating the core scientific committee, our group. So I would like to invite Andras Baldi.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm really glad to be here. I'm Andras Baldi from Hungary, chairing the scientific committee of this meeting with the motto of Biodiversity Crisis in a Changing World. And it's ECCB 2022, but I have to bore you a little bit because when I hear ECCB, I always get into history, having reminded this first ECCB in Eger, Hungary in 2006. And here I have a question to you. So who were there in Eger? I'm really curious about the continuation of ECCB. So please raise your hand if you attended the first ECCB in Eger. Wow. So if you also take into account those who were still in school in those years, I think it's not bad continuation of the ECCB participations. And it's 2006, 2022, so it's 16 years. It's really a long time, 16 years. I feel at least as 8 years because I'm so young, although my hair, what I have, a little bit gray. My wife used to complain I have some more kilos, but in this uncertain world, I think this is the good strategy to survive. So yeah, at long time. And while going to more general issues, we are all know the problems or suspect the many problems on the continuation of biodiversity decline and collapse of ecosystems. And we also may know that there is some kind of solution suggested by the IBES to do a transformative change. So if we change our behavior, diet, economic and social system and relations, then we can still save the world. But this is somehow very utopistic. But at least the establishment of IBES, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, it was a significant step to put biodiversity into the high level of international policy. But still, not really good changes on the flow of the world, on how development is going or not going. We are in a social, economic, and environmental crisis. There are also a problem regarding values. The good news that tomorrow morning we will have a presentation on values from a top expert on what is the value and how to value nature. But still, we are here as conservation biologists, and we have an essential role in this changing world. And what are conservation biology for us? I did this word cloud yesterday on the titles, all the titles submitted for ECCB 2022, all the talks, speech, posters, and so on. And well, this is, you know, the free online cloud, word cloud preparation, and this is what we have. So it's somehow interesting because what we have here, conservation, biodiversity, species, protected area, climate change, ecosystem services. So in some way, it was a surprise for me because it's very classical conservation biology. This workload can be on the titles of the first ECCB, I think. So it was interesting to see. But if we get into the details, here at the 6th ECCB, there are many topics, symposia, workshops, and so on, which are much more beyond the classical conservation biology or conservation ecology, what was shown in the word cloud. So we have conservation and law, a legal issue. We have genetic and genomic applications. We have novel digital tools, nature and culture put together in one system, how it can work, traditional ecological knowledge. So there are some issues which are really on the more cutting edge or novel borders of conservation biology. Also in the workshops, you know, we have attitudes and emotions involved. So there are topics which are very important to be successful in conservation science and to conserve biological diversity, but which are not in the classical conservation biology. Also, we will have several program target this mystic science policy interface, which is actually the gap between science and practice and policy. And we will have these discussions which really go beyond the borders on the what we should do in the time of war and border fences, and then on Friday afternoon a panel discussion on the future of our conservation. So on the one side, the basics seems to be very classical conservation biology, but there are very many novel, new, and out of the conservation biology box program items in this ECCB, which is really nice to see. And this is the same for the plenary speakers. In the middle we have Luigi there, who will give a presentation now on conservation for an animal. And then we will have Susanna on Friday for plants. And we have an ecological economist, Esther, on values. And we will have Anders Wikman also as plenary, who is member of the Swedish Academy of Sciences, was member of the European Parliament, so really an active person in the science policy interface. So I think we can learn a lot from these four plenaries on the different aspects of basic and other so-called linked sciences to conservation biology. And finally, I have to thank the scientific committee, because of course it was the work of a bigger group, mainly the co-chairs, Gabor, John, Jonas, Mihaela, yes, it's Mihaela here, and Gigi, who did a big work. We had dozens of meetings and hundreds of emails to arrange the program. And also big thanks to the full scientific committee, which is a much larger group, who contributed to the abstract evaluation. Almost all abstracts were reviewed by 2 members of the scientific committee. So if you get a painful decision of not to have talk and you were moved to poster, well, there was a big work behind that. And we tried to get a good geographical coverage at least from the scientific committee, although in Hungary, in Central Europe, Czech Republic, Hungary, there is some density of the committee members, but still it's a nice coverage. And finally, thanks all of you, because every Congress is good if you enjoy it, and having 800 participants from 45 countries means that still there is a big enthusiasm for in-person meetings, and thanks to the local organizers, we have many social events to take part in that. Besides the symposia, contributed talks, speed talks, posters, and all the scientific programs. So we have a nice scientific program, and finishing with, again, a picture from history. It's from ECCB 2009, Prague, here. So besides science, enjoy the Congress and the in-person meeting, and forget the Zoom meetings, at least for the coming week. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Andras. And now let's start with the first plenary speaker of the Congress. I'm really honored and excited to present and introduce this speaker, not only because he is one of the most relevant conservationists in Europe and probably in the world, but also because he was my professor at the university. He's one of my mentors and the one that introduced me first to the conservation biology world. I remember that the first time I did the final exam with him, the final test, I was so worried about making a bad impression on him that I sat down and then said, no, I can't do it, and left the hall and withdrew from the exam. But a few years, just a few, have passed now. So anyway, let's start with the presentation. The first speaker of the plenaries today is honorary professor at Sapienza University of Rome. He's the chair of the Large Carnivore Initiative for Europe. He was the first president of the ECCB Europe section from 2009 to 2011. And is the chair of the IUCN Red List Committee, and is also the chief executive of the Fondation Segre. And you should really ask him questions about the possibilities that this foundation offers to conservation biologists. So people, be ready to really get inspired by Professor Luigi Boitani and his talk entitled The Large Carnivores of Europe, The Challenges of Conservation and Coexistence.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much for this invitation. It's really a pleasure for me to talk. First of all, talking at SCB, because SCB is really, well, I'm deeply moved by being here, by the award I received yesterday. SCB has been in my heart since the very beginning, and many of you in this room share those beginnings, so they know what I mean. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk about large carnivores, which is my favorite subject, of course. But I think that the topic of this talk is very, it's good for this meeting because it shows exactly what it means, conservation science. A lot of different disciplines. And in the end, when we do conservation, we do a mix. We try to mix a lot of different disciplines, each one working on a very narrow window, but all of them actually contributing to the result. And in the end, the outcome of our work is not how many papers we write. That's very nice, but how many wolves we save, how many bears we save, that's the real success of conservation. So what I'm telling you now, it's actually a flash of a very complicated issue, which is managing the coexistence of humans and large carnivores in Europe. And it's really a flash. So I'm sure I will leave many open questions. I'm available here today, tomorrow, to answer whatever you want, or please write to me later on. What I'm going to tell you is actually the results of a work that we do in a group called Large Carnivore Initiative for Europe. Some of the members of this LCIE are here, sitting in this room. And we deal with 6 species: bear, wolves, lynx, a wolverine, and the jackal. Add the jackal at the end. Why large carnivores are a difficult issue for conservation? First of all, they use a large home range. They live at low density. They disperse over long distances. The population process function at massive scales. So it's very complicated. And we try to coexist with what? With wilderness. I mean, can we talk of wilderness in Europe? Look at the map there. That's human densities of Europe. We are 500 million on this continent. So coexistence is actually a very difficult results if we ever can achieve. And coexistence actually means to resolve a number of questions, a number of conflicts on biology, on social issues, economic issues that are not trivial, actually are very, very important. I will focus on wolves because I don't have much time. So this is the original wolf range in Europe, everywhere. This is a trivial picture, but it is very important for the conclusion of this talk. So remember this. Humans got rid of walls very early, and the map that you see here is about in the 60s. This is what was left of walls. And about the end of last century, beginning of this century, walls started to expand again, and you see the little red arrows showing the main areas of expansion. And so later on, in 2013, the map on the right, you will see that the areas where walls return is already increased over the map that you saw earlier. And one case that you probably know very well, especially the Germans, is Germany, that had no walls until one pack, the dot on the left in 2000, a pack showed on the border with Poland. And in 2015, you will see how many packs are there spreading from Poland into Germany. And this is the map of 2021 of walls in Germany. So it's only 20 years, actually, the walls invaded. Let's use this word, invaded Germany. And actually, the trend is still continuing. And we have walls from this population going down to Luxembourg, to France, and all over. So this is the last map that LCIE produced of the wolf distribution in 2017. And you see the red areas where the wolves are present, and then the blue is where they are just occasionally present. Many more areas. For the sake of managing this expansion and dealing with policy, we identify 9 main populations. But speaking of population to biologists is very dangerous because you have a very clear idea what a population, animal population is. But in this case, I should make it clear that we speak of a population identified on the basis of different ecologies and different management regimes. From a biological point of view, there is one population of wolves across Europe, just one. But for the management purpose, we identified 9. And so we have the Alps, the Italian peninsula, Iberia, and the different color you see in this map. Okay, everybody asks always how many. I don't know, people are obsessed by numbers. How many? How many wolves? Nobody asks how many mosquitoes there are. Mosquitoes are, or how many spiders, but wolves, how many? And I like to answer, depending on the audience, why do you care? What's the difference? If I tell you 10,000, or if I tell you 20,000, what's the difference for you? It actually doesn't make any difference. So, but anyway, you want to know the number? Here it is. We just concluded a new assessment last week. So the number you see there, wolves, in 2022 is 21,500 for Europe, excluding Russia, excluding Belarus. If we if we add Belarus, for example, which has an estimated 15, maybe 2,000 wolves, so the number increases even more. The numbers for bears are actually old, and lynx too are old, so they have increased too. What more important is to see the numbers in the different populations, and here you look at this number only. So, 2,000 in Spain, 2,500 here in the Italian peninsula, 5,000 in Dinaric. But what is more important is this column here, trend. With the exception of the Iberian, probably stable, and the exception of the Dinaric, which is unknown, all other populations are increasing. So the problems we have today will be worse tomorrow. Okay? Very quickly, these are the maps for bears. I don't have time to look at these other species. I'm sorry. So my talk will focus on wolves because I don't have time. But anyway, These are the lynx, main lynx populations. And this is the wolverine, which is obviously a northern affair. It's nothing for the rest of Europe. And you have Iberian lynx, which is one of the most fantastic conservation success of the last years. It cost a bit of money, but it has shown that it's possible to recover the population to viable numbers. And finally, the jackal. We had the jackal in the last years, because until a few years ago they weren't. I mean, it was just a marginal presence in the east. But now we do have jackal in central Italy, in Estonia, in central France. So they are becoming actually a new addition, carnivore that we have to deal with. Here, that's the map. They're spreading very fast, and they're doing very well. Now, in general, so we can speak of an increase in numbers and range for all large carnivores. Why? Where should I direct it? Here? No, just... we wrote a paper, this is already old, 2014, on Science, showing that wolves were spreading in Europe, and it was very interesting, the reaction of that, because it shows that Europe has more wolves than North America. And that's incredible. Everybody, that's not true. More wolves than United States. And if we add Canada, of course, they outnumber us. But still, it was a shock for many people to read this information. I don't know. I have a problem. Okay, here. Why large carnivores, wolves in particular, are expanding? It's very difficult to find out. Basically, there are three major reasons why large carnivores are coming back. First of all, the change in land use patterns. All the marginal and mountain agriculture has slowly disappeared, or fast disappearing across Europe. So there is an increase in wild prey. Europe has never been so full of herbivores, large herbivores, like now. And, and the biology of large carnivores made the difference. They are flexible, adaptable, opportunistic, and so they took advantage of this changing condition in the the old agricultural ecosystem of Europe. Sure, there has been some change in human attitudes, some conservation action, some reintroduction when you speak of bears in the Pyrenees, for example, and lynx in Germany, in other areas, but not on wolves. Wolves have not been reintroduced or released anywhere. They did everything by themselves. Protected areas, well, the protected areas of Europe are too small to make a difference, although they played a role, of course. They played an important role in okay. The large carnivore in general are very tolerant of human land use. Look at that wolf. It's a cornfield. It made a den there in the cornfield. So they can be everywhere. Look at this. There is another wolf den right there in the middle of this landscape. So when people say, oh, there is wolf habitat, or wolf, the animal of the wilderness, oh, we cannot have wolves here because there is not the wolf, the habitat for the wolf. I mean, what is the wolf habitat? A friend of mine, a US biologist, gave a definition years ago, which is fantastic. It's anywhere where there is anything to eat and where they are not shot. That's the wolf habitat. And it's true, absolutely true. We have recovered a wolf almost downtown Milan in Italy. And so, you know, dispersing animals can end up anywhere. So tomorrow morning, if we have wolves here at the door, you shouldn't be surprised. You should not be surprised. The question is what we do with it, but that's another question. And wolves disperse over long distance. it's common belief all over Europe, not only in Italy, to tell, oh, the wolves are back. Somebody released them here. Somebody brought them here. People forget that wolves have 4 legs, can walk. And they can walk a long distance, sometimes 1,500 kilometers. With 1,500 kilometers in Europe, you go a long way. So look at this. This is an example of a wolf with a radio collar. It's a famous wolf. That's why I show you this one. It was marked here in Slovenia, went up, crossed Austria, didn't like Austria, went here, came back to Italy, came down to Italy here to Verona, tried to enter Verona, he couldn't, so went up to the mountains and waited there and stopped. Why stopped? We found out in the following season, found a mate. And so, you know, and everybody talk of Juliet and Romeo in Verona, they found each other, and the whole story. But from a biological point of view, that wolf is very important because he was from the Dinaric population, and the she was from the Italian-French border area. So the two populations, let's say so, actually merge, and they are repopulating the central part of the Alps. And these are other examples of dispersal. And dispersing animals can end up like this poor guy who actually walked up and down the walkway in a village in the Netherlands for a week. And the people actually in the beginning thought it was a dog, then found out it was a wolf, and the wolf was going up and down looking for something for food, and then one day disappeared. It was not killed, it just went on in his dispersal. So, wolves can happen. I don't know what to do. If you can find out. Maybe I should go closer. Okay. Okay. So, in the end, we should be very happy to say that large carnivores are back. We have been, successful in our conservation. We should be proud of that. Actually, not really. First of all, because what we have done has had a minor effect. I mean, I like to think and to say that the biology of this species made the difference and not us. But anyway, we helped a little bit. And then there are major problems still unresolved. And first of all is a fragmentation of management policy, large-scale socioeconomic policies. So you can see that conservation science here goes into policy, into economics, into many things. I'll show you. It's Yes, please. Okay. The majority of large carnivore populations are transboundary. So no one country can resolve the problem by itself. This is a major problem. Let's go. This is a famous story of a bear. In Italy, we call it JJ1. It was released in northern Italy, in Trentino. And then, obviously, there was a young male, so it started to disperse north, went into Austria, crossed Austria, came into Germany. The Germans call it Bruno. I don't know why, but anyway, that's the name. And the first newspaper title was, "Welcome back, bears." But then this bear actually killed a couple of chicken or sheep. So, catastrophe, and it was killed immediately. And so this is an example of why do you need, it's a precondition for conserving this large carnivore is actually cooperation between neighboring countries, neighboring administrative units. Next one. We do have the Habitat Directive, the Berne Convention, that try to have a look at Europe as a whole, but they actually leave the responsibility to individual countries to manage their population. And we do, as Large Carnivore Initiative, we produce a paper, a guidelines for population level management plan, which actually was adopted by the European community in the management of the Habitat Directive. But again, it leaves to the individual country the responsibility to implement a management approach. a population approach, which actually should be an advantage for a country, because if you are alone and you have 100 wolves, you can't claim that is in favorable conservation status. But if you join forces with your neighbor country, which has another 300, for example, together it's a 400, and the population can be claimed to be in favorable conservation status, which is relevant for the policy of the Habitat Directive. But nevertheless, it's extremely difficult to have different countries actually to cooperate. At technical level, a lot of cooperation, but at institutional level is actually very difficult. So the economies here plays a major role. Look at that, those numbers. 28 to 32 billions of euros are spent every year in direct payments for animal farming sector. So on one side, Europe wants to protect the wolves and the bear. On the other side, try to increase the number of sheep and livestock. I mean, there must be a moment where the two sectors talk to each other and find a compromise. That would be logic. So probably that's why it doesn't happen. Next one. So, but obviously the problem is the conflicts with humans. A lot of different conflict. The first one of all is fear, which is not something we should ridiculize, because I mean, if people are afraid, and it's true. There is a risk of mortality for humans, not for wolves, certainly. Maybe the bears have killed some in certain countries, actually. In Romania, for example, last year, I think it was 4 or 5 people killed by bears. So it's not a trivial issue. Again, let's move on. These are actually very quick. There is especially speaking of wolves, there is a high polarization of values and attitudes and behavior. I've learned from Jenny of making this distinction. And so you have, especially on wolves, the public opinion is highly polarized. There is a large section of public opinion that think the wolf is a saint, and every individual wolf must be protected, for whatever happened. And the other section, actually, every wolf is evil and should be killed. It's very difficult, but it's a good exercise for those of you who are interested in the human dimension stuff to get engaged in this kind of discussion. Next one. And here the wolf as devil, Little Red Riding Hood has made more disaster than any other poacher in Italy or in Europe. Next one, again. No, let's go quickly on this. And of course, the hunter's perception is very important. The next one is actually, in Sweden, for example, the major issues about wolf conservation is the fact that several dogs are killed every year. If you look at numbers, you would be surprised. I mean, we are in the range of 25, 30 per year. So it's not hundreds. And you would say, well, 30 dogs. But, every dog, first of all, has an economic value and then has an emotional investment on it. So these, again, are not trivial issues that you should just discard like that. And, of course, this is the big problem. Wolves kill sheep. And that's the main problem. And it's been always like that. So the problem is how many, and can we manage that? Just look at the number up here. In France, in 2021, 12,000 sheep killed by wolves. It's a huge number. Now, but what is really shocking for the institution trying to manage large carnivore are not only the numbers, but the trends. And all the trends are like that, just going up. So it is a legitimate question, is where do we end? Let me go. And again, if Italy or France can afford the loss of 10,000 sheep, for sure, I mean, it's not a big economic loss, but every sheep is important to its owner. So there is also an emotional investment that we should take care of that. And that's why, okay. there are a lot of ways of trying to prevent. Again, conservation science. Here you become engineer, try to find solution for preventing and diminishing mitigating the impact of large carnivore. Electric fence, let's go ahead. Flattery, which they work in certain particular condition, not everywhere. I don't have time to work. And that's the best way. You know, the solution is that guy in the middle of sheep. It looks like a sheep, but it's not. It's a dog. And he actually believed to be a sheep. So that's the important thing, because he doesn't move from there. And that animal has been selected for the thousands of years ago, and it's still the most efficient way of, here it is. This is one very rare picture a student of mine took in central Italy of the dog chasing the wolf. Actually, this is it is a true picture, but it happens very rarely, because normally they stay at a distance from each other. Next one. Okay. So the real solution is the traditional husbandry method of having a shepherd, having a dog, and having a closure with electric fence. And it works because it reduces the impact to tolerable level. That's what we want. Not eliminate the impact, but reduce to tolerable levels. But it's not a husbandry method that you can sell everywhere. You cannot expect all the shepherds of Europe to do the same thing. You may do it in Greece, you may do it in central Italy. You may not do this, for example, in the French Alps, where they have a sheep flock of 3,000, 4,000 sheep. You can't handle 4,000 sheep in this way. And then compensation. I don't have time here to talk. So in the end, the wolves are actually killed, and the illegal killing of wolves is substantial. It's not only an issue in the Mediterranean, but it's an issue also in Sweden, in Finland, in Germany. These are the numbers. So in many ways, illegal killing is a way of managing this population where the central state does not actually take care of a management plan. Yeah, next one. And then there are two other major threats that I want to mention, because they, again, are very important and touch on other signs of our conservation science star that we saw yesterday. Wolf-dog hybridization and border fencing. Next one, let's go quickly. This is the first hybrid I caught myself in central Italy back in 1975, long ago. That's why I have a white hair. And, and it was the first of several that we caught later on. Next one. These are examples of the different hybrids caught in different parts of Europe. The problem with hybridization is, what is an hybrid? You know, when you think of a hybrid and you don't focus on the concept, you say, well, that's okay. Species 1, species B, 50-50, that's an hybrid. Okay, but then if they backcross, an animal that is 95% dog and 5% wolf is still an hybrid. I know, we are all hybrid, you know that. You are all hybrids, all, because there is a tiny percentage of Neanderthal in all of us. So to what extent? So the law is that there is no law actually at European level, and no European state has a definition of hybrids for management purpose. So that's the first issue that we solve. And here we need a lot of work with the genomics, and actually there is a lot of good work going on. So, next one. The other issue I want to touch is on the border fences. This border fence are being built, next one, in many places across Europe to fence people out. but look at how they look. And they take everything out, not only the people. Actually, this very fence I'm showing you, I learned 2 days ago, literally 2 days ago, that is being dismantled by the Slovenian government, which is a great success. Because these fences are actually crossing, next one, here, that's the red line, you see that, crossing between Slovenia and Croatia, crossing one area of extreme importance for large carnivore. Next one, here, these are the radio tracking data of a bear in the area between Slovenia and Croatia. The fence would cut across home ranges, seasonal movement, dispersal movement, everything. And if for one border fence being dismantled, there are many being built up between between Finland and Russia. They are considering, not yet built, they're considering, but there is a border between Poland and Belarus, and 5 meters high. So I leave to you to judge. Next one. So I want to close. How much time I have? 5 minutes? Huh? 10. Wow. Okay. Why? Because this last part is actually the most, what I would say, most provocative. I would like to leave you with some thinking to do in the next minutes or hours or days. What do we do for the future? What future for the large carnivores in Europe? We have been fighting to save species in the past. And it is actually easier, to be on the barricades and screaming, we need to save wolves. Okay, we saved them. Now what do we do? And it's much more difficult to live with this success. The trend, if we look into the future, the trend is that this map shows that the land abandonment will continue at least for another 2-3 decades. So there will be more areas where, rewilding will take place. Prey population will expand and large carnivores will expand. Next one. Can we build protected areas? Somebody suggested this for Africa a couple of years, 3 years ago. You may remember the series of papers in conservation biology, different journals discussing, the only way to save wildlife in Africa is to fence big areas, and protect them. Can we do this in Europe? I don't think it's not even conceivable, that we have areas set aside for large carnivores. Next one. Okay. This is just to compare the size of the protected areas in Europe. Look at that. In continental Europe, we only have 92 protected areas in the range of 1,000 square kilometers, which is very, very few compared to the needs of our large carnivores. A wolf pack needs a territory that goes between 100 and 1,000 square kilometers. So we really don't have enough protected areas. And certainly, protected areas should not be discarded. They are very good, important, useful tool, but certainly they are not the solution for to coexistence. Corridors. A lot of people love the idea of corridors. I hate them, but that's a personal opinion, and we can discuss that in another moment. But certainly when we try to apply to large carnivores, look at those. Those are GPS tracks of bears in Scandinavia. Can you see any idea of corridor there? And when you think of a wolf going from Torino in Italy to Bonn, where it happened, so I'm actually citing true data, can you think of a corridor going from Turin to Bonn? Wolves do not use corridor. They just go everywhere. Okay? So when you speak of wolves, cancel the idea of corridors. Cancel it. These are just movement of wolves across Italy and Switzerland. This is, again, this is the same wolf, the picture before. That's a corridor through a cornfield. Anyway, sorry. This again. Okay. So we cannot segregate humans and large carnivores in Europe. The way forward is mandatory, is coexistence. We have to find a way to coexist with this animal. What is coexistence? In the last year, or couple of years, there are a number of good papers that came out trying to explain and define, 5 minutes? Okay. Define what is coexistence. So I'm not repeating that. But certainly to me, the word coexistence implies compromise. That's what we do every day with our partner at home or with our sister or brothers. We do compromise, otherwise we will explode. Okay? So we do compromise means that both parties give up something. And when we speak of coexistence, this is what it means. So conservation scientists, here we need all of you in each of these points. Manage human attitudes. Here we are. Manage human-human conflict. Human-human conflict. Huh? Nothing to do with wolves or bear, but what people think of each other. They hate each other. They would kill each other. Okay, human-human. Control poaching. Reduce the impact on livestock. We need engineers. Protect genetic integrity. We need geneticists, and so on. Plan the coexistence. Where? How many? Can we have a plan? We need to have a plan. But a plan can be made at population level, must be made at population level, not at country level. Country level is too small. So at population, these are the main population I identified and showed you before. And then most important, we should try asking ourselves, how many more do we want? Where? And how do we reach the goal? These are extremely difficult questions, but sooner or later, we have to tackle with them. Otherwise, the answer will be poaching, and poachers will do that. And this is not acceptable, okay? And so, not just how many wolves and bears, but in my opinion, what we should ask, what's the level of conflict that we can tolerate? I would dream of the day when Italy or France or whatever country come up and say, well, our target is 3 million euro a year of damage done by wolves. So not how many wolves, because if wolves were eating flowers, who cares? Nothing, you know. But they don't. They eat sheep. So what matters is the number of sheep killed, not how many wolves are there. And an economic and social carrying capacity that should complement ecological carrying capacity. So how many in there? Is this the target? That's the picture I showed you at the beginning, all of Europe. Is this what we want? Wolves everywhere? Well, if you ask me, I say yes, because I love wolves, and I'm comfortable with wolves around. But not everybody have the same opinion. So we are in a democracy, and so we should listen to the different opinions and, you know, find a solution to this diversity. So I leave you with these five levels of possible coexistence. The first one is a species presence. How many wolves? Well, I'm just happy to know that there are some. The wolf exists. And that's my target. The second level No, it's not enough that there are some. I want to have a viable wolf population there. The third, no, it's not enough viability, but I want some ecological process to go on. And so what my target is an ecosystem that is viable. The fourth level, that's only 5, then it's over. I want to have the wolves and the whole ecosystem that are able to exist in a dynamic state, fluctuating under the influence of prey density, climate, disease, and other factors. Fantastic, you know, just beautiful idea. Is this the target? I mean, it's very, very important that we set one of this level. And the fifth is I want to ensure that the evolutionary potential of the species is maintained. Well, that's the mission of the LCIE, which is to maintain and restore in coexistence with people viable population. And so we try to work toward that mission. Coexistence, however, is not the end of the journey. It's a journey. It's not a destination. So it's ongoing work, and for keep going, we need all aspects of conservation science to contribute. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Very interesting talk. And we have time for 2 or 3 questions from the audience. One here.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk, Professor. A few months ago, we read some news about massive shootings of wolves in Scandinavia, Norway and Sweden, because of conflicts, of the conflicts you talked about. Could you tell us something about if you know what had happened and how is it possible to solve this problem? Because it seems strange that in such territories like Sweden, Norway, where the density of population is after all lower than in Italy or France, such things happen and such a high level of conflict is being seen.
There are Swedes and Norwegians here probably who can answer your question better than me. As far as I know, there has been proposed to cull wolf in Sweden, but has not been decided yet. So there is still room for discussion and decision. Of course, the animal welfare group, animal rights group, immediately jumped out. Come on, Sweden is a country of slaughters, and so on. Actually, the wolves of Sweden are the best known wolves of Europe. There is a science on those animals is extremely good, and so there is a base for informed decision. So it's not decided yet, and we'll see. There is some conflict, for sure. There is a conflict, but
because I heard it, I don't remember if it was in Sweden or in Norway. In one of these shootings were planned in both countries. One resigned, and the other one actually probably already carried out these shootings. I don't remember which one.
I try not to answer the questions on Norway because I get a little bit too sharp in my words. But Norway is a funny country when we speak of wolves. And anyway, it's a democracy. The parliament has been discussing the numbers of wolves in Norway, and they made a decision of having 23. That's it. Now you can laugh. Actually, it's not 23, but a number like that. It's just a very tiny number. I think it's 5 or 6 reproducing packs. And they spend millions to kill the number exceeding that level. And you wonder why. You wonder why they keep such a small number of wolves, while they have a huge number of bears and lynx and wolverines and all that. They spend a huge amount of money to pay for the damage done by these carnivores to sheep. And they insist in having 2 million sheep free-ranging just to keep the mountains, the traditional life, even though they are economically irrelevant now for. So it's something difficult to understand. But we are not Norwegians, so we cannot understand completely.
Thank you. Welcome Alpha from Sweden University. Will be short and precise with my question. I'm organizing tomorrow the Law and Conservation Symposium in the morning, and so my question is, which challenges do you see for the EU legislation in the next years? You pointed out already some issues. Do we need more laws, different laws? Do we need a different implementation from your conservation biology perspective? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get the middle part.
From the EU legislation perspective, from the EU law perspective.
Yes. No.
Do we need different laws, more laws? Do we need a better implementation?
No, but the Habitat Directive has been has passed a sort of, they call it a check 2 years ago, and the majority of people answered that they don't want to change the Habitat Directive. So it's going to stay as it is. And the European Commission has just released a few months ago a new document, which is a guidance to manage the protected species. And they insist that the current Habitat Directive has all the means to manage large carnivores. There are too many, okay, use the derogation. Show me that the population status is favorable, and then you can use the derogation, period. In a sense, they are right. But it's not easy. Martin? I don't know how many questions, yeah. I'm sorry.
Give a follow-up. How do you define favorable conservation status?
No. I have not heard that. That's not a question. It's a very complicated issue. I invite all of you to look at the relevant papers and documentation from the European Commission, and there are a number of things that are funny. I agree with you with the Habitat Directive. Just look at the biogeographical regions, for example, of Europe, the way they have been defined, and the meaning for that for wolves or bears, for example, they are meaningless. And so favorable conservation status, again, it refers to favorable range values and all that, extremely complicated concept to be managed, and with a lot of flexibility and subjectivity in it. So, yeah.
We have time for a last quick question.
Okay. There was a lady there. No. Okay. Good. Good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Luigi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, before you go for the coffee break, Carolina would like to say a few words about housekeeping.
Hello. I'm just waiting for a presentation really quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, hello, good morning. I'm just here on the behalf of the local organizing committee to let you know a few organizing things around the campus. So please, if you haven't registered yet, because I met some of you who were asking about the registration this morning just before the plenary, please go to the library hall around the coffee break time so you're registered before the start of the presentations. Also, if you have any sort of issues or comments or anything, please swing by the registration as well. We have Clara there, who I introduced yesterday. She is the diversity officer, and she can help you out with your problems, or she can at least try to solve them. Also, I would like to point out, please, if you have a presentation, do give it to the people in the speaker prep room, or make sure it's uploaded online the day before your presentation by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As well, in the registration area, if you would like to arrange childcare or anything like that for your child, please visit Clara and she will give you more information. Sorry, I just need to ask for the clicker for the presentation. Okay, so this is Clara. This is the person you're looking for. Also, in the registration area, some of you might have noticed that there is a message board. So if you have any sort of comments or anything, or job offers, or you want to arrange a meeting with your colleagues, you can post it there. Then you can, for example, take a picture of it, post it on Twitter, tag us in there or something like that, so it gets among you. During every day, we have 2 coffee places in 3 different areas. Here in Aula, then in Library Hall, which is the place where the registration is, and the Round Hall, which is where the poster session is. We do serve all the coffee breaks on regular dishes, not plastic nor paper. So please just make sure that you always keep it in that same area, because otherwise we won't have dishes to serve the food on later on this week. So please just make sure you don't leave the building with glasses, cups, plates, and so on, and keep it in there. If you do want to purchase espressos or beer or other beverages for walking around the posters or around the stands, please do so in the the Round Hall. You can just buy it downstairs in the bar. And here I will try to indicate the. Am I indicating? Ah, beautiful, I'm indicating. So the 1, 2, and 8 are the numbers of the areas where the coffee breaks are, and the number 8 is where the poster session is. If you have your own water bottles, you can find these filtered water machines in front of the E rooms in one of the buildings where when the symposia is. You can just press a button. There is sparkly and still water. It's called Bublinkova. I'm trying. Nepedliva, which is the still water, and with gas or the sparkly one is Pedliva. Okay, so the first word starts with N, and the second word starts with P. So the P is still, oh no, so the P is sparkly. Anyways, Google Translator will do a great job. Also, if you would like to purchase meals, additional meals, so if you arrived here, for example, you did not purchase breakfast or lunch beforehand, please do so in the registration office if you want to. Every day by 2 o'clock, you can purchase the meals for the next day. Just let them know, and they'll give you more information. Okay, I don't know if some of you noticed, we also have a nursing room in the library hall. So this is meant for parents. So if you want to have a time with your child to feed them or anything, there is a microwave and designated quiet area that you can use. And if you have any questions, again, ask us at the registration. You can also purchase additional program. So on Saturday, we have a field trip to a former military area where you can see quite a unique project of grassland management. And you can see European bisons there or Exmoor ponies that are helping with that. And you're more than welcome to sign up for the field trip that will happen on Saturday. If you, again, have any questions, please ask at the registration office. Okay, so we will have a help desk and a souvenir desk here in Aula as well. So hopefully after this section, we will open that the help desk and the souvenir shop, and you can purchase T-shirts, you can purchase wine and little wooden souvenirs at the area. At the moment, please try to pay by cash, but we are doing our best that stuff is possible to buy by card as well. if you need directions to the closest ATM, please ask us at the registration. We also have additional evening programs, so please do ask at the registration desk if we have any open slots. And I would also like to invite you tonight for the movie showing, which is Shepherds of the Earth, which will happen in the Club C. And some of you might send posters to be printed out here at the conference. If you want to pick them up, there is... Ooh, which way I'm pointing? Can you see it? Okay, good. So there is the bus station, and here is the place where you can pick up your posters. It's about 5 minutes walk from the registration office. Program changes. It happens, you all know that the COVID times are quite difficult times to plan any in-person event. So please download the app that we advertise on our website. It's called Event App, and then you just log in with the information, with the ID of this conference, which is ECCB 2022 app, and you log in with your login details, and you can see all the program changes and program what's happening on there. You can also arrange your own program. It's quite nice. Or you can visit our website, the interactive section. Upload your presentation on time. I did mention that at the beginning. I just want to make sure that you all know that you're supposed to upload it on time, because we need to make sure that everything is ready the day beforehand. So please, if you have not uploaded your presentation, make your way to the speakers prep room, and the people there will sort you out. And if you want any sort of help, if you want to ask questions, if you are lost and you don't know where to go, because the university campus is quite big actually, please ask the people in red t-shirts, these or that. And the people will navigate you to where you need to go, or if you need to ask any sort of questions regarding the program, the people will try to help as well. And I think that will be about it, but I will just double check. I think it's it. Okay, so as I said, we have 3 areas for coffee breaks. The coffee break starts at 10:30, but I would like to kindly ask you, there are 3 areas, and I know that all of you are probably hungry and wanting coffee, so you'll tend to go to the one that's right here, but it will be really busy, as you might notice last night when we were all in the one room there, but there were actually 2 rooms, and some of you find out later. So please make sure that you go for the coffee breaks, disperse a little bit. We have 3 areas here in the registration center and where the posters are, so please disperse. And there's a question. Yes, some of you might have noticed then by email or on Twitter you got information about the manifesto. You still have time to look at it and sign it. If you need any information regarding that, please ask myself or anybody from the local organizing committee or scientific committee. And the SCB booth, correct? And the SCB booth. They will give you more information, and you still have a day to look at it and sign it. It would be really good. Any other comments? I don't think so. Okay. Well, enjoy your coffee break, and I hope that you will enjoy today's presentations.
Okay, very welcome to this symposium, Reducing the Biodiversity Crisis, given different future worlds. I'm Tord Snell. I work at the Swedish Species Information Center at SLU in Uppsala, Sweden. And during the last years, a number of studies have been published on ways to solve the biodiversity crisis. In a changing world, the topic of this conference, or more or less how we should reach different conservation targets. And this is one of these papers, Scientific Foundations for an Ecosystem Goal, Milestones and Indicators for the Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Here's a key figure from this paper. It highlights threats and drivers, describe a number of targets, and how these influence the ecosystem, its integrity, and risk of collapse. Going back to the paper and zooming in on the abstract, it says, we describe the scientific foundations for an ecosystem goal and milestones founded in a theory of change, and review available indicators to measure progress. So it deals with things changing, monitoring the past, and working on how to change in the future. And here's a paper describing how scenarios and models can support the work to reach global conservation targets. It deals with formulating scenarios, doing projections with models fitted to empirical data, and then analysis of these results. I'm now happy to be part of a study where we try to integrate ecological and socioeconomic systems for joint projections into the future on different spatial scales. As conservation scientists and ecologists, we know that different spatial scales interact. But this is not a trivial thing at all, so we actually largely describe the 5 challenges that needs to be resolved for doing this. And so far in my talk, I have repeatedly talked about change and dynamics. And that suggests that one approach to work on how to reach these conservation targets is to acknowledge the dynamic properties of ecosystems. And I think this is also something that encompasses what Wyborn and Evans wrote last year. Conservation needs to break free from global priority mapping. They are just starting to get critical about this mapping of the state that is done so much. Indeed, it focuses now on the global scale, but if you read the second sentence there, it says, conservation must re-engage with contextually rich knowledge that builds global understanding from ground up. And I agree, really, and I think it means considering the underlying dynamics that create the patterns that we do so much mapping of. On the other hand, Schmidt and Traub argues for even more on mapping. National climate and biodiversity strategies are harm-struck by a lack of maps. It's in the same issue. Indeed, they also focus on the finer spatial scale. And I agree with him too, because mapping will be and continue to be a very important tool in conservation. And also my group have provided maps to conservation practitioners. But earlier the same year, last year, Maria Trevino and me, we found high rates of short-term dynamics of forest ecosystem services. And it means that, and we write that currently the main tool for assessing and managing ecosystem services at large scales are maps providing snapshot of their potential supply. However, many ecosystems change over short time scales, so such maps soon become inaccurate. And I will now present the empirical support for this statement. We focused on 3 ecosystem services: wood production, which is a key provisioning ecosystem service; bilberry, which is also an important ecosystem service, and it's very much enjoyed picking them, so it's also a cultural service. It's soil carbon in the soil, which is a key regulating service. And the data we had access to for this comes from the Swedish National Forest Inventory. As you can see, it's spread all over Sweden, so this work is representative for all of Sweden. We made use of the repeated surveys of the permanent plots in this data set. You see the sizes, and there are plenty of them. And we can also make maps of ecosystem services based on these data. Here is one such example. Here are maps of bilberry cover and wood production. We have normalized them to be able to compare the maps. But the question now is, how will these maps look like 10 years later? That's what we asked ourselves. And in the next slide, I will focus on these classes: low level of it, or medium level, or high level. And here is a main figure of that study, and it shows these are transition matrices for the probability for going from low, medium, or high level in year 2000 on the y-axis into low, medium, or high level on the y-axis, on the x-axis, 10 years later, 2010. And you see that the color for diagonals, they are indeed big, but also the gray bubbles here are of significant size. And this simply means that there is a significant probability that these ecosystem services have a different level only 10 years later. And it also means that maps will start being inaccurate in only 10 years. So this focused on ecosystem services, but I also agree with scientists that advocate a dynamic approach in biodiversity conservation work. Jakulic et al. Expressed this very explicitly: to predict the niche, model colonization and extinctions. And the reason is that the rate of change that species have, which will largely explain their distribution, viability, and how we should account for them in management and conservation. Here's a paper by Helen Moore, who will later talk. She presents colonization and extinction rates for deadwood fungi. And for species here, which have high colonization rates, maps will change, well, they change in the distribution rapidly, and the maps will also change rapidly. In contrast, for species with low colonization extinction rates, their distribution may show or reflect the past landscape structure, and there may be even an extinction depth. So I think it's really important that we do consider local scale dynamics in determining the levels of ecosystem services, in predicting and projecting species and biodiversity. That's the local level. But also other spatial scales are important, of course. This figure here, it shows an overview of the chain of policies for biodiversity conservation, and then also parallel impact scenarios which form socioeconomic constraints on the work. And that they together, going from the global, continental, and national and landscapes to local scale, determine the dynamics and distribution of species, biodiversity, and ecosystem services. I think that Helen Moore will detail this a little bit more later in the symposium. But I believe that we need to have all this change in mind when dealing with the biodiversity crisis in a changing world, which is the topic of this conference. And therefore, this symposium also have a structure following this. It also follows the structure of two biodiversity projects that have funded our work and a Zoom Forest project. So we are working on simulating our global socioeconomic and land use scenarios. We downscale these to the national or landscape scale. Then we investigate how they influence human well-being, species distributions, metapopulation communities, and ecosystem services. We also account for climate in different ways. We won't detail that work so much. And in order to be able to do these projections into the future, we also work on developing models for their distribution or dynamics. And that includes answering ecological questions as well, more basic ones. So in this talk, in this symposium, Niklas Forsell will talk about downscaling the fulfillment of global climate targets to national and landscape level harvest projections and biodiversity assessment. At somewhat finer scale, Astor Toranio-Koya will talk about timber demand effects on the multifunctional management on non-woody forest ecosystem services and biodiversity. Adriano Mazziotta has focused on ecosystem services, and he will present higher synergies and elevated trade-offs between ecosystem services from forest policy, embedding more natural climate solutions in the production landscape. Daniel Burgas will instead talk about boreal forest and restorative health benefits to humans, management recommendations, synergies, and trade-offs. Helen Moore will talk about how we can rebuild the infrastructure of boreal forest given future global wood demand. And Helen Fabricius will talk about our close work with stakeholders and present balancing conservation and production in the bioeconomy. Stakeholder-based management scenarios make biodiversity winners and losers. And then finally, Lucas Drag will present our more basic work on high-resolution ALS-derived forest structure explains ecomorphological trait variation in assemblages of wood living beetles. And that is the sort of work that provides the basis for us doing all these projections. And now that there are many people here, I also want to take the opportunity to advertise 2 postdoc positions for doing this sort of work, which is quite holistic, I think. We have one postdoc position on biodiversity modeling and scenario analysis, and one on future forest use, biodiversity, and climate. You can easily find these advertisements by Googling my name, Tord Snell. So that was it. Very welcome to this symposium, Reducing the Biodiversity Crisis Given Different Future Worlds. Thank you. And now I then invite the first speaker, Niklas Forsell. He's from the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, in Austria. And he will talk under the title Downscaling the Fulfillment of Global Climate Targets to National and Landscape Level Harvest Projections and Biodiversity Assessments. Oh, it's there already.
Thank you. One. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so thanks, Todd, for the introduction, getting everything started. This is the first time I'm at this conference. I'm more from the climate and forestry side background, so I take a little bit of a hard left coming into this community, but I hope I can contribute a little bit to the discussion that we're having today. What I'm going to really talk about, starting from the global level, when it comes to climate targets, and then talking about how we can downscale and go down to what we can then utilize and link up from this more bottom-up national level assessment to provide information for them to then do the necessary analysis more on the conservational level. So I really come from the global level down to the national level. That's what I'm really focusing on today. Taking one step back, where we are actually in the climate discussion, one figure that I personally like myself is this figure right here. On the left, you'll have, there we go, the UNEP gap report, which is an annual report that basically produces the gap on climate, that is greenhouse gas emissions, where our current policies take us today. That's, let's see, the current policies, that's what you have up here, and where we want to go. So this is the range of how low we want to go if we want to reach a 2-degree target, and then down to 1.5-degree target. So that basically tells us the gap between what current policy commitments are and where we would like to go in the long term. How large numbers we're talking about are 11 to 28 gigaton on the global level. So I put on the right-hand side, you have the figure here that shows national cross-sectorial emissions. So that is all the emissions from certain countries. Now that's before COVID, so things have changed a little bit. That's from the 2020 analysis, but it gives you a figure of what the level of problem that we're actually talking about. We also do know that the land use sector is expected to contribute large amount of emission reduction to reaching the global targets. There are certain assessments that says on 2030 level, we're talking around 20 to 25% of the emission reduction that countries have put forward themselves is expected to come from the land use sector. That is, reducing deforestation, doing more afforestation, reducing agricultural production, and all of those kind of nice things, right? No, now I'm going the wrong way. There we go. So what we can do with these ones is we can then, of course, build scenarios. So we can build short-term scenarios that are focusing on what are the commitments as of 2030. That is scenarios that is focusing really on what are the commitments that are being discussed right now, as well as medium-term target that is looking at 2050 targets. That is what is known as long-term commitments. So there's a lot of countries, as you well know, have committed to being climate or carbon neutral by 2050. So in that type of a scenario, we're focusing on what are those scenarios and what are the commitments. And then, of course, we can go all the way into the future, 2100, looking at what would a world look like if we were going down to 1.5-degree scenarios. And the thing is, we can build this type of scenarios on what are the expectations, what is happening, and what we need to do on the global level to really answer the question of how much and what are the countries' contributions to these global level targets, so that we can have a discussion of what are the countries actually needing to do to fulfill these ones. What we have on our side is a very complicated model. It's the Globalized Model. This is definitely not the easiest figure to understand, so don't worry about it. Basically, it's a land use model that tells you, we give it an input, what are the land use developments, how are we currently utilizing our land in a spatial, explicit manner. So we're basically looking at the world on a grid level, down at the bottom, how we are currently utilizing our land. Then we're looking on top of this of how we are currently building our agriculture sector, how we're utilizing our forest, what are the international trade relationships that we're having right now. And then from the top, then we give projections for what is going to happen in the future. What is the future food demand? What is the future fiber demand? What is this future demand of fiber sector, energy, infrastructure, for us to be able to project into the future, what does the land use sector actually look like? So this is the model that we have been developing for a long time. I've been at IASA for 10 years, and the model was already existing at that time when I came to IASA. We are a very large group of people working on this model and tool on various sectors of it. So the agriculture sector, the forest sector, the land use sector representation, as well as the fish sector, of course, also. When it comes to the forest sector, what is interesting and what is important is that we're not just considering how we are currently utilizing our forests, but also what is the flow of wood since we're actually harvesting. So this is a figure showing on a global level sort of what kind of harvest we're having and where does this flow, so into the various industries and the various consumer products. So we're able to track and capture in the model how much saw logs are being harvested, where does it go with industries, how much byproducts are we producing, what is the consumption of the woodland levels, because all of that has an implication feeding back to our harvest levels and how we're utilizing our forest. We have been working a lot on calibrating our model, both in terms of the end-use commodities, so improving the representation of the woody products, but also the representation of the forest itself. In terms of input-outputs, what we generally do is sort of any type of scenario analysis is we have a large set of information coming in that we basically feed our model. So we have future GDP development, population development, what we're all expecting in terms of bioenergy demand. So how much energy demand do we need for reaching certain targets? We have current tree species distributions. We're parameterizing how we're currently utilizing our forest and what we're utilizing our forest for. What are we doing intensive management? What type of forest management are we doing? All of those kind of good information. And we're doing that at a geographic explicit level that we're feeding and tracking into our model. And then being able to project that over time. We get common, and when we do then scenario analysis, what we get output is, of course, harvest levels, so we can project what would the future harvest level look like in a 1.5 degree world, what would it look at looking at current harvest levels, and see how these develop over time. Where do we do intensification of management? What type of intensification of management are we looking at? What are the international trade commitments? What are the trades that are going to happen between countries? Or if we're doing protection in a certain country, what are the potential leakage effect of trade and commodity production from one country to another? Just a quick example before going into the more detailed analysis by all the other people is basically this type of scenario analysis where we're basically doing, this is projections for Norway, where we're basically showing then in different type of world, in a 1.5 degree world, how would the future harvest levels look like if we're looking at the sort of the 1.5 degrees, we're looking at LTS, that is the 2050 targets versus sort of current policies. And how much would be harvested? How much would go to the energy sector? How much would be utilized for the forestry sector itself? What are the changes in land use production? The production of various commodities, changes its harvest levels, afforestation, deforestation levels, as well as also what is happening on the carbon level on our side over time. So that's sort of the common sort of information pieces that in this type of project we produce on a national level and then provide further on to the group that are then doing national level and downscaling it even more to do even more finer level detailed analysis on the biodiversity side. So Final slide on my side, very quick so that Tor doesn't give me the sign for 3 minutes up. Basically, we have the model set up. We've been utilizing this model for a long time within this project also itself to really do this type of projections of what a land use sector would look like in certain developments over time. We're able to include here global policies on the land use sector, national policies, as well as EU-level policies. In this project, we're focusing much more on what the climate policies are. We have also other projects and other work that is ongoing much more on what are biodiversity strategies and the global biodiversity strategies, what would the implication of those be. And then, indeed, what we're fulfilling is the role sort of to provide information down to the national level so that they know what are the future harvest levels and being able to do that analysis of if we want to utilize our forest to utilize it for carbon production for the forest harvest level, or do we want to utilize our forests for other biodiversity protection purposes? What are the trade-offs so we can do that in a national level as analysis? So that's the sort of role that we sort of on our side can utilize this kind of modeling tool and framework for. Thank you very much.
Questions to Niklas? Anyone? Far in the back. Piero. Just wait for the microphone.
Niklas, good to see you. So, plans bringing out a carbon.
Sorry, the microphone. Can you hold it a little bit closer?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Do you have plans to bring in other carbon pools in this modeling, thinking soil carbon, epiphytes, Deadwood, and do you expect much to change in your analysis and in which direction?
Ooh, great question. Now, Piero is also at the EASA, so of course he's also know all these detailed questions, and that's why, of course, why he shoots this question about it. No, we have absolutely no desire to bring in these carbon pools, of course. No, we've been working on, and a number of colleagues of mine have been working on, as you know, for a long time on increasing the number of carbon pools that we're covering. In our modeling framework, currently the main carbon pools that we are covering in some of our model tools are the below ground biomass, that is the trees themselves, the roots in the canals and system, on the forest itself. But we have a number of carbon pools that we're not covering. For example, Deadwood carbon pool is something that is developing. We also have a number of carbon pools within the agriculture sector and on the living grass sectors that we are currently not covering that well yet. And yes, including more carbon pools makes a difference, because then you have a better projection of if we're talking about a world where we really want to reduce emissions, the more carbon pools and the better representation you have in the model, the more you can steer it towards where you actually want to reduce emissions removals. What normally happens is a lot of times if you include more different mitigation options, what happens? You reduce the pressure on the mitigation within other carbon pools, because you all of a sudden give a model more options. Instead of having 4 options to reduce emission of, you spread the emission reduction across the 4 of them, you increase a 5th, a 6th, a 7th, 8. You randomly reduce a little bit of pressure across the carbon pools that you start off with, because now the model has more options to reduce emissions. Because the target, the emission reduction target, is constant in that kind of a framework. So generally, it spreads out the mitigation across various fields.
Thank you.
I think Daniel had a question too.
Yes? Just very, very quickly, the best way to use the Globiome in our research is obviously to include EASA as a partner, and I highly recommend that for my experience. But are you planning on offering the Globiome for, So how easy is, how accessible, or how?
That's a very good question. So we are currently working on a strategy on doing that. We have given the model over to a number of partners that we work together with around the world. So we have collaborating for more than 7 years with various countries. So we got the model up and running in Brazil, China, Russia, a number of countries. We got Americans also running on the model, so we have that kind of thing. We are not a university, which means that we don't have students where we teach the model indirectly themselves. We mainly do research projects. So for example, we are teaching the tool to PhD students that we are collaborating with. So we have on our team quite often a PhD student that are working with a university, for example, SLU, and then they do half-time at our place, and then we teach them the modeling tools, but in the end, they get their degree from SLU, as we cannot give degrees. It is a complicated model. This is not a small thing to learn, and it takes a long time to learn. So it is definitely not something that will be done over a weekend, and yeah, that's something that you need to know when you're going into it in that kind of a way.
Okay, thank you very much, Niklas. And I know that Niklas will be here today only, so do take the chance to speak to him during the day if you want to learn more about Globiome. The next speaker is Astor Toranyo Kaikoya. He's from the Technical University of Munich, and he will speak under the subject timber demand effects on the multifunctional management of non-woody forest ecosystem services and biodiversity.
So yeah, thank you, Tor, for your introduction. As he said, my name is Astor Toranyo, and I am a postdoc in the Chair of Forest Growth and Yield in the Technical University of Munich. So I'm going to give you a little bit more focused methodological presentation about how to use the model, the Globiome that Niklas has presented, and how to use the timber demands that it provides for the future, and how this will impact forest management, landscape management, and of course the translation into ecosystem services. So these are kind of the main objectives, the question I just formulated. So we want to really see what is the optimal landscape, or how is this going to affect potential landscapes into the future, how this new landscape with this new or with these optimized forest management strategies will actually change the provision of ecosystem services. And which is here a bit more novel is that how we are going to try to provide certain uncertainties, or use the potential of uncertainties to be more sure, or to evaluate which is the probability that these things will actually happen. As I just explained here, we are going to use the Globiome model. We have a set of 14 ecosystem services, and I'm going to apply this on a kind of big landscape in the south west, or in the kind of south middle part of Germany. So for the ecosystem services, we are using a work done by Nadia Simons, already published in Forest Ecosystems. And the really useful thing about these models is that we can also take use of the distributions of the indicators used in order to produce the models, to also predict the provision of these ecosystem services with a certain measure of uncertainty. Yeah, here you have kind of a list of all the services which try to represent yeah, like all the potential regulating different types of services, from regulation, from formation, and so on. Sorry, I'm just moving too fast. Yeah, and this will be, I mean, we are not going to use them all later, but at least you see the most of them are concentrated on soil, like for example, all the ones represented in red. We have some representing climate regulation, some about bark beetle. We also have some diversity of fungi and plants, also some flowers, birds, and there is also productivity, but we won't focus so much about that. For this, we had also 14 indicators we had to estimate for our test site, and we will use these indicators later on to predict and refit our own forest ecosystem services. So this is our test site. It's called the Augsburg Western Forest. As you see, it's located around the city of Augsburg. is quite representative of what we call the Bavarian landscape, because it's a very heavily populated area. So there is a very intense demand of ecosystem services there. It's a bit particular because it's also a very productive area, and it has certain structure, forest structure that kind of well represents also the typical structure we have, at least in the southern part of Bavaria. So for this, we need to estimate all these indicators that we need for ecosystem services. Some of them come from structure, and then from the ones that come from structure, having got either from the inventories, structure inventories that we have from the Bavarian State Forest. This will represent the state forest, but we also had information from the National Forest Inventory that will give us the information on the private areas. We also have certain lots of indicators that are more related to the landscape itself, like for example orientation, slope, percentage of clay, percentage of silt, and all of these things that represent those indicators are more correlated to soil processes, for example. So we talk all of this, and then we're going to simulate all of this into the future. Of course, landscape is not meant to change, but what is meant to change and we're going to modify in this study is the structure. In order to simulate into the future, we have used our forest simulator. It's called Silva 3.0, actually, and we're going to simulate different forest management strategies into the future, as many as possible and as representative as possible. And therefore, the structures that are connected to the forest managed by these strategies will be simulated into the future, maintaining usually the rest of the indicators for soil and structure relatively stable. Then in each simulation period, for all of these points we're going to fit the new models for ecosystem services, estimated with uncertainties, and then we will project this 100 years into the future. This is just an overview of the management regime, so you have a bit of an idea what we're trying to simulate. Our simulator is a single tree model, so it's very versatile in order to simulate many types of diverse forest ecosystem services. And here we're trying to cover the range of systems that are generally applied, at least in Central Europe. So we have something more focused on good production with clear cuts. This is not very common in Bavaria, but we still use it for, completeness, and we have what we usually call in the future something like more business as usual, or more business as usual in more productive systems. Then we have more continuous cover forestry, which is kind of the most standard regimes in South Germany. We have something we will call adaptation to climate change. This one really tries to foster mixtures, tries to foster diversity of tree species and diversity of structures. And of course, we will also have something in which we don't do anything. Just want to clarify already at this point that we are not considering yet the simulation of risks here. So in this case, nothing happens, but we're just having natural mortality for so on. And here is where the globiome comes. So globiome comes from above, and it's going to tell us what we need, what is the demand of timber that this landscape needs to produce. Globiome, as Nicholas says, is a national level, so we get all of these demands at national level, and they broke us for us into NUTS2 regions, and from those NUTS2 regions, we need to take that demand and translate it into our landscape. It's a bit what I try to represent here. I always think it's the middle one, it's the upper one. So the pointer is the middle one, isn't it? Yeah, there, to press harder. Yeah. So, and here we have our landscape, our western forest. We have a prediction of, for example, of solox. Good thing of globiome, it also splits it in different assortments, which we can adapt to the different products, also the different regimes produce. And we have solox, pulpwood, and residues, and so on. This we're going to take into put in an optimizer that we'll just describe right now, and therefore we will try to optimize the management that will have to occur in order to fulfill these demands. Yeah, and this is, in order to do this, we have used work from another project, and if you want more details, you can go on Sunday to the dedicated invited session. And we use this optimizer that is going to be actually open access. We take all of these management regimes that we have simulated for all the points into the future, and we try to force them in order to produce those assortments that Globiome has told us are going to be demanded. We have an interface indicated here. I mean, we just can move this slider and say, okay, we need to get exactly this amount of timber out of the forest in 100 years. and then the optimizer works. It's a multi-objective, so we can use any objectives that you want in this case. We just used the different assortments, and therefore we get out of it a optimized distribution of management regimes. This is like these plots I'm showing you here on the right side. I mean, there is not much to see here in the upper one. You can go in, it's better for details, but the important thing is like this one here. And we see that in order to achieve these demands, we have to intensify even further forestry in the landscape. We also have kind of a big proportion of continuous cover forestry, but the majority of it is going to be the typical business as usual, together with an even extra intensification that requires even, on top of it, the introduction of fast-growing species, like in our case usually is represented by the Douglas fir. This was kind of a bit tricky, because when we actually see the demand that is going to be produced by the forest, we see that we can actually easily achieve what GoBiome says. The main problem is that we're starting from a really old forest structure. Due to the World War and the structures in Germany, we have high volumes standing that are going to difficult very much the transition into new structures that can actually produce these timber demands modeled by the GloBiome. So at the end, you need to harvest all of these very old forests, and then you get kind of a stable situation of constant production. The problem of this is that the only way this optimizes is that can be happening is introducing fast-growing species that can compensate for this. Which is the effect then on the ecosystem services? Unfortunately, only 3 minutes to talk about it. But the main thing that we see if we project these services into the future is that they are all going to decline. Only 3 of the 14 ecosystem services we have taken into account are going to potentially increase into the future, and only 1 is noticeable. So for example, it seems that edible fungi is going to profit for this opening of the structures, and some root decomposition can also work, and of course using more this intensified reduce of volume will help us to control bark beetle. However, the rest of them seem to decline all over with time. What happens then if we try to analyze this using this kind of uncertainty? So for this, we use this Bayesian analysis. In a Bayesian analysis, we can compare something depending on the probability that the distribution is larger than the other something. In our case, we're going to focus more on this side here, where we just try to ensure that one of the ecosystem services has changed depending of the value that it had in the past. So if we look at this is like a split of the ecosystem service that we had before, and then we add on top of it the use of the distribution. And what we see here is actually that not even many of the ecosystem services that we thought before were going to even improve. If you look actually at the distribution, you may have a higher probability, and most of the probability is going to be under actually the level of decrease. Well, only this edible fungi seems to be profiting for these intensive management regimes, where the most of them even remain below the level of 1, which means like nothing has changed. When here, yes, like only edible fungi is maintained as an increasing of the ecosystem services, which is kind of shocking. And this is a main consequence of the intensification of management that would occur because of that. A last analysis we can do here is I mean, these are relatively complicated plots, but here I just analyze the probability that actually one of these ecosystem services is going to be lower than what it was at the beginning. Here we have all the management regimes, but they are kind of blocked in a way that the ones to the left, or at least my left, are the intensification ones, when the ones to the right are the most continuous cover forestry-oriented set-asides. And what you will see, especially after 20 years, is that the main improvement of all the ecosystem services has happened in all this continuous forestry to the set-asides. Of course, if you account for uncertainty, you can already see that when you're moving towards larger periods of simulation in the future, this certainty that you have gets lower and lower. So it's more difficult to say this much, okay, we can see this in 100 years. But at least in the first simulation periods, we can be quite sure that this is that the continuous cover forestry towards even more climate adaptation are the ones that are going to improve the provision of ecosystem services. Yeah, and just little details you can see, for example, and this is connected to what we had before, is that are just only in green, you see these small ecosystem services, like timber or bark beetle control, that can profit from very intense management regimes. So just coming to the conclusions here, you see, everybody can read by yourselves, but yeah, fulfilling the demand of timber would actually damage multifunctionality in this case, and especially because of the structures we have at the beginning. The estimation of uncertainties showcases that the prediction of forest ecosystem services will induce the loss of ecosystem services, and only continuous cover forestry or related regimes in this case will have some more potential to fulfill these demands and maintain a stable provision of ecosystem services. So yeah, thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Astor. Question? Yes, Per, please.
Thank you. In the last slide you had, if you back there, yes. How come the situation seems a little better in 100 years than in 60 years?
Yeah,
is it because of, for instance, stand age or rotation time, or?
It seems, at least in our simulation, you have a drastic change at the beginning, and this is because we are intensely harvesting the whole landscape area, comes out of optimization, and then it stabilizes. It's also the case that we are accounting for this uncertainty, and the uncertainty tends to smooth out the results into the end. So we are more sure that what we are telling at the beginning, that we are telling at the end, where this kind of probability study gets smoothed out. This is kind of the effects. We only see that actually it's the set aside, the one that still remains quite strongly different than the rest. However, the effects of the management regimes into the future will get kind of smoothed out due to the uncertainty that we have in what is going to happen.
Okay, thank you very much, Astor. The next speaker is Adriano Mazziotta from the Natural Resources Institute in Finland, Luke, and he will speak about will bioenergy and bioeconomy-based solutions or natural climate solutions support more forest ecosystem services.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Do you hear me? Yeah. I'm Adriano from Luque, and we will ask whether bioenergy, bioeconomy solutions or natural climate solutions support indeed more natural climate ecosystem services. And what about what are climate change mitigation solutions? We know that to stabilize warming below 2 degrees Celsius, according to the Paris Agreement by 2100, we have two options, basically relying in the field of climate change mitigation solutions to increase the carbon sink. And they are either bioenergy or bioeconomy-oriented solution or either natural climate solutions. The first ones basically are implemented by managing forest, and the idea is to increase the wood harvesting to produce both bioenergy and bioproducts. But natural climate solutions, on the other hand, are based instead on protection. And they are usually implemented through set-aside to store carbon and storing instead in biomass and soil. So let's review a bit of what is the expected impacts according to literature of climate change mitigation solution and ecosystem services. An increase in wood demand is expected to increase timber harvesting, and this is going to reduce the synergies between ecosystem services due to the fact that we focus just on timber more than on other services. But the other negative impacts are expected to be a decrease in old forest areas that definitely is expected to reduce non-wood ecosystem service supply and deadwood as habitat for biodiversity. On the other hand, we expect also a reduction in regulating ecosystem services, including carbon storage, standing forest, and soil, and ultimately a decrease in ecosystem service multifunctionality. On the other hand, in the opposite side, we have natural climate solution based on forest protection. That one example is forest protection, but there are others like forest restoration. that are going to increase the ecosystem service multifunctionality and through increasing old forest areas expected to reduce to increase the supply of non-wood ecosystem services and deadwood, but also of regulating services like carbon storage in standing forest and soil. What about the impacts of climate change on ecosystem services? So an increase in greenhouse gas emission is expected through longer warming season to increase forest growth and then definitely increase the levels of wood ecosystem services and the synergies among ecosystem services, but also through forest increasing canopy cover, reduce the supply of non-wood ecosystem services, and finally, ultimately, through this decrease, reduce ecosystem service multifunctionality. And these types of solutions are in conflict between each other because, as you see, there is an increase in wood demand proper of bioenergy, bioeconomy solutions are going to boost timber harvesting, and that definitely is going to increase the biomass production and carbon sequestration. While natural climate solutions, on the opposite side, are increasing all the forest areas and definitely increase other types of forest ecosystem services like non-wood ecosystem services and biodiversity-related ecosystem services. Both are supported by different type of legislations like EU renewable energy directives on the side more of bioenergy, bioeconomy solutions, and land use change and forestry regulations too. While natural climate solutions are expected to be implemented by the new EU biodiversity and forest strategies for 2030. So the idea is that integration of this two types of climate change mitigation solutions is expected to be pivotal to decrease the conflicts in the use of forests for timber, climate change, and biodiversity. So the aim of the study in this context is to investigate whether different climate change mitigation solutions and climate change itself are going to change the levels current levels of forest ecosystem services, and we did therefore an integrated analysis of the joint impacts of alternative solutions and increasing greenhouse gas concentration on future ecosystem services and multifunctionalities, and expected the future synergies for Sweden, which is a major producer for the international wood market. We made use of scenarios from GloBiome, that were downscaled for Sweden. And here we just show some results by the end of the 21st century. Here you can see some projections of main ecosystem services that include biomass accumulation and carbon storage, non-wood ecosystem service related to biodiversity ecosystem service like deadwood, and biodiversity elements like understory plants, and kind of aggregated index that is multifunctionality, which is the sum of all of them. And we noticed that forest set aside in protected areas in Sweden had show, apart from a few exceptions, supplied higher levels of almost all the ecosystem services in multifunctionality, apart from biomass production, soil carbon storage, for all the ecosystem services, while production forest, irrespectively of the climate change mitigation solutions that we applied, provided invariantly lower levels for all of them. And what about net biomass accumulation? In particular, we noticed that in general, because of increasing harvest, especially in projections from bioeconomy scenarios, this reduced the age profile, stand age profile of the forest in Sweden, and that brought to on the part of the century levels of biomass accumulation that declined drastically compared to current policy and bioenergy solutions that required instead considerably less wood demand to be fulfilled through harvesting. What about carbon storage and trees and soil, these two compartments here? You can see that while there was an increase in the first part of the century, the increase was still present for tree carbon, but and soil carbon for current policy, and bioenergy level demand, so low levels, relatively lower levels of timber harvesting, but tree carbon storage increase less for bioeconomy, and for also for soil, increased less also for soil, sorry, decreased for tree carbon, and decreased less for soil carbon. And this is expected due to the strong increase in harvest in the second part of the century to fulfill the wood demand. That brings invariantly to a lower reduction in stand age. What about then more biodiversity services in the wood ecosystem services, like Deadwood, for example? We expect in this second part of the century a strong increase in Deadwood volume, but certainly much less with the increase in timber harvesting due to the increased wood demand. And on the other hand, in understory, we found that there was a considerable reduction only for the bioeconomy scenario with the most intensive harvesting for biodiversity-related ecosystem services. So the impact of climate change overall was stronger in production forest, and independently of the climate change mitigation solution in production forest, these three, then under set aside, yes, while the difference was much lower in for non-wood ecosystem services, the difference was not present, but was present only in constant climate in biomass production. Finally, we plotted the synergies, pairwise synergies between ecosystem services, and we found that the synergies increase drastically more frequently in set-aside than in production forest. And among non-wood ecosystem services and carbon storage, trade-offs became synergies only set-aside, while in production forest were maintained and remained trade-offs. So our conclusions are that definitely bioenergy, bioeconomy solutions are going to reduce the positive impact of climate change on multifunctionality, that ecosystem service levels are going to be impacted negatively much less in set-asides than in production forest. Then ecosystem service synergies are going to reduce under climate change and bioenergy, bioeconomy solution, but increase instead under natural climate solution. And finally, natural climate solutions are going to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change on non-wood ecosystem services. So we think that both production forests and set-aside are important for forest sustainability according to our study, because production forests supply bioproducts as bioenergy, biomaterial, but also develop the bioeconomy. Forest set-aside certainly offers less biomass production, but supply either ecosystem services and biodiversity. And bioenergy, bioeconomy solutions, we reduce certainly forest multifunctionality, while natural climate solutions are going to buffer these negative effects, enhancing instead their synergies between ecosystem services. And what we get in from these studies is that natural climate solutions can be included within the portfolio of climate change mitigation solutions according to what is expected through the EU bioeconomy, biodiversity, and forest strategies for 2030 for maintaining long-term sustainability. If you want to read more, you can read our recently published paper in Global Change Biology. And I would like to acknowledge all the collaborators that worked in this project, including the funding sources from some forest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Adriano. Questions to Adriano? Yes. Please.
Thank you very much. I have a question related to the carbon storage service. You showed us that better serve the purpose of storing carbon, but there is, setting aside forests is much biodiversity conservation oriented. But there is still another option, which is the expansion of forest for carbon storage. I mean, so this forest expansion is at the opposite of forest production somehow. So you just consider these two options. So setting aside already existing forests and exploiting already existing forests, but the option of expanding forest cover could also serve carbon storage target.
Yeah, certainly. We started, thanks for the question, we started with the development of the current situation in Sweden for 2010, in which most of the forests were under production, and we maintained a constant certain proportion of natural climate solutions through setting aside. So we assumed that effectively, in our case, that would stay at least the same. Of course, increasing, that's what in part suggested by our study, that increasing the set-asides, so expanding this protection is certainly useful, or maintaining anyway areas of forest protection intermixed with production is certainly a way to increase the supply also of carbon and other ecosystem services. Certainly, yeah.
Exploiting the forest ecosystems. So it's just another way.
Yes, it's
someone suggested that we should, expand forest by planting new forests, new trees, and this is also another option in the balance.
Yes, certainly it's one important option that we have to mitigate to bend the curve to approach this 2 degrees target.
Thank you very much, Adriano.
Thank you.
And again. The next speaker is Daniel Burgas from the University of Jyväskylä in Finland, and he will speak under the topic Boreal Forests and Restorative Health Benefits to Humans, Management Recommendations, Synergies and Trade-offs. Please.
Hello, everybody. We have quite a lot to take in, so I'll go quite quickly. I'm from the Boreal Ecosystem Research Group from University of Jyväskylä. We focus on, one of the main focuses on forest management. We bring in different aspects in addition to just maximizing timber production. That's what we have been doing for many years. And here I will present the study that we have been doing in this biodiverse project, where we bring in the dimension of health, forest value for human health. So we know that there's like plenty of stress-related illnesses nowadays plaguing the world, becoming more and more of a problem worldwide, and at the same time there's evidence, studies that show that, and we all know, especially after COVID times, the value of forests for providing, for supporting human health and well-being. So, but the issue is that we are demanding more and more from the forest. We want that the forest produces more, that the forest mitigates climate, that there's more forest for biodiversity. So what we wanted to check, what we need to check is, are there any kind of trade-offs with health and these other services and biodiversity in forests. So what we did here is that we created a health and well-being indices for boreal forest. So this is part of a paper by Stolz et al. So it's in preparation. And also in that same paper, we are evaluating which forest managements are more suitable for long-term provision of these well-being values from forest. And then we assess as well the, later on then the trade-offs in a different paper between forests for human health and diverse ecosystem services, like various ecosystem services. So just want to make sure that we are on the same table when we are talking about well-being, health, and for humans, forests for human health. After Markevich, we consider like these three pathways to achieve health, although they are complementary. So one is the mitigation, like a reduction of harm, like a, mitigation, pollution and noise and so on. And the other is the restorative value, restoration. For instance, if you need to recover from stress, and the other is instauration. So when you are having more activity, building your capacities, this means like forest that encourages people to go out and do physical activity, for instance. And here we focus mostly on only the restoration and instauration. So when I'm talking about health and well-being and so on, I'm talking about these two aspects here. We, with colleagues from SLU, so they are the specialists in greening areas and forests for provisioning of well-being values. And they have developed this theoretical framework that has these different kind of perceived sensory dimensions, which are essentially fulfilling all the needs for this restoration and well-being. So I will. So for instance, here in natural would be like that it's a quite natural ecosystem or system, and is quite opposed to what people seek to when they require cultural aspects. So we are not seeing natural forests in the cities, and we are not seeing cultural aspects or like cities in the forest. So that's why they are opposed. So these dimensions are opposed, had a complementary always. We disregard these cultural, social, and open dimensions here because we focus now on forest, so we are not expecting to see those, at least not that well represented in forest systems. And I will open a bit these dimensions. So diverse is like a sense of more abundance. You expect to see different diversity of vegetation, plants, animals. Shelter is a condition that you feel kind of hidden from others, so you are not seen. Natural is it's a dimension that it fulfills this fascination for the natural world. So it has like this it's quite distinct shapes, and it also has diversity and so on. But then there's a serenity, so places where are quiet, places where we can go and be in peace. So absence of people, essentially. So it's opposed to the social dimension. And then there's the spatial cohesion, or that are places where we feel comfortable. We feel that it's a system. We are in a world in itself. It's a one single unit, and we can walk and explore freely around. So, and within this, we know that there's an overlap between the needs of humans and these dimensions, or that's what the framework tells, which is based actually in several like empirical studies. And here we created 3 different kind of forest for health. One is this so-called edge forest, which is combined of these diverse shelter and natural properties of forest. Another one, so the diverse, here we, based on the literature and the expert opinion, we build up, or we made up this criteria of what would fulfill this edge glade or this type of forest properties for a forest to fulfill this category. So the diversity means that it should be like a mixed forest. So at most 70% of the trees of the volume of the trees should be of the dominant species. So we should have like a mixture of species and also have like uneven edge conditions. And then the shelter aspect here is that the number of stems between 1.5 and 5 meters should be between 1 to 5 trees per 10 square meters. And then the natural condition is fulfilled when the volume weighted mean tree age is more than 80 years. So we use this volume weighted approach because then it's easier for us to compare between clear cutting approach and other approaches. And then we have the deep forest that has like shelter, the natural, and the serene. So shelter and natural I explained already, and the serene it has like a distance to public roads, so it has to be more than 400 meters. And the spacious forest, it's a forest that has natural serene and cohesiveness. And the cohesiveness is fulfilled when it's above 2 hectares, and the number of stems, so it has very little like undergrowth. And we are now implementing this with the simulations, as Astor was explaining. We simulated forest, in this case commercial forest in central Finland, into the future for 100 years. So those are privately owned, heavily managed. You can see that they are not very old. And what we did is, first of all, we look at the 100% management of the forest. So we take in this case, we have like 42 different kind of managements, but I will show you like a subset of rotation forest management, VOW, and also different versions of VOW and CCF, and we are then having also the set aside, so protecting the forest. What we see here, I suggest that, so the small ones are like the different criteria that were used, and what we see here is that it's the property of edge forest for health is mostly fulfilled by continuous cover forestry approaches. What we can see from in deep forest is that also the different continuous cover forestries are also fulfilling that the best. And for spacious forest in Finland, so we see that set aside it's quite important, then followed by the continuous cover forestry, and then in a lower degree by the rotation forest management. So indeed, continuous cover forestry is the best provider in a way of if you are looking for forest for health and well-being, and then the set aside can also provide for spacious. It's interesting for us because we started from this theoretical to like top-down approach. Colleagues that are doing the same in Germany, but from a bottom-up, like surveying people and modeling, doing regression models, they end up with quite similar conclusions, so it's quite reinforcing. And what we did as well is we did analysis of trade-offs between health and other ecosystem services and biodiversity. We did this kind of multifunctionality optimization. We included the net present income and health and cultural and carbon storage for saproxylic biodiversity and vertebrate biodiversity. So plenty of different values. And what we did is this kind of different scenarios. One that included the restorative and the health. One that had the scenarios without the health, but other values. And this informs about how much we disregard, how much we lose if we disregard this. I will run through this and essentially go very quickly through this. We can see that the health aspect, so this is how much we can reach the health aspect, and those are essentially below the amount of how much we extract. So here in this side, we are like setting aside the entire landscape, and here we are extracting as much as possible. So just, sorry for this, but essentially we'll go through the main conclusions in the optimization is that essentially forest is that if you don't consider health, you might lose a lot of the values from health, so you have to include it in the decision maker. But there's very little compromise between health values and biodiversity. So if you include it in the decision making, you are not having that much of a trade-off. So thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for the nice introduction to the health work. It's new to us all. A super quick question, Bege.
Please. I'm not sure if I managed super short, but I try. You excluded the cultural aspects of the forest in relation to health. Is that really true? I grew up in the forest, and I like to walk, in my father's land, and I saw the old fences and the clear cuts which I planted as a young boy. Isn't that also a potential health benefit?
Sure, we don't disregard that, but we had to make simplifications in this aspect. So there's quite a lot of nuances here, but we did a bit of we had quite a black and white cuts at some points, so we had to simplify. Yes, thanks, Bege.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. And the next speaker is Helen Moore. She is now at the Swiss Federal Institute for Forest, Snow and Landscape Research, WSL, in Switzerland. And she will talk about rebuilding green infrastructure in boreal forest, the production forest, given future global wood demand.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. Indeed, I will present a study we did at SLU with other partners about green infrastructure in the production landscape of boreal forest. So you've seen this figure before. I'll spend a little bit more time on it because it sets the stage for our study. What this is showing is a policy chain from global to local levels when it comes to biodiversity goals. We tend to discuss goals for biodiversity and set them at the global level, implementing in something like the Convention on Biological Diversity. It then gets adopted and operationalized at the regional level and the national level, but ultimately implemented and evaluated, these policies become at the landscape and the local scale. So the kind of management with which you can influence environmental status and biodiversity responses happens at the management scale, at the landscape scale. This kind of management is also embedded in a globalized context, and that's a globalized economy. So what happens at the global level in terms of socioeconomic development can influence the kind of management that is available to us to choose from when we want to do conservation at the landscape scale. So in this study, we try to take this into account by using GloBiome to downscaled projected wood demand on the forest sector from a socioeconomic pathway for the coming century And then we further downscaled this national demand that was calculated with GloBiome to the landscape level, where it is a relevant constraint on the kind of management we can choose from to conduct conservation as well as forest, timber production and wood product production. So we're formulating then scenarios for future forest management at the landscape scale, but they're informed by global developments regarding policy as well as socioeconomic developments. And ultimately, I'm an ecologist in this, so ultimately what I'm interested in and what is relevant for biodiversity goals is the response of multiple species to these management scenarios. And that's what we did in this study with 10 forest-dwelling species that we know are sensitive to forest management in some way or other. So the study landscape that we looked at is in northern Sweden. It's a very representative landscape for boreal production forest, as it looks like in much of Fennoscandia. It's more than 100,000 hectares large, and it's a production landscape that carries a legacy of intensive forest use for several decades now, and that is reflected in the stand age distribution that is shown on the top left, where we have 40% of this landscape with forest that is younger than 40 years. So that's forest that has been cut in the last 40 years. So this is quite an opposite situation to Bavaria. Here we have a landscape with very heavily impacted forest, and a lot of it is very young. There's also a proportion of this landscape that is protected in nature reserves. That's 7.8% of the area, and that's kept constant in the different scenarios. So we use software that's called Eureka to simulate or to formulate scenarios for the future. Or let's say we formulate scenarios and then use Eureka to implement them and find the optimal solution for our scenarios. And the three scenarios that we're contrasting are the green infrastructure scenario, where we're trying to target environmental indicators, which are used in Sweden to assess progress towards biodiversity goals, and at the same time satisfying the wood demand that we downscaled from the global projections, as well as generating economic returns. Then we have a reference scenario where we only satisfy the expected demand for wood products from this landscape while trying to generate economic returns. And the last scenario, that's the economy scenario, where we only try to optimize for economic returns. So for each of these scenarios, we ask 3 questions. And these are, so which forest management strategies across this landscape, so which combination of management regimes will fulfill these scenario objectives, given these goals as well as constraints? What is the impact on financial returns or forestry economy? And what is the impact on a number of species that we know are sensitive to forest management? So we use Eureka to simulate, again, lots of forest management combinations, and then an optimizer selects the optimal combination of management strategies to fulfill these objectives given these constraints. So I'll start with showing you the management regimes that are selected as the optimal solution in these 3 scenarios. And that's shown here as the proportion of the landscape area that is managed according to different regimes in the 3 scenarios. Each row is a scenario. And the regimes are roughly ordered according to decreasing intensity. So high intensity is even-aged clear-cutting forestry, which is actually still quite a dominant form of forestry in Sweden at least, all the way down to set-asides, and that's the protected nature reserves in our case. They are constant and the same proportion for all scenarios, they're fixed. So the kind of management that's selected for in the green infrastructure scenario shows the largest spatial variation in different forest management regimes. It's also employing a higher proportion of these less intensive forest management regimes across the landscape, especially continuous cover forestry is selected for in a large proportion. At the same time, though, also the economy scenario employs some of these less intensive forest use regimes in 25% roughly of the landscape area. So only going for high intensity, even-aged clear-cutting forestry is not the optimal solution also when you try to optimize your economic returns. This comes, however, at a cost. So in terms of financial profit, when we compare these, the green infrastructure and the economy scenario to the reference scenario, and we find that the economy scenario generates 2% higher financial returns than the reference, while the green infrastructure scenario generates 14% less in financial returns. So that is a cost that has to be considered, but then the key question is whether biodiversity will benefit from this kind of management regime in this landscape. And to this end, we used established models that we had fitted for a number of forest species to empirical data and predicted their responses to these different management regimes in this landscape. And we had 4 bird species, 6 wood-decaying fungi species, and a lichen, and I'll exclude that because I don't have time, but I'll show you first the bird species. So these are predicted responses to the different scenarios over the coming century for the 4 bird species that we modeled, shown as the % change in habitat suitability for these species as compared to today. And you can see that in the green infrastructure scenario, across this entire landscape, all species are predicted to increase. Hazel grouse is a species that particularly increases also in the other 2 scenarios. And for this species, that's driven by an increase in standing volumes that we have in these forests, where we have a lot of young forest that can now grow up. So that's positive in all scenarios for this particular species. The other species, however, are declining when we look at the reference and the economy scenario, at least in the coming decades. Around the middle of the century, there's a turn in trend, and we have a little bit of an upward development again for most species, except for Siberian tit, which seems to have a hard time to recover from this initial decline. And for these species, that's mainly driven by a continual decline in stand age across this landscape in these 2 other scenarios. So then I'll show you the results for the wood-decaying fungi species that we modeled. What we could do here was to contrast what's happening in production land and what's happening in the nature reserves. So this figure is only showing what's happening in the production matrix or the production landscape of this forest. And again, it's showing % change. Here it's the area occupied for these species. And we can see that in the green infrastructure scenario, most of these species are increasing quite strongly, and that's in the production landscape and not in nature reserves. And the opposite is the case in the reference and the economy scenario, where most species decline, except for one of the more generalist species, Felinus viticola, which remains relatively stable. If we contrast this with what's happening in the nature reserves, now added as dashed lines, then we can see that in nature reserves, all of these species are predicted to increase. And that is, of course, because this forest is left to develop freely, so stand ages will increase, the diameter of trees will increase, and the amount and quality of deadwood will increase over time. But in the reference and the economy scenario here, it's quite clear that the viability of these species is dependent on what's happening in nature reserves and the amount of area that is protected in nature reserves. So taken together, in summary, we've found that it's possible to rebuild green infrastructure also in the production landscape in a boreal forest that is heavily impacted by intensive forestry, if we select management that targets environmental indicators. And we do that by using a more varied forestry regimes across the landscape, so higher spatial heterogeneity, and also forestry regimes that are less intensive than the current clear-cutting forestry. So using these kinds of regimes has also other benefits. It does come at a cost. The profit is reduced by 14% compared to a reference scenario, but this has other benefits. And most importantly, what we could show in our study is that multiple species will benefit from this increased green infrastructure in the production landscape that otherwise might be dependent on the area that we set aside in protected nature reserves. And with that, thank you for your attention. If you're interested in more details, the study was published this year in the Journal of Applied Ecology. Thanks to all co-authors as well, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Questions to Helen? Piero.
fantastic work. In your last slide, you mentioned ecosystem function, and I'm wondering if you have thoughts about how the green infrastructure scenario may improve also productivity in the context of, say, disease spread or droughts. So all the water retention that will come with a green infrastructure scenario might actually help species cope against future droughts and extreme climatic events and so on. And therefore, perhaps actually the comparison between these scenarios, accounting for ecosystem services and ecosystem functioning in 2100s might actually be less.
Yeah, so if I caught you right, so you think about these other ecosystem functions in the green infrastructure scenario. I'm not sure I caught the question in the end. Yeah, probably. So I think, pest dynamics and so on across the landscape in the green infrastructure. I mean, you would have other ecosystem services like pest regulation that would be increased as well in such a landscape. So there's definitely synergies between biodiversity here and lots of these other ecosystem services and functions. We didn't study that explicitly in this study, but it would be interesting to use these scenarios and, for example, run some ecosystem service models and make predictions for that, how that would change in this landscape. I think the spatial aspect is really important in this. Thank you.
Birgit had the question too.
I'm just curious about the assumption on harvest level, the sort of the expected demand. I was a little bit surprised, or perhaps positively surprised, that you actually were possible to achieve benefits from a green infrastructure scenario, even giving a sort of across the scenarios, a sort of a fixed expected future wood demand. Can you speculate if you would increase or decrease the expected wood demand?
Well, that's difficult for me as the ecologist in this team. I'm not a forester myself. I know that we were able to satisfy the demand in these scenarios quite well. It may have to do with the current structure of the landscape, where we do have a lot of potential for the standing volume to increase, which means we can increase the harvesting levels also in the next decades without taking it all out at once. It will be harder, of course, to improve green infrastructure if we would have to ramp up harvest levels even further. We weren't able, though, it has to be said, to reach the. So we tried to build green infrastructure by increasing the levels of environmental indicators. So that was the percent area of forest that contains some broadleaf admixture, area of old forest, and indicators like that. And we weren't able to maximize them all. There were trade-offs between them. So we, on average, we were roughly able to achieve 70% of the maximum possible levels in this landscape of these indicators. And my guess would be that this trade-off would mean that on all fronts we would be able to generate less of that if we had to harvest more and intensify forest use more. So yeah, it's something to be tried out. We did find, though, that we contrasted the demand as downscaled to the landscape for different socioeconomic pathways, and there we didn't find a huge difference in the demand on this particular landscape.
Okay, Ellen, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Now the next speaker is Henna Fabricius. She's from the University of Helsinki, and she will talk about balancing conservation and production in the bioeconomy. Stakeholder-based management scenarios make biodiversity winners and losers. Please.
Thank you. So first I want to say that I'm actually working now at the Tallinn University of Technology. Okay, so this is another study we did which looks at balancing different interests in the forestry sector, conservation and production in the bioeconomy. But in this time we are focusing on stakeholder-created scenarios. Now I'm testing how this works. Sorry, that takes forward. How do I point? With this one, okay. Yeah, so I'm one of the authors of this study, but I'm here, I have stepped in to replace the first author, Julian Klein, who was unable to make it to this conference. So why are we interested in what forestry stakeholders are kind of planning and thinking for the forest policies? The reason is that in sectors such as forestry, there are stakeholders which represent different interests of the society for forests. Many of them have been working with forestry-related issues for very long times, and they have kind of accumulated substantial knowledge on forestry and its effects on the society, and they've also been working long times together. So there are some previous studies that show that in this sort of circumstances, when you do policies in collaboration with different stakeholders, there's higher probability of reaching a consensus that everybody can stick to, and that can also minimize conflicts. The challenge there, however, is that these different stakeholders tend to have a little bit different view on what's going to happen in the future. So they tend to kind of maybe be biased a little bit towards what's their interest. And this is what makes it difficult for them to discuss together and reach a consensus of what should be done. So we wanted to test this by facilitating discussions with stakeholders, bringing some concreteness to these discussions in the Swedish forestry sector. And this happened by bringing them simulations on forestry and on forest-related species. So basically what we did is these 3 steps. So we had workshops with the stakeholders, where the stakeholders could meet and discuss together on their ideas of how the Swedish forestry should be managed in the future. And each one could, through this dialogue, also create their own dream scenario. Now, the dream scenario doesn't mean that each stakeholder would draw into one extreme, but they are kind of all trying to balance all of the needs of the Swedish society, but with a little bit different balances. And next, we would then simulate the forest development in our test landscape. Luckily, in the forestry sector, there are these simulation tools that have been developed in other projects for a very long time and tested in the past. And then on top of that, we also wanted to simulate the dynamics of some old growth forest species to see how they would be doing in these simulated landscapes. And the idea is then to come back to the stakeholders with these simulations and help them then to go further in their discussions, facilitate reflection and discussion and compromise. So I'm going to do this methodology slides very quickly, and so we have some time for the results, but please come back to this in the discussion if you want to hear the details. We used the same landscape in northern Sweden as we used in the Moore et al. Study just presented. So this is over 100,000 hectare area in northern Sweden. And now if you look at this landscape that we have been simulating, you notice that there are already some conservation areas set aside here. There's about 7.8% of them, as Helen just told us. So yeah, here are our stakeholders. So we worked with 4 major players in the Swedish forestry sector. There's Sveaskog, which is one of Sweden's largest forest companies, also state-owned. There's the landowner association called Lantbrukarnas Riksförbund. So this is the association that represents more than 150,000 forest owners. Then we have the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency and also Naturskyddsföreningen, which is the largest environmental NGO in Sweden with hundreds of thousands of members. So you see that these 2 stakeholders here on the left are a little bit more tuned towards the ensuring the revenue of forestry, and the two other stakeholders are a little bit more concerned probably about the biodiversity and the sustainability of the forestry in biodiversity terms. So in the stakeholder workshops that we had, they were given 5 different management options. These are in principle similar as the ones that Helen just presented. So there's even-aged rotation forestry with clear cuts and thinnings. Then there's continuous cover forestry where you always thin from the up, so you take the oldest trees or largest trees, but you always have the cover. You have retention patches, which are within the production landscape. You maintain certain high biodiversity spots for the next rotations. Then you have these set-asides, also voluntarily unmanaged land. And here's the summary of the forest management policies that all of these 4 stakeholders came up with. So here you see, on the left side, you see the environmental stakeholders' dream scenarios, and on the right side, you see the more economically tuned scenarios. So they were giving a chance to define the number of set-asides in the forests, how much of the area is protected, retention patches, amount of retention trees left, number of high stamps, and then one of the major aspects here is that they got to choose how much of the forest is managed under the continuous cover management. They were also able to define how this optimization was done from the economy and from the ecological perspectives. I highlight a few things from here. There are some differences in these dream scenarios. So first of all, here on this economic side, we see that the Forest Owners Association wanted to keep the amount of set-asides to what it is at the current level. Sveaskog was willing to increase this number of protected areas. Then on the other hand, there's also differences in the continuous cover forestry, so only these environmentally tuned stakeholders were implementing continuous cover forestry in their scenarios. And 2 stakeholders were also interested in testing or increasing the rotation age. So we used the same 10 species in our simulations. I will not go to the details, so I have some time for the results. So this is the workflow we used. So first we feed in the data to the Heureka, and then we simulate the species models, and then we come up with projections. And the projections now show in which parts of the forestry we have occupancies of the different species, and also where we have the highest habitat availability for the birds. So now we will look at the results of the wood decaying fungi species. I'll first walk you through of how these diagrams work. So we have here the simulation results over 100 years in x-axis. In each row we have 1 species. And then in the y-axis we have either the habitat availability or the metapopulation size, the area occupied by the species. Please note that the y-axis are different in different species. We have wanted to compare the dynamics in the same scale in these plots. And then the colors represented here show the different forest management types. So now when we look at these results, we notice that there is some difference between the scenarios, between what's the general trend for different species. And here in the centermost diagrams, we have now the environmentally focused scenarios, and on the sides we have these economic scenarios. So a couple of things to point out from here is that these environmentally focused scenarios increase the species occupancy, whereas some species occupancy is quite stable in the economically oriented landscapes. The second point that we notice here is that there is relatively no occupancy in the even-aged forestry and it's decreasing over time. Whereas with the bird species, the bird species models predict that they will occupy in even-aged stands, but they are also increasing more in these ecologically tuned scenarios. So as conclusion, we notice from these results that there's a strong positive effect of biodiversity enhancing management. So all of those actions that the stakeholders were willing to do for the biodiversity, they had accumulated effects over the 100 years. We also noticed that increasing the protected areas from the current 7.8 has a very positive effect to the species, and the less there is even-aged forestry, the better the species were generally doing. Also, one major outcome from this is that the continuous cover forestry was really helping many of the species to thrive. However, it's important to notice that there was high uncertainty in this sort of simulations that are built on each other, so it's important to not overinterpret the results. And as a final point, I would want to say that the common knowledge base that we can use, we can offer to the stakeholders with this sort of simulations is crucial for finding the stakeholder consensus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And other questions? There in the yellow.
Hi, thank you. Did I see it well that in the figures that you showed, unmanaged forest was almost missing? Or?
Sorry?
The species are almost not present in unmanaged forest in your simulations. And you said that there are indicators for old-growth forest.
Yeah, there's unmanaged forests, if you've been the light green. The light green refers here to the voluntary unmanaged land, and the set-asides is referring to the actual conservation areas which are fulfilling the kind of this standards.
Okay, so the bottom is unmanaged? Or?
The bottom is the set-asides.
Okay, I'm confused with the colors then. I'm sorry. Okay,
no problem.
Question there at the back.
Yes, thank you. Your final word was that this could help to find consensus. Do you think there is consensus possible between these stakeholders, or what will this knowledge base change in their opinions, do you think?
I would actually ask Tord to answer this question, because I think the stakeholder workshops were still continuing after I was no longer physically present at SLU. So maybe you can share what came out of this.
There is no consensus. The main news on Swedish television today is that the conflict have increased.
Oh.
So that's worth thinking of, yes. Any more question? Yes.
Thanks, Hannah, for the great talk. I noticed that there was still quite a bit of a difference between the biggest forestry owner, the Svea, and the what I assume are the private landowners or forest owners. So I think quite often the private landowner scenarios were worse. So I'm curious, can you tell what was the main difference between those two that could result in this difference between two sets of forest owners?
Yeah, so we are talking about these two rightmost scenarios here. So our kind of current conclusion is that this may have been the major driver of the differences, that there was half of the amount of set-asides in the forest owners scenario compared to the Sveaskog. So the forest owner's idea was to increase the rotation age, so the kind of older stands, but this was not able to complement the lack of the kind of set-aside percentage of the area.
Okay, thank you very much, Henna, and let's give her another applause. And the next speaker is now Lukáš Drag, He's from the University of Würzburg in Germany, and he will talk about high-resolution ALS-derived forest structure, how it explains ecomorphological trait variation in assemblages of wood-living beetles.
Thank you. Yes, so hello, my name is Lukáš Drák, and I would like to close this section by a slightly different topic, where I will focus mostly about the different forest structure parameters and how they influence the saproxylic beetle communities and especially their traits. Okay, so ecological communities are influenced on the different spatial scales by many different processes. The most important ones are the environmental filtering, represented by the specific habitats, climate, or, for example, the topography. It is also by biotic filtering, that are the interactions between the species, and by dispersal. It is also well known that all these responses of species to these processes are also influenced by species traits. However, it is not well known how these relationships between the traits and the specific biotic or abiotic processes are driven, especially for invertebrates. Such information could be quite important, especially if we are interested in the relationship between those traits and environmental filtering, for example, for the future predictions. So the study group we decided to use was the saproxylic beetles, which are associated with the dead or decaying wood, and thus they have a direct relationships to different forest parameters. It is also quite taxonomically, phylogenetically, and functionally very diverse group of organisms that experience different life strategies or morphological variations. So basically, here I have two very basic questions. And so if ecological traits can predict the variation in beetles' responses, and if the morphological traits can do the same. We gather data from almost 400 plots that comes from 3 separate projects in Germany. All these 5 sites represents a various type of forest across the Central Europe that stretches from unmanaged old-growth forest to intensively managed forest, from broadleaf to coniferous, or from lowland up to the uplands. At each plot, we collected the data from the beetle communities. We pulling the entire season together, as well as we collected the data or some environmental variables at each site. For that, we used 2 different approaches. We collected the data by airborne laser scanning, which provides a very detailed information about the forest structure, like the canopy density or vegetation density in the lower parts of the forest, or even the vertical structure of the canopy. We also included the information of the terrain roughness and the elevation, which serve mostly like a proxy for climate because of its close correlation with precipitation and temperature. On top of this, we collected data during the field measurements in the forest, such as the proportion of conifers and 3 deadwood parameters like the amount, richness, and structure. All these 9 ecological variables were selected as to be the most influential for saproxylic beetles, and at the same time they were not highly correlated with each other. So to test how individual traits influence the responsive of species to those environmental covariates, we included these 5 ecological traits that we gathered the information from the literature. It was the preference of beetles for the openness, for different stages of wood decomposition, if the beetles are flower visitors or not, and their preference for a different host tree species or a different habitat. On top of these 5 ecological traits, we also gathered information of these 9 morphological traits that somehow covers the 5 main ecological functions in beetles, which is the color, body shape, locomotion, sensory, and the foraging. All these morphological traits were taken from the recently published morphological database, which is now probably the largest and most up-to-date database of morphological traits for saproxylic beetles. To analyze the data, we use the Bayesian joint species distribution models in HMSC package. These models are quite powerful because they allow us to incorporate the information of the entire community as well as their traits and the phylogeny. These models can then be used, for example, to extract the information of the beta parameter, which is the species niches, showing us what's the relationship between the species occurrences and the environmental covariates, and to use this information for further predictions under the different forest model scenarios. But this is not the main goal of this talk, so let's get back to the traits. To study them, we fitted the presence-absence model with 9 environmental covariates, as I talked about, as a fixed effect, and 2 random effects. We also decided to avoid overly complex model, to run 2 separate models independently for ecological traits and for the morphological traits. So this is the heat map showing us the relationship between the traits and their responses to the environmental characteristics. The red color is the positive responses, the blue color is the negative responses, and the dark color shows us the well-supported links, while the light color are only on the 85% of the posterior probability. So you can see that using the ecological traits, we could find quite some links between the traits and the covariates. This is not very surprising because actually the ecological traits of beetles are somehow intrinsic characteristics of the beetles themselves, directly linking the beetles with the specific resources, which sometimes means that there are some quite trivial relationships. For example, you can see that the beetles that are associated mostly with conifers were less common in the forest with high canopy density, and for example more common in higher elevation and more common in the forest with a higher proportion of conifers. What is quite surprising is that we couldn't find almost no association between the morphological traits and the same covariates. It is worth of noting that we use the most up-to-date database for the morphological traits, as well as we use the very detailed information of the forest characteristics based on the LiDAR scanning. And we couldn't find any links even for traits like a body length, which is usually associated with some ecological functions. So you can see that these predictions of the community-weighted means of body size along a different gradients didn't show no trends. So to somehow summarize these results, we see, or we can say that maybe ecological trait seems to have a high ability to predict the future species responses. However, despite their usefulness as predictors, those ecological traits, they cannot help us with understanding of the direct relationship between the functional traits and the and the environmental coverage. For that, the morphological traits would be more useful, but we couldn't find any associations there. On top of that, we found an intermediate residual phylogenetic signal in species niches, which means that there are still some additional traits that are phylogenetically correlated with each other, but we didn't include them into our models. So those traits could be associated with, for example, the beetles' physiology, like the chemical perception or thermal tolerance. So probably the further research in this direction could be very useful to identify those traits. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lucas, for also telling about this background model building work that we're doing in order to make the projections. We will make projections with these sort of models that you have fitted to, I think. Mm-hmm. That's the plan. Yeah. So questions to Lucas? Someone, maybe you are starting to get a bit hungry. There is one question. Oh, yeah, there's a microphone on the way.
Thanks. I kind of lost the track during the model building. I was interested in what kind of cross-validation you used, because I couldn't, I didn't have time to see that.
Well, we did the cross-validation. I just didn't include the data here. We just used the twofold cross-validation of the data. Yeah. Well, I didn't want to bother you with all the details about building the models and stuff like that, and I don't think we would have a time for it. So.
No, because I recently followed a course by Vaskainen about the model building, and maybe sometimes using a cross-validation based on site, especially explicit models, sometimes could build a better, but how many sites did you have?
Almost 400.
Okay, so that's not possible.
It's a large amount of data, exactly, and these higher levels of the cross-validation would take forever.
Thank you.
One more question there in the back.
Thanks a lot for this very interesting talk. Two small questions. One question is, how did you sample the beetles exactly? And the second one would be, I'm curious how this airborne laser scanning also captures understory and like gap structure under the closed canopy, to which extent?
Yeah, well, all these data were taken from already published papers, so actually I was not the responsible one for neither collecting the beetle data nor for this LiDAR data. But basically the beetle data were collected using the standard flight interception traps during the whole season at each site, so the methodology was quite standardized across the different projects. And regarding the LiDAR data, it is also possible to get information from the lower part of the canopies, because the laser can reach even the lower part. Yeah, it gets lost on the way down, so the amount of the laser that comes back is lower than on the higher canopy level, but still there is some information, so it can be extracted from these clouds.
Any more questions to Lucas? Yes.
Great talk. Maybe I missed this information, but these morphological traits were only for imago for adults, or also for larvae?
No. It was only for adult beetle.
Thanks.
Yeah, because in the traps we work only with the adult beetle, so there won't be any point to get information from the larvae.
Okay, any final question? Well, if not, thank you very much, Lucas. And I also want to thank all you that attended this symposium. I'm happy there were so many people. I know all participants at the symposium except for Niklas will be here for the rest of the week, so don't hesitate to get back to them with additional questions. So, thank you very much.
this I will stay there, but we have already enough microphones. Yeah, it's for like chairman. Together we can. If I will see that if there is a lots of people, I will come to. Yeah, because I guess everyone else came from there. But if we already have microphone, I will come there. It's on, yeah? It shouldn't be right. We should turn them off because they are on now. It's okay if they have enough. Yeah, but if they are on, so I think they shouldn't be on. I will close them. But there is a round hole. It's a round hole you can start using, but we still can I have it now. They didn't ask me for a ticket, but I think it's expired already. I have Fungi. So, good. If you want to open it, you can use this microphone, or I will give you yours.
Okay, good. Hello, everybody. I welcome you for our very interesting and multidisciplinary session, interdisciplinary approaches for conservation. So I am Kiki. I'm coming from Greece. I'm a conservation as well, and I'm very happy to chair this very interesting and very diverse session. Please, you have to close your mobile. You know, the presenters they have 12 minutes maximum, and then 3 times for questions. I hope you agree with recording your presentation, as you know. Yes, okay. And at the end, the floor is going to be yours for questions and discussions. So I'm going to call the first presenter from Germany, Lisa. We start with values and attitudes. Lisa Lechnen from Germany. So the floor is yours, Lisa.
Thank you, Kiki, and welcome everyone who made it back from lunch in time. So as announced, I'm going to talk about attitudes towards wildlife. But before I dive into the research, I'd like to point out that this is based on a collaborative effort with a really great team of ecologists and social scientists depicted here. And also, I have to apologize in advance, because at the moment I work exclusively from behind a desk, so you will see no breathtaking fieldwork pictures whatsoever. We will only see boxes and arrows. But still, please bear with me, because I'm talking about a really important aspect of human-wildlife coexistence that already came up several times in the plenary talk this morning: attitudes. So attitude is a key driver of behavior, and as such, it also determines whether societal behavior aligns with conservation goals and whether those goals can be reached. Just think of the poaching example with the wolves this morning. And at the same time, attitude towards a wildlife species will influence someone's preferences regarding the species management, right? And thus also the extent to which conservation goals align with societal preferences. And when they clash, this will lead to conflict and to dissatisfaction and will prevent true coexistence. So if we want to achieve true human-wildlife coexistence, we need to apply the lever at attitudes. And in order to do that, we need to understand their drivers. So, little surprisingly, in light of the importance of attitudes, they have been researched quite extensively. But what is surprising, sorry, that was missing. What is surprising is that despite this wealth of research on attitudes, there's no established model of wildlife attitude formation to date. Instead, research in this field can be broadly categorized into 3 weirdly isolated approaches, the first of which can be described as a risk-benefit approach. So here the underlying rationale is that the attitudes someone has towards wildlife depends on the value or the benefit, and also on the detriment or the risk that the species brings for humans. And for a long time, the focus was just on the detriments. But more recent theoretical studies have criticized this bias towards the negative aspects, and they stress that actually the benefits are quite important and should be recognized as well. Then, the second approach can be thought of as a values-based one. And here the theory is that someone's attitude towards a wildlife species depends on that person's worldview and on their moral principles. And in this context, the wildlife value orientations have been researched quite a lot. They were developed in the US at the beginning of the century, and they reflect what relationships between people and wildlife someone deems appropriate and desirable. And they comprise 2 dimensions, one domination dimension, which represents the view that humans are superior to wildlife and can use it for their purposes, and a mutualism dimension, which reflects the view that humans and wildlife are more or less at the same level, and that wildlife should be treated with care and respect. And speaking of care, there's also the moral foundations, although they have been addressed in a wildlife context in only very few studies, probably because they are much broader and not wildlife specific. They rather reflect views on how people should interact with other living beings in general. They comprise 5 dimensions, and usually individual people attribute varying importance to those different dimensions. So for example, someone with a high score in the care dimension would find it extremely important to avoid harming others, and someone with a high score on the authority dimension would find it more important to comply with the norms and traditions of their society. And then we have the third approach, which is centered on affect and emotions, taking into account that if we have a positive or a negative attitude towards a species, whether we like it or dislike it, is also greatly influenced by gut feeling and by the emotions that are evoked by the species. So for all 3 of those different types of drivers, there is empirical evidence showing that attitudes towards wildlife are influenced by those factors. What has remained unclear, however, is their interplay and their relative importance, because they have not been investigated simultaneously. So to address this gap, we conceived a hypothesized model of wildlife attitude formation, which considers risk-benefit perception, values, and emotions all at the same time. To test this model, we collected data on the variables of interest in a 4-month online survey on wolves in Germany. And we could use 309 of the collected questionnaires that met the criteria, and with those ran partial least squares structural equation models. And we found that in the general model, in the global model, the moral foundations did not have a significant effect, and that of the wildlife value orientations, only the domination dimension had effect, whereas perceived benefits, perceived risks, and emotions were all significant. And now comes the interesting part. It's still just arrows in boxes, sorry for that. But as far as I know, it's the first direct comparison of the importance and of the effects of those 3 different drivers. So here we go. So overall, the risk-benefit perceptions were the most important driver of attitudes in our study system, which is not too surprising given that attitude is actually defined as the tendency to evaluate something as good or bad, as pleasant or unpleasant, as desirable or undesirable. And this is obviously influenced by the risks and the benefits associated with that something. What's really interesting, though, is that if we look at it in more detail, that perceived benefits were the most important driver really by far, and they clearly dominated over the perceived risks. So for me, that was a really nice result, because as I already said, there were quite a few theoretical studies already stressing the importance of benefits, but to really find this strong empirical evidence, that was quite intriguing. And what's also noteworthy here is that emotive valence had the same importance as perceived risks. And this really adds to a growing body of research that shows that how we evaluate a wildlife species, it's not merely rational and cognitive. It's also really influenced by our emotions and by our gut feeling and affect. So that's really something that should be taken into account. And it's also important if we think of strategies for fostering coexistence, right? Because usually education approaches are regarded a really central instrument here. But this finding suggests that we also really need to harness emotions and need to take them into account. And there's actually growing evidence about the effectiveness of approaches that harness emotions, for example, via art projects or theater play. And I personally also think that in order to be effective, conservation approaches cannot ignore this irrational component of attitudes towards wildlife, and that we really need to take the emotions into account. Then finally, we found a relatively weak effect of values here, but that's to be expected, because in this study we only considered attitudes towards wolves. So it's quite, it makes sense that the species-specific attitude is influenced more strongly by species-specific risks, benefits, and emotions compared to the more broader values. But if we had looked at attitudes towards multiple species, I'm sure we would have found a stronger effect, and this is really something to be looked into the future. So now we've learned something about the direct drivers of attitudes towards wildlife, but the story doesn't stop here, of course, because as I said, we're not interested in attitudes just out of curiosity, but because we want to foster human-wildlife coexistence. And in order to do that, we need to understand the drivers behind the drivers. So, for example, we here looked at the relative importance of knowledge and emotions for perceived benefits and risks. And here we also, again, see this really clear effect of emotive valence, and that it very much dominates over the effect of knowledge here. So you can see that knowledge has only a very weak effect on perceived risks and no significant effect on perceived benefits, actually. So again, this stresses that for the perception of risks and benefits, emotions may play a much stronger role, and that they really should be taken into account when we design approaches meant to impact the perception of risks and benefits. And something else that really needs to be taken into account, as recent research suggests, that was the key message, is the pluralism of social identity groups that are involved in and affected by wildlife conservation. And here we looked at 7 different identity groups, 4 of which had a significant effect. So they all influenced the domination dimension. That means that the extent to which the respondents identified with the different identity groups we are looking at here also influenced the extent to which they think that humans are superior over wildlife and that they have the right to use it for their purposes. And beyond that, the different identity groups also influenced perceived risks and benefits, which was a direct effect in the case of identifying as rural or hunter. And it was an indirect effect for the identity groups farmer and nature protectionist. So you can see that particularly for the farmers, there's a very strong influence on the emotive valence. So that shows that overall social identity really plays a central role for attitude formation towards wildlife. And this also falls into line with recent work, which really stresses that in order to address attitudes, we need to take the pluralism of attitudes and also the underlying values and preferences into account. By now you will have realized that my title was a bit presumptuous because I was talking about drivers of attitudes towards wildlife, but here I'm just checking the model for wolves and also just for Germany. So now the next big challenge awaits, which will be to gather data, to validate and check this model across different wildlife taxa, and also very importantly across different geocultural contexts. So if you work in a study system or you have access to a study system where there's an option to collect such data, and if you would be interested in collaborating on such a project, I'd be really happy if you approach me anytime here at the conference or just drop me an email at any later time. And actually, I think I'm a bit ahead of time. I used to rush when I'm at the booth. But yeah, then maybe we have more time for questions. Sorry for that. Yeah, so thank you for listening, and I'm very much looking forward to your questions.
Can I? I was interested in how you actually measured emotions. What were the indicators and which emotions you were interested in?
Yes, very good question. So overall, we looked at 10 different emotions, and for each emotion, we had 3 different items that basically used slightly different names for the same emotion. And here in the model, I used 3 positive emotions, which were interest, relaxation, and enthusiasm, and 3 negative emotions, which were fear, disgust, and anger, I think. And then, so for the other variables, I used them as latent variables, but here I just took the mean of the different items and then added all the positive scores and subtracted all the negative scores to get an overall emotive balance. But obviously, there's also different approaches that you could do that. Thank you.
Okay. So we stick with the values. Thank you very much. We have. I have to ask the second presenter, Victor Uliczny. So we stay on the value system. He comes from the PTKA Research Center for the Humanities, and we're going to learn which species to protect.
Yes, I greet everybody. As it was said, I'm Victor Uliczny from the Research Center for Ecology, Hungary, and also from the Research Center for the Humanities. What I will speak about today, both professional and conservation, both professional conservationists and communities with traditional knowledge of landscape want to protect species, but not with the same purpose and not the same species. In this work, we investigated which animal species do the local people want to protect, and what the conservation rangers consider important for protection, which species are common on these lists, and what are the differences, and which are the key features, what they consider when they mention odd species. So what was the basic problem? In protected areas, it is of high relevance to consider the attitudes of various interest groups towards species of conservational significance, especially the attitudes of local farmers. However, as I said, species that are protected by natural laws are not always the same as the ones which are protected by the locals and want to protect. You see, the locals do not recognize this tiny and strictly protected snail, why I want to protect the non-native European rabbit, or the native but not protected common hare. So we wanted to analyze and compare the species lists of farmers and local rangers and conservationists. Our research was conducted in Slovenia and Hungary in 2 neighboring areas. This is how this landscape looks like. In the continental broadleaf zone, it's a cultural landscape, meadows, forests, arable fields. So small-scale farming is still present in here. And local farmers distinguish at least 242 wild animal taxa, according to an earlier work of us. Species that are considered to be important by nature conservation have been identified by making structured interviews with rangers and some other specialists, 20 of them working in the region. And I depict them in this slideshow everywhere with orange color to make it easier to follow. And 40 structured interviews were made with local Hungarian farmers, depicted with blue. We had different questions with them with the aim to elicit the thoughts of local people. What species do they want to protect and why? Around 6,000 species are known to live in the region, from which 500 are protected. Those are depicted with red, the numbers. As I mentioned, 242 is documented to known by the farmers, and they mentioned the protection of 54, comparing the 64 mentioned by conservationists. The composition you can see here. Just one example I have to mention, I don't go into details, the common hare, which was the most frequently listed species to be protected among locals. And it became very rare recently. Maybe that's a main reason of it in the region, but not just in the region, but also in the Czech Republic, for example, and all over Europe, as we heard yesterday on the field trip. But conservationists don't mention it at all, and still it's not a protected species in Hungary. So let's see the taxonomical composition, a bit more detailed. Conservationists mentioned the conservation of only slightly more taxa, as I mentioned, 64 comparing with 54, comparing with farmers. The most frequently mentioned taxa differed significantly. And farmers would focus more on birds and mammals. And the most significant feature is that invertebrates are less presented on farmers' lists than on conservationists. It seems to be quite logical. And the 2 lists differed on a number of points. Also, the Jacquard index was 0.37. But more than a third of the species mentioned by the 2 stakeholder groups overlapped, so there is still a positive view of it. This means that there is a solid basis for establishing communication between the 2 interest groups. As it is visible, most of these species are birds. This is not a surprise. Conservationists estimated this taxonomical composition as well for the farmers when we asked them in advance. Birds were listed by farmers far greater proportion, 68%, than they represented in their species knowledge, because their species knowledge is around 1/4, so 24%. We asked the conservationists in advance, what do they think? Why do farmers want to protect odd species? The conservationists thought that profit motive is the main factor in conservation by locals. Obviously, economical usefulness, for example, being a game species or a pest predator, is not considered by them, by the conservationists, when they want to protect a species. The yellow circles are species listed by conservationists and as most important to protect. Their size is proportional to the number of dimensions. Surprisingly, it is not considered by locals either. Most of the species the locals wanted to protect were those species which aren't directly useful for them. These are the blue circles, and yeah, they are rather on the left side. We also wanted to know whether farmers care about the species, which are the most important for nature conservation. And as we can see, obviously, conservationists mentioned almost exclusively officially protected species. While for farmers, this aspect is not important and doesn't have recognizable influence for them. The preferred taxonomy groups were vertebrates for the conservationists and also the farmers. Farmers preferred vertebrates more than conservationists a bit, but it's quite the same. And it was not due to the farmers would know less invertebrates than vertebrates. Invertebrate species make up the majority of their knowledge of the species composition, 133 in an earlier work of us. And the farmers considered only 5 taxa from invertebrates worthy to list as a protected species or protectable species. So they really don't want to protect these species. And not just invertebrates, but all relatively smaller species are listed by farmers less frequently, and their significance cannot be communicated to them effectively, we can say. We found that if a farmer knows more species, he or she doesn't want to protect more species, which are important for nature conservation. Although the cultural background and this personal interest of farmers are very important when it comes to their attitude towards conservation, but respondents with greater species knowledge still did not know significantly more about officially protected species. And just the final graph, the similar distribution of species listed by locals and conservationists by population trend category shows that not only conservationists but also locals have a good understanding of species population trends and took this into account in their listing. And also the listing of extinct species could reflect the long-term thinking of local people. And some messages. Different knowledge systems focus on protection of different species. Communication between these knowledge systems and understanding each other's motivations are essential for effective conservation. Local people need to be involved in conservation activities, and together they need to select the species that will be targeted by conservation measurements, managements as well, because without integrating this knowledge into the management, conservation cannot work effectively. This can be based on the fact that the local community does not only want to protect only those species that are useful to them. So local farmers and conservationists can create this list as a basis for cooperation. Especially later, it can be very important when it comes to more sticky topics and species. To identify these species, it is necessary to understand the reasons of preferences of local people. so that the importance of endangered species can also be communicated with more effectivity to them. And I would like to thank for our consultants, traditional knowledge holders, and conservationists as well to share their knowledge and their ideas. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I was interested in the invertebrates because, I mean, birds are diverse to a certain extent, but invertebrates are even more diverse. So I would say, with that respect, in terms of opinions of people, it could be that if you're kind of having a large number of butterflies or pollinators in the invertebrate groups, that would also affect how they view them because of their importance or whatever. So could you just say a little bit about the composition of what you chose for invertebrates, and do you think that affected the kind of outcome of the research, of the results?
Local people don't really know those species which are among invertebrates, which are very important for nature conservation. Even if the Örnsköldsvik National Park is really working on to communicate it with local people, but these people were the most knowledgeable one. Those ones which have the biggest traditional knowledge as well, and the traditional knowledge is such a massive knowledge in their mind and worldview that these kind of things, new things, can go there a bit more difficultly, more difficult way. I think that it's still a big number of species what they know, more invertebrate species than vertebrates. And as we see, the conservationists don't mention much different. So they mention the same proportion, around the same proportion, invertebrates and vertebrates. So it's maybe not because of the local people's difference in their general attitudes towards these species, but because it's generally how the people want to share those species what they want to protect. I think in Europe it's general that people have this kind of relation to invertebrates, and I really don't know how we can easily change on it. But if we find those species with which, for example, the common hare, with which we can communicate that, okay, we do the protection of this species also for you because you think that it's the most important species, and actually it is, even if it's not globally endangered, then that would be a good step towards protection of invertebrates.
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice. We stay again in the values, but in the other context. So we move to India, and Arkum Kamdar. He's going to talk to us about the perceptions and the conflict of people with elephants. So common problems, different continents.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Right, thank you for having me here. About 500 people and at least 100 elephants die each year in India due to conflict between the two species. So this is a matter of not just wildlife conservation, but also of social justice, with the non-lethal implications such as the psychological fear and trauma that people constantly live in because of this conflict being very salient in the places where I work. So, to remedy these, of course, there are a host of interventions being used, most notably as those described here, as well as the most widely used one is that of the non-lethal solar electric power fence. Here are a few more images that will help flesh it out. It's a very simple process, which I'll describe in the next slide. Here you can see it in practice deterring a bunch of wild elephants. And it works in a very simple manner, which is it gives a non-lethal small shock to any animal that comes in contact with it, thus creating a kind of a psychological barrier in the minds of these elephants. And these systems are typically entrusted with the community that is benefiting from these fences. So they're supposed to maintain it, which is a very straightforward process, comprising clearing the undergrowth and just making sure that the battery is all right. And these, however, this works exactly like a public good, where a set of beneficiaries need to come together on a set of norms, a set of agreed principles, to decide how to maintain and govern the system for it to actually be effective and to reap the benefits. And surprisingly, despite being between 80 to 95% effective, only about 35% of the fences in the landscape are well maintained. And this throws up a very counterintuitive question, which is, here we have a very well-defined problem, that of elephants coming into these human-dominated areas and damaging houses, crops, etc., and a very well-defined solution for that, which is inexpensive. But yet, it's not having the benefit that it was supposed to. So why is this happening? That's why we chose to look at why some fences are well-maintained and others poorly maintained. And it's vital to note that several studies across the globe have looked at the effectiveness of these interventions, but very few have looked at why they failed, which is what we wanted to look at. So to do this, we studied a set of 19 villages scattered across the northeastern state of India in Assam, which has the second largest population of wild elephants, 70% of which live outside protected areas, which are right here. Oh, sorry. So there. Those are the two protected areas, but elephants, of course, are all through the entire landscape. Now, in order to do this, we had to get at two key variables, which is one, the level of fence maintenance, whether it is poorly maintained or well maintained, and what is driving this level of maintenance. What are the ecological factors? Is it elephant behavior? And what are the sociological and governance factors, which are more critical towards the upkeep of this system? So in order to look at how well these fences are maintained, we created an index which was vetted by conservationists and people very familiar with this system. And we then used a range of ecological and sociological tools, which we'll come to in the next few slides, to understand what's really driving this. We had a set of a priori hypotheses, but we soon realized that these didn't hold much water, especially on the ground. And therefore, we opted for an iterative grounded theory approach. Again, I'll explain the entire process through an example in the few slides that come. So we used semi-structured social interviews, all the documentary material that we could find, which means records with forest departments, with revenue villages, with fence committees, wherever we could get our hands on newspaper reports, everything we could to understand this better, essentially using this dictum of all is data. And this was the most critical insights, which is where I spent several weeks and months in villages doing everything that a villager would do, which is protecting the crops, transplanting the crops, growing crops, harvesting the entire cycle, so that I could understand the context in which this is based much better. And that, I think, gave us a really deep insight into the hierarchies and the social dynamics of this region, which could help us build the theory that we have. And of course, we also used camera traps to understand elephant behavior and, incidentally, human behavior, because elephants and humans use the same landscapes. So this gave us a huge set of data, which was then inductively coded and iteratively analyzed through grounded theory, and finally also run via a qualitative comparative analysis, which is a set theory method. In the interest of time, I won't get into that, but if there are questions, I'd be happy to take that. So just to contextualize this better, here's an example of one of our representative villages, where first we assessed whether the fence was well maintained or not independently. And then we used a range of sociological tools to infer that, okay, in this area, the fence being set up was being sabotaged by people because it was an interference to the livelihood of these people, particularly people who would collect firewood to sell in the village. So they would find it very difficult to, get back in. Once we got this, we created a provisional hypothesis, which was then triangulated and tested further using more tools and more sources, which was then used to build an overarching theory. And this is a diagrammatic representation of what I just spoke about. which is we used these different tools, we got at livelihood interference, which helped us to build theory. And of course, livelihood interference is just one of the variables. It could be replaced by any variable of interest that we find from our studies. And the results. So we found that surprisingly, despite being such a widely used intervention, no one before this had found out that there were 3 potential pathways of maintenance. And in the interest of time, I'll highlight the key findings from each of these. So the first was when the community hires a maintainer from amongst it, whom they pay a small honorarium to ensure that the fence is managed and well maintained. And this would happen if the perceived benefits would outweigh the perceived costs, similar to, I think, what Lisa mentioned in the first talk today. And here we found that in this system of maintenance, the generation of goodwill, the social status that the maintainer would have, which is that sense of, oh, I am doing something really good for my community, was a very salient benefit, as were the payments. However, this system was likely to fail when the maintainers were very high up in the social hierarchy and not accountable. So they would collect the contribution and then not do their job, and there was nobody to hold them accountable. The second part was when the community self-organizes. So they actively come together and say take turns to maintain the fence, which is maybe half an hour every 3 or 4 days, so not much at all, as opposed to the next best alternative, which is everyone keeping watch over their fields the entire night for the entire harvest season. So here, the peace of mind, the sense of safety that people felt because they were enclosed by a well-functioning fence was one of the strongest determinants. However, they fell prey to what is called the sucker effect, was termed the sucker effect by Eleanor Ostrom in 1990, which is where a set of people in the village said, I'm not going to do my duty, others are doing it. And that led to the others feeling very frustrated and feeling like suckers for fulfilling a promise that others were clearly not keeping. So they gave up maintenance altogether and the fence fell into disarray. And here it's vital to note that this happens despite the individual benefits outweighing the cost of maintenance. Otherwise, even just 1 day of keeping watch all night is easily offset by maintaining the fence, once for every half an hour every week. So, yeah. And the last one, which is was very insightful for us, was when the Forest Department, which is the state entity that is responsible for human-wildlife conflict mitigation, when they maintained the fence. In theory, they were meant to do it all along, but in practice, they did it only when they were pressured into doing it from political authorities, or when they had a rent-seeking opportunity, which is when, if they managed conflict by maintaining fences, they could exploit natural resources illegally even more. And very interestingly, when elephants aided enforcement. So what they would do is they would try and restrict elephants out of human areas into patches of forest because the presence of elephants would deter illegal loggers and poachers from entering the forest. So the elephants would essentially do their enforcement job for them. And of course, we found some evidence of a social ecological trap playing itself out, which is where poor maintained fences led to greater breaches by elephants, which led to a lesser perceived benefit, which then fed back into poor maintenance. And similarly, there was a virtuous cycle, where good maintenance, fewer breaches, better benefits, and it feeds back. So I'll skip over this in the interest of time. So interestingly, since the past 2.5 years, we've been applying this on the field, on the ground, and we've found out that identifying the pathway preemptively when we're establishing a fence is critical, because then we're not simultaneously chasing 3 horses. We're looking at what really works. Secondly was to involve all the members, not every member from each household, not just one member from each household, but every member from every household during the initial talks, because this creates a shared context. And then this reduces the chances of the sucker effect playing out, because now people know that others know that they know how the fence works. So that's what really helped. And when there is a social ecological trap taking place, increased maintenance can help make salient the benefits of maintenance. And I'm delighted to inform you that about 3 months ago, the findings from this work were found to be successful and incorporated into policy as well. So that's a big step for us and hopefully will help us reach the scale that it needs to. And yeah, so this is a quote by the lady imaged here in the photograph here, where she says that, now that coexistence at these small scales is possible, because now, as you can see, there's a fence right here separating the 2 elephants drinking water from the village, and they're living fairly well. So just to broadly tie this together, there are 3 pathways that are determined by a host of perceived costs and benefits, similar to most interventions. And more broadly, what I think is really important for us here is that we need a descriptive understanding to inform prescriptive solutions. Like the presentation before me also tried to outlay that, which was very, very interesting and helpful for us. Right, thank you.
Very nice presentation. One short question. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. It was great. I have a question. Who is responsible for the fences in the first place?
So there are 2 large, broad categories into that. One is either the ones that are largely, established by the state. So it's the state government, which is either the agricultural department or the forest department, and the other is local communities, so self-governing bodies. Yep.
Is there any difference between the one that's been structured by the governments and the one that's made by the local villagers,
No,
the way they treat them?
Not technically. Technically, they're identical, and even outcome-wise, it's pretty much the same. So.
Okay, thank you. More questions, I hope, outside at the coffee break. So thank you very much. Very exciting to see what happens. So I'm going to invite our next speaker to find out which bird is the most beautiful. Anna Hanka from Finland, from the Natural History Museum, is going to make another presentation using different conservation tools, and this time an application.
So thanks for welcoming me. I'm Anna Haukka from the Natural History Museum in Helsinki, Finland, and I'm doing my PhD degree at the Luova Doctoral School at the University of Helsinki. We created the Irate Bird Citizen Science project for measuring bird attractiveness of all the bird species in the world. And today I'm going to tell you about what are the things which we see that might drive bird attractiveness to human beings, what kind of application we created to measure the attractiveness of the birds to humans, what data we have now, how we modeled it to create general attractiveness scores for the birds, where the data is available, and potential uses, things that we are doing ourselves and that you might want to use this data set for. There are, depending on the definition, around 11,000 species of birds on this planet, and when we look at them, we see a magnitude of different forms, colors. We see amazing beaks, elegant blackbirds, small, cute, fluffy birds with different colors, rainbow-colored birds, birds that have goofy faces, great claws, or long tails. A lot of different things that might make us like the appearance of them. Or then we might like all of these different types of appearances of the birds, like one of our respondents said, "I love them all, I'm sorry." If we think what a human being sees when they find something attractive, and if we think of all these different looking birds, it might be influenced by the size of the bird, the color of the bird, patterns on the bird, the amounts of the different colors on it, and other morphological features, such as the beak or the crest that might look like funny hair. And there might be, of course, other reasons behind this too. Cultural reasons, stories we have heard. Nowadays in the digital world, there are lots of memes that go around that might portray birds in certain ways to all of us. Or there are popular stories like in the Western world, Harry Potter and the snowy owl Hedwig have been very famous and might have influenced some people's perceptions of snowy owls. But what we wanted to do was to create a general attractiveness score for the birds, regardless of what makes them attractive. So to get that spontaneous, intuitive, do you like this bird or not, and how much do you like it in comparison to the other birds? We created the Irate Birds application with the help from
skilled coders from the Finnish Biodiversity Information Facility that is part of the Natural History Museum. We simply asked people to rate the appearance of the birds on a scale from 1 to 10 hearts. This resembles familiar social media applications, and we thought it's easily usable for a lot of people globally. The application worked on internet browsers, both on computers and on mobile devices. We used photographs that the people could be rating, and the Cornell Lab of Ornithology kindly provided us the access to their Makala library database that has user-submitted photographs for all the birds of the world, if it's just possible. In the database, for instance, for the summer tanager, there are close to 50,000 photos, and the application code was taking the 5 top user-rated photographs for each bird species. And that's how we guaranteed that the photographs shown in the application were all of the best quality available. And also we used around 5 different photos for each bird so that we could dilute the effect of the photograph on the ratings of the bird species. After rating around 10 birds on the application, the users got a prompt to answer a survey. We collected information on their nature and environment relatedness with a few different questions. Also, we collected information on their association and occupation, especially to understand whether or not they are already somehow involved with birds or the environment or nature conservation, for example. And also we asked which country they come from, which year they were born, and what was their gender. So we had basic background demographic information. After answering this survey, the users could choose to continue rating the birds. As you will see, some actually went on to give a lot of different amounts of hearts to a lot of different birds. And also, if someone chose not to answer the survey immediately, they could later on open it up from the application's user interface. We spread this to as wide audiences as we could via collaborators, email lists, press release in Finnish and English. In Finland, we also got to the national radio, and we did get a lot of Finnish respondents via that. And for instance, BirdLife International helped us spread the application via their social media channels globally. Data was collected between August 2020 and April 21. And there's also a Twitter account for this application if you want to give a look at some of the highest rated bird species from there. All in all, we received replies from over 6,000 users who made around 400,000 ratings of individual photographs of the birds. Around 50% of these respondents, and likewise around 50% of the individual ratings, have the survey response, so more detailed information on the users. On average, users rated a total of 66 photographs with a range from 1 to over 3,000 photographs per user. And per taxonomic unit of the birds, we received on average 35 ratings from different users. One thing actually here that I forgot to mention with the application, the order of the bird species shown to the people was randomized, so they all got them in different orders, and they all might have gotten different bird species. For the 16 application languages that our users were using, 43% of the ratings were done by Finnish language users and 19% by English language users. Many of the English language users might have come from other countries than those where English is the main language. And for those users who filled the survey, we know that we have 80 home countries, mainly Finland, Russia, Italy, Japan, and the USA. Ages from 7 to 89, a really nice range of age groups. And we have both nature and environmental professionals and non-professionals, people with birding skills and those who don't have strong birding skills necessarily. And most respondents often engage with nature, but also we had a good share of people who stated that they don't otherwise necessarily engage with nature. And for all the environmental and nature relatedness variables and bird relatedness variables, we have quite a good distribution of different types of people. So we managed to reach out to the general population out from the birding and nature conservation bubble, and we were happy for that. To summarize, we collected the data from the iRate Birds app website. We cleaned it, of course, afterwards and checked that everything was correct there, and we joined the survey responses with the ratings from the application with the user ID. After this, we used the ratings to calculate 3 different attractiveness scores to verify the data. We had the average rating for each bird taxonomic unit. So for over 11,000 taxonomic units, most of them were species, and a bit more than 1,000 were subspecies of birds. On top of that, we modeled the results. We had a full model with all of the around 400,000 ratings of bird photographs. And here, as the confounding factors, we used the photo quality, user language, the photo, because there were several photos per bird species, the species, and the family of the taxonomic unit. On top of this, for the ratings where we had the user survey data available, we changed the user language to home country, which probably gives us more information on where the people are from. And we used the bird year and then the variables for the bird watching skills and nature and environmental relatedness. So we got 3 different kinds of attractiveness scores. We correlated the models with pairwise Pearson's correlations, and we see that they are highly correlated. This means in practice that the full model is reliable. It's correlated with the subset model that had more of the demographic information of the users, and that means that we can say that for the highest rated birds, the same bird species or the same larger taxonomic units show up as rated as highly attractive by people in general. Here are some rough results from the average and dispersion of attractiveness scores per order of birds from the full model. And for instance, to show some of the differences, there's an elegant crested tinamo from the Tinamiformes and the crested quetzal from Trogoniformes, and you can see that the latter order of birds has received a lot higher scores. They are, for instance, more colorful than this brownish Tinamous birds. The database that we are publishing after our publication has gone through review will have the eBird Clements integrated checklist taxonomy, the Macaulay library data on the photographs, and then our user ratings on each photograph, the survey answers that we received, as well as the modeled results for each species and subspecies. In addition, we did consider the fact that for some bird species, they are sexually dichromatic, so the male and the female might look different. And we ran an additional model where we took this sex into account, because we had that for most of the photographs that came from the database. It's going to be openly available. In case you are interested in early access, you can contact us already before. Ourselves, we are using this data to understand which traits of the bird species make them more attractive to us humans. For example, we have a comprehensive database on colors for all the birds, and on top of that, we created data on whether or not they have a crest. We know if they have a long tail or not, and we are putting that together with this to see if there are certain bird traits that make them more attractive. You might want to compare the results to other studies on bird attractiveness. This can be used to understand which bird species traits drive the legal and illegal trade in bird species, or to help in conservation marketing, to understand which birds have flagship potential. Also, might be useful to monitor cultural interest in birds if you find some applications for that. And a similar study could be done on other taxa of species if there is a similar database available on photographs. Thanks for all the co-authors, and we are especially acknowledging the Cornell Lab for allowing access to the photographs, the Finnish Biodiversity Information Facility, and all the people who helped us with creating the application, and funders, of course, as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another dimension, conservation. One very short question. Okay, so all birds are beautiful. No questions. Thank you very much. Huh? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Briefly, could you again explain how did you reach out to those people? How did you get these 6,000 and plus answers from the people? Did you just put it on a website, or did you actively work with NGOs and so?
We had a university website with the press releases. We went to traditional media in Finland, and for the other countries it was mainly social media and email lists that we reached through collaborators. So there might have been email lists of organizations and prompting people to spread the email forward. So mainly digital media.
Thank you very much. I'm always impressed by this type of research and applications. Quite new. So I would like to invite Jose Salgado, and we move to a more global context, and he's going to present new spatial planning tools, so another dimension in conservation science.
Hello. Okay. Thanks you for coming. I'm Jose. I'm going to present you my chapter on my PhD thesis. So, titled "Multi-Action Conservation Planning Across Realms: A Mixed Integer Programming Model Approach." I'm Chilean. I'm working in Solsona, Spain. So this is my last year of my PhD. We all know protected areas are essential for biodiversity conservation. This helps maintain economical process that cannot survive in the most intensely management landscape as escape. But how we decide to select these areas, okay? Now we use a different approach to select these areas. We have a lot of reference to do it, but in essential, the problem is the reserve selection problem in the references. So we use Marsan. I don't know if you know Marsan, and Prioritizer. Marsan use a heuristical approach or algorithms, and Prioritizer use the mathematical programming, exact programming. So the difference between both the last we can know what is the quality of the solutions that we obtain. So, but we know that the trends of about the biological diversity keep dawning. So different authors defend to need to create more realistic mathematical models or approach that improve the decisions about management planning. So one of these approach is incorporate conservation action inside of the planning, conservation planning. Okay, so we have a strategic decision, a tactical decision, where or what we select unit, and where action we do in this unit. Okay, for example, pre-reaction package. We made this package this is now in CRAN. We use this type of decision inside. We use also mathematical programming with exact approach. What's the problem? The problem is the benefit, or all benefit is local. For example, we have a planning unit, is a unit when we use to planning. We have a species inside the unit, threats, and action. We decide about the action to do in different unit planning unit, sorry. But the problem is, or one of the problems is, the benefit is local, it's not spread for the other unit. But in different contexts, like aquatic ecosystems, we know that if we use, or we should take action in some unit, we hope that this action are good in other units near. So we can define decay function like the left function there. So in the x-axis is the distance between two units, I and F. In the other axis is the benefit that is spread of the unit when we take actions. So the objective is to create a mathematical model that optimize the conservation action management considering the benefit spread, and compare the two options, the local and not local benefit. This is the common in the base mathematical model that is present in Marsan or in Pretizer that we use to planning. We have a objective that is minimize the cost in this case, and we have a restriction or constraints. That's the number 2. It's constraints about the how many species we want to incorporate in our reserve or area. We in the next we modeled the multi-action planning, adding the cost to do actions in the objective. In the number 5, when we need to optimize, and in the number 6, we create or define a function that incorporate the spread of the actions or the spread. So how this we can improve this percentage of probability of one species and one unit in concrete. So this is the study case in Tagus River. We have 3 realms: the sea, estuary, and river. Species 129. We split the species distribution because we have species in the sea, and in the estuary. So we have 2 species, and we have threats, 4 threats. And you can see in the illustration how the benefit of the different action is spread on the different directions. Okay, so this is distribution of the species. We can see. For example, in the river headwater, we have more species. For example, this is a distribution of threats, threat 1, the diffuse pollution into waterways. And we have obviously an action that reduces nutrient input into the waterways. We have also more intensity, different intensities. So, and direction is how spread the action. Okay, this is another example of the threat 4. Sorry, it's a bycatch. We have 2 actions for this action benefits different species. For example, the action 2 benefits only the dolphins. Okay, so we have two scenarios. The first one is fully coordinate, when we planning the 3 realms at the same time, and then coordinate planning that we planning for different realms, independent, not the same time. So also next we aggregate the solution in a spatial. This is an example of the solution. We have a target to 50%. The target is a measure of the we can to reduce currently accepted pressure impact of the threat to each species. Target is species dependent. So in this case, this is an example of the solution. What is solution? Okay. In this case, it's not propagation. It means that it's only local. So fully coordinate and uncoordinate is the same solution. But when take propagation, we have a different solution where near to is similar, but it's not equal. So where is different? Near to estuary. Here we can see here how the action chain, when we incorporate, spread inside of the model, mathematical model. Here we can see the solution, but in a numeric solution. So the points are the species. Some species is upper of the 50%. This is the target. And another species, for example, in the first row, we have 0%. It's because this species is not threatened because we no incorporate propagation. So, for example, in the sea, we have a species with not have a threats in the same unit. Okay, but when incorporate propagation, we can see how the species is in the same unit with the threat, because the threat is propagation between or from the other realms, for example, rivers or estuary. In this case, in concrete, the estuary, we don't have threats. Okay, it's because the data. So we can see, for example, in the second round that the first one box in the sea is interesting for me. It's the more interesting because when see the coordinate one, we see how we'll achieve all targets. But when use an uncoordinated model, we have a species that we not achieve the target. So the conclusion, we have to create a mathematical model to plan conservation planning that incorporate the spread of the benefits. We know that we have a difference between the models and solution, obviously. This type of methodologies could help to take decisions when we working with a more interconnectivity in a ecosystem, like an aquatic ecosystem. So thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Always, this is a topical issue, conservation planning. We are a little ahead of time, but one very short question by people, our audience. On its mathematical equations, there is nowhere. There is never a question.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But it is a very important issue, especially now that we have also new plannings in the European Union. So I have to invite our next presenter. I don't know if I spelled the name very well. Minh Xuan Trong. It's okay. Okay, everybody understands. Citizen science, and we are going to talk about artificial intelligence algorithm.
Thank you. Hello everyone, thank you for having me. Thank you for the very nice presentations before. I'm Minh Xuan Trong. I'm a postdoc at the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences. And the research I'm going to present today is part of a European project called EnviroCitizen, which is an H2020 project about environmental citizenship, birdwatching, and citizen sciences. The research I'm going to present to you today is about the use of digital platforms in this program. Because, as we all know, the world in which we live is living an increasingly technology-mediated experience in every part of our lives, from our daily organization to our hobbies. So, and even the relationship we have with nature and the interactions we have with nature are impacted by that. And the naturalist world also is impacted by that. With the rise of digital naturalist guides, for example, active identification, citizen science apps, some AI-driven identification apps. You can also live virtual experiences of nature in virtual environments and video games, for example, and you can find a lot of nature pictures and videos on social media. The part which will interest me today is the part about AI-driven automated identification in citizen sciences. Yeah, citizen sciences, as I think everybody know, are public participation and collaboration in scientific research. Scientific have a question, and they ask participants to do some protocols to get some data from it. And a lot of biodiversity monitoring programs are now using apps to get that kind of data, to get people to do protocols or to get people to enter data in databases. And it's even more important now with the rise of the smartphones and the development of automated identification tools and even more and more efficient algorithm. So the question behind this study was, what about the experience of the participants using that kind of app? Do they learn something from it? Is it still a naturalist experience? Is it an experience of nature? That's what we wanted to do starting this study. So basically, the question is, do they live an experience which is comparable to a traditional naturalist experience, only by yourself and in the forest, for example? Or is it comparable in some ways, or is it something totally new or totally different? So it was a qualitative study, so I'm sorry it will be a very wordy PowerPoint, but I will try to make it interesting. We made some interviews with some scientists behind some citizen science programs and citizen science AI-driven apps. We asked them by emails if they wanted to be part of this study, and we had some preparatory interviews, and then we had 15 interviews. Some of them are still planned, so it's still an ongoing research. The interview guide was about the citizen science program by itself, how it was designed, what was the question behind it, about the use of automated species identification tools. Some of the programs we asked about use that kind of tools, some of them are not. And the third part was about the participant experience taking part in this program. And the results we had about it are quite two-sided. Some are quite positive about the use of AI, some are not. When we asked them about why using automated species identification tools, a very strong answer we had was it was the program was built around it because it's a more efficient tool we have now to get some data about identification, data about species. Some of them were because it allows alternative activities for the participants. For example, it allows some data exploration. It allows the participants to exchange about their data, to do some comments on other identification, for example. And some of them told us it was because it was expected, as it was timely to use that kind of tool in their apps, as the participants would be not happy if that kind of tool were not available to do this kind of project. When we ask them if the participants learn from it, some say it's a starting point, because when you start botany, for example, and you get the name of the plant, then you can, for example, learn about the ecology of the plant, about the use you can have of the plant, about everything related to it. So a very good image I had is the identification app is a key. It's a key for a log, and the identification is this log. Once you know how to identify, once you get the name of the plant, then you have access to a lot more information. But for some of them, it was not really a way to learn from it, because the algorithms are, as they are done now for them, don't give enough information. It won't say, for example, it was this plant because the leaf is stood that way, or it was a robin because it looks that way, or the song is that way. And a very strong answer we had is the algorithm for now only gives a name, and that's not enough. Another question we asked them is it still a naturalist experience? And for some of them, it's not, because for some of them, doing a naturalist experience is being totally present in the moment. And for others, it allows people to live a naturalist experience because it allows them to discover about the natural environment they're into. And finally, when we ask them about the experience, the user or the participant experience, it's interesting because none of this program were built around users' experience. They were built around some scientific questions. They were specifically built to answer a question and to get data about biodiversity, but not to give people a nature experience or to give people a naturalist experience. So some of them just stick to it and say, okay, we had a question, that's what we want, so we get feedback from the users, but still the scientific question is the more important. But a lot of them also say that getting this feedback from the users is a very rich information they get, and they can start modeling their program differently and to give people some other experiences. And some of them go even further and study the different communities created in their users, and they see that you can have some specialization in the users, in the participants. Some of them will do data collection, but some of them will also do and specialize in commenting or in making feedback to the scientists, and that was not expected from them. So we found that there are very different paths in the importance given to the AI and the automated identification as a tool, that the design of the participant experience was almost not in the first part of the project, and that the importance given to the participant individual empowerment was not at first in the mind of the people we interrogated. So what we could do now is investigating the participant side of this program about their environmental knowledge, about the pro-environmental behavior they could take from this, and do we consider that kind of citizen science as an experience of nature? And finally, maybe we should think about thinking more about the citizen in this kind of citizen sciences. Thank you for your attention. I've been quite short.
Thank you very much. You were very quick. Okay. Any question? Please.
Thank you for that really interesting talk. I was wondering, did you also compare the retention of the information between the participants that had the naturalist way and the people using the apps? Because I could imagine if you have an app telling you, oh, this is this, you go like, oh, okay. And then you see the next time, go like, okay, ask Africa. Did you see a difference there?
Thank you for the question. Actually, that could be the next step for this study because we only asked the scientists behind the apps, but I also want to do some interviews or to do some questionnaires with some users, so that will definitely part of it. But I don't have this information yet.
Yes, please. Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Minsun. So again, I want to talk about this scientist you interview, how old they were. Does old people, young people, because I wonder if the age could have an effect. Younger people are more into this technology world and they can interact with nature through a lens.
Yeah, I have quite a large range of scientists. Some of them you know, Asaf, but yeah, the age range is quite large. I've got quite young scientists, so the more tool-oriented, the more AI-oriented would be the youngest, I would say.
And one more question.
Hi, nice presentation. I wanted to ask, what do you think that is there a need for scientists to also collaborate with the programmers, or the other way around, the programmers collaborate with scientists to make apps maybe more user-friendly, of course, but also like more knowledgeable and actual, brief ideas about, for example, plants identification and things like that?
Thank you for your question. I don't know of a program that would have been built that way, but that would be super interesting. Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, but it would be super nice. But it's true that these programs are built around this tool for the moment, but the philosophy behind it would have to be quite different, I would say, taking account of the experience at the scientific question at the same time, and to keep this efficiency in identifying the species. So it would be quite challenging, I think, but it would involve much more people than it's already the case, I would say.
Any other question?
Maybe one question. So I think like gaming involves billions of people. I don't know exactly the number, but any idea how to involve that?
You shouldn't start me on gaming, but yeah, that's true, and that's part of another part. That's another part of my research, the gaming part of it, and the gamification also would be very interesting to transpose, for example, from video game to that kind of apps. All the challenges associated with the gamification, and some apps try to do that. For example, Seek by iNaturalist try to integrate some challenges for their participants to keep them, but it's not the main motivation. You know, it's like you have to do that kind of task and that kind of task to get some points and to get but that's not the point yet, I think. But yeah, definitely some things from video gaming would be interesting, and same for video game. Same for video gaming, integrating some environmental messages or biodiversity-related messages in video games could also be super interesting. But there are quite nice studies coming out about that.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to close with a small comment. Yes, no, it's not to discuss, just because we have one more minute before the next one. That for the first time this year, when I was making field ecology, that students, they had to be out. And before they were looking to me as a god because I knew the birds. They would try to learn it. Now they had discovered bird eye and they were out to say, okay, this is the species. Because they had the automatic identification, and this is a challenge also, how to use these excellent technologies, but in the way not to have an easy life, okay? But to be more engaged. So thank you very much. I would like to invite our next speaker, Nijan Dan Rakedzan. Hope I expressed it well, from Israel. So we stay again in the experience, and we're going to talk about the extinction of experience in our human race.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Hi. I'm Itzan, and I'm too short for this booth, so I have this. I will talk about the planning for the experience of nature in protected areas. So, human appropriation of natural resources has led to an unprecedented biodiversity crisis that conservation efforts are not imagined to contain. Human activity is the main driver for this crisis. Therefore, the solution to it is largely dependent on the way we will behave in the future. The global processes that threaten biodiversity, such as urbanism, also separate people from the experience of nature. This process was called Extinction of Experience by the writer Robert Pyle. Extinction of experience indicated the majority of the world's population live in cities these days and less exposed to nature. A study by Soga and Gaston showed that in Japan in 2009, only 40% of the children catch an insect. 40% of the children never catch an insect, and over 70% of them never climb a mountain. In the US, we see a similar phenomenon. Between the years 1997 to 2003, children spent less and less time outside. In 2003, children spent only 25 minutes a whole week outdoors. An extinction of experience is represented in all our life fields. A study that tested Disney movies from the 30s to 2010 showed that the natural setting is less present in the movies. Also, the number of species, animal species is reduced over time. Even when we watch television, we see more urban views and then less nature. As extinction of experience represents a major concern, this interaction with nature has benefits for both humans and nature. For humans, the interaction with nature delivers measurable benefits on the physical and mental health. For nature, if people are not connected to nature, they will be indifferent to nature, and they do not want to conserve it. And studies that test how to cope with the extinction of experience that were conducted in our lab and in Mile Richardson's lab show that not the quantity of the experience is the only thing that is important, also the quality of the experience. What do you do in the time? What do you see? What do you smell? To connect to nature, we need moments, not minutes. So where can we have quality and meaningful experience of nature? Where can we create those moments with nature? Where we can find nature in its best, in protected areas, nature reserve, national park, wilderness areas. In protected areas, we have rich biodiversity, spectacular landscape, and cultural values. So this is an ideal place to have nature connection. But connection to nature is not necessarily going with nature conservation, because people often harm nature. This is why, to date, most studies explore how design of protected areas can conserve nature from humans, and not on ways to connect visitors to nature. And this is the goal of my thesis, to understand how design of protected areas can enhance the experience of nature, to help cope with the extinction of experience. In the first chapter, we focus on the discourse of the experience of nature, how the experience of nature takes part in the planning and management discourse of protected areas. In the second chapter, we focus on the visitors, how visitors in protected areas experience the nature. Today, I will focus just on the first part, the experience of nature discourse. I will present two themes, the planning and management of nature reserve in Israel and the approach toward the visitors. Through these themes, we can learn about the experience of nature in protected areas. So, our case study is nature reserve in Israel that have waterscapes, a lake, a river, or a swamp. Waters seem to have a special power attraction, especially in Israel, where the presence of water is quite rare. Waterscapes attract visitors. In the same time, waterscapes are ecologically sensitive areas, hotspots. So the conflict between conservation and development is very strong in those protected areas. And we focus only on the areas of the nature reserve that are open for the public and accessible for the visitors, not all the area of the reserve. We analyzed 12 nature reserves in Israel that are in the north, center, and south of Israel. And I would like to present you the type of waterscapes we have in Israel. We have waterfalls, we have lakes and streams where you can just observe the water and not go inside. We have pools, you can go inside and swim in the waters. And we have rivers, you can go inside the river, inside the stream, feel the water. Our research methods are plain document analysis. Documents such as plans, sections, photos, and sketch were collected from the landscape architect, and everything that was designed for the visitors in the nature reserve was collected and analyzed. And semi-structured interviews. We interviewed 12 managers of the selected nature reserve and 5 landscape architects. There are less architects interviewed since landscape architects often design several nature reserves in the same time. In the interviews, we inquire about the goals of the protected area, the attitude toward the visitors, the design selected for each site, and so on. All the interviews are automatically coded and analyzed in the Atlas TI software. So we'll start with the first result, the planning process of nature reserve in Israel. We discovered that the planning process of nature reserve involves a wide range of professionals, such as ecologists, archaeologists, and landscape architects. And also the management staff, different administrators in the Israeli Nature and Parks Authority, and the manager of the nature reserve. The landscape architects are hired mostly in large-scale development projects that depend on priority and budget. The chosen landscape architect will advise additional development issues for many years to come, at least in theory. The managers of the reserve follow the landscape architect guidelines, but also design areas according to practical needs and deep understanding of the land. The interview revealed several cases in which the managers changed the architectural design due to a safety problem. For example, in the Snare Nature Reserve, there were once the architects planned water going on these rocks, and so on the ground level, but some of the visitors fell or stumbled on the wet rocks. So the manager lowered the water to this area and put small bridges you can cross. This way, the manager created a distance between the visitors and the water, and you cannot see the water until you go near the area. In all of these cases, the managers provide local and quick solutions that create a distance between the visitors and nature. In the second result, we'll talk about the approach toward the visitors. We will focus now on the manager's point of view. The managers tell us that the visitors justify the existence of the reserve and that they pay money, which is important both for conservation and development on the site. From now on, you can see how often each topic was repeated by this gradient of gray. As you can see, the managers don't see connection to nature as a benefit, not for the visitors and not for the nature reserve. The managers also reflect the difficulties they have with the visitors. The visitors fed animals, left trash behind. Just by coming to the reserve, they interrupt nature. The managers also share how they cope with those difficulties. We divided them to management and design means. The management means include supervisors that walk the path with the visitors and tell them out if something is wrong, if they harm nature. And they put barriers that keep visitors away from sensitive areas. Some of the design means include dispersing visitors to sitting areas and a wading pool. It's a good solution, you can say. It's a designed pool that uses the spring or stream natural water, and visitors are free to enter it instead of going to the stream or the more ecologically sensitive areas in the reserve. And now we'll talk about the landscape architect approach. The landscape architect share the benefits that people get from coming to the reserve. If the visitors can connect to nature, they can disconnect from our urban, busy daily lifestyle, and just healthy for them to come to the reserve. The landscape architects also share how they design specifically nature reserve to create this connection to nature. I will show some of the designer principles to this path in engaging nature reserve. The path is simple, reflecting the model design. You can see the architect design with natural character. Everything you see is man-made and planned, but also it's very naturally. And you see the path of the material that's used for the path is emphasizing the desert, emphasize the colors of the desert. The difficulties the architecture is just the overcrowding. When there is overcrowding of visitors in the nature reserve, they harm nature. So they share how they design means to deal with this overcrowding. And this is create small and very clear areas, and to put signs that said the visitor what they cannot do and where they cannot be. As you can see, most of these means create a separation between the visitors and their surroundings. So, in conclusion, little attention is given to the visitor's experience of nature, even in the areas of the nature reserve that are open for the public. So it is possible that also protected areas contribute to the extinction of experience which is ironic as the public visit them to experience the most rich and diverse experience of nature. We need to think differently about planning and management of protected areas. Even a design of a railing can make a huge difference and create openness instead of blocking. And when we talk about bigger elements, the nature of the design is even more crucial. There are some local examples, such as census trails, which is a good way to allow visitors to experience nature without harming it. There may be a hanging trail that enables visitors to be close to the rushing water, or the wading pool that we talked about that enables visitors to touch the water and feel the water without harming nature. The next step of the research is the visitors. We already, to understand what are the components of the experience of nature, we use conceptual context cognitive map, also known as 3CM model. We started this part a few months ago, where we already interviewed over 80 participants from 3 countries. The preliminary results show that people look for experience of nature as a sense of belonging, have a challenge to feel colors, but also to feel danger, insects, and sounds. So, by exploring the visitors' experience of nature in protected areas, we can reveal safe and practical tools that allow for experience of nature instead of separation between nature and the visitors. Such knowledge is very much needed to help cope with the extinction of experience, to improve individual health and well-being, and supporting biodiversity conservation, which is the reason we are all here in this conference. So thank you for listening, and I will be happy to elaborate more and speak with the researchers that are working on similar projects.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Questions? Please, Per.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. I was reflecting on the importance of guidance, to have guides, and to combine that with education of the visitors of the... what do you think would happen if you introduced more of this aspect of having guides that also helped to both guide and educate the visitors to the protected areas, for instance?
So thank you. It's a really interesting question. We didn't explore the visitors yet, but this is definitely the next step of the research. But a lot of research that did focus on the experience of nature, they talk about that in order to connect to nature, we need to experience it, to feel it, to see it, to smell it, and not just knowing it. The knowing of nature will not necessarily will connect you to nature, but more the experience of nature. So it's really important. It's really interesting, and we'll check it.
Thanks for a really interesting talk. I kind of building on the same question. Nature connection has got many dimensions, right? So one of the pathways that we know for nature connection is also through a sense of kind of cultural connection and art. So I was wondering if that was present at all in the comments by any of, either the managers or the architects on, for instance, you put a plaque that isn't actually there to guide, but for example, with a poem that is relevant for this area to sort of highlight the cultural connections, and that it's been shown in some areas that gives, a heightened sense of connection, for example, to landscape. So I wonder if that was present in your results.
I can say that from the 12 managers that I interviewed, one manager did speak about it, and he also have like a statue of a singing tree that is talking with the visitors and explaining about the place. And it's really interesting to go to the same nature reserve in the next part of my research and see what the visitors experience from it.
Thank you so much. That was very, very interesting. Someone who enjoys visiting nature reserves myself, I wonder what were the main reasons for restriction within the nature reserves? Is it lack of capacity from the nature reserve? Is it because they are sensitive areas, or why was access restricted initially? or is currently restricted to certain areas. I don't know if I missed that in your talk, but I was just wondering what are the actual reasons why there's the limiting factors to experiencing the whole nature reserve?
Thank you. It's a really interesting question, and I think that the name of the nature reserve, of the protected areas, is to protect, to reserve. So the managers and the landscape architect, they see it as the first goal, and they not see that we need to experience nature and to create this experience of nature even in the areas of the nature reserve that are open, because this is just a small part of the reserve, to have this circle of experience of nature, connected to nature, conservation. And also this conservation is what they want, but it's just another path to conservation from their regular one, I guess.
Okay, we have one more. Your subject is very hot. It doesn't include mathematical equations. That's why you have many questions.
Do you have any idea on how a similar topic might look like in other countries? Are there studies? Because when I was in Israel, I found it quite impressive how much it is, I won't say enforced, but how much people are motivated to go in the nature reserves. And like, for example, the tour guides, I mean, that doesn't even exist in that quantity in Germany, for example. Like, I mean, the whole experience already seems very inclusive from my perspective in comparison to other countries. Do you know, is that just my impression, or?
Sorry, do you ask if the visitors in Israel are less enthusiastic? I didn't quite understand.
No, I mean, I'm asking if these strategies from the planners, are they similar in other countries? I mean, like, are the concerns similar? Is it transferable?
So this part of the research is conducted just in Israel, but we do, I'm inspired, I hope I will go to other protected areas, maybe in Europe, and spoke with managers and planners in those protected areas, because I do think it's different, and we did, you see, the visitors, we do check and see if the visitors from other cross-cultural comparison of the visitors, and I hope I will go to protected areas overseas and see if they have the same. But studies, I didn't find studies that test this area, this subject, or in other
okay, so countries. I need to follow you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
We're going to proceed to our last speaker. So from in situ conservation, we go to ex situ conservation from Rike. Okay, better he spells his surname. Her surname, even from Denmark.
Yeah.
This I can spell.
Yeah, and even though my badge tells that I'm from the United States, I think my name will tell you that I'm not. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And hello, I am a research statistician from the University of Southern Denmark and Species 360. And I will present for you one of the approaches that we use to combine data science and conservation biology in order to hopefully change policy. And the mission of Species 360 is really to have international collaboration and to share data to make sure that we actually make a difference for the wildlife. And SIMS, for those of you that are not aware of that, is the database that Species 360 manage on animals under human care. And currently we have more than 21,000 species and more than 10 million individuals recorded in SIMS, which creates this huge database with huge amount of data that we are able to make analysis based on. And in the Conservation Science Alliance, which is the science part of Species 360, we have three main focus areas, which is both to support animal care, to support conservation, and like, again, the evidence-based, because we are really data-driven, so everything we do is related to data, and you will see that I have no cute animal pictures. But for this presentation, I will focus on the evidence-based conservation policy, and in this case, I will focus on one of the international conventions that we are collaborating with in order to support them with data, so the people that actually make the political decisions will receive the data that they need to make these decisions. And in this case, it's CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. And in this decision that I've listed here, they are focusing on marine ornamental fish. They are as well focusing on sharks and rays. But besides that, they mainly mention the marine fishes here. We chose to include the freshwater fishes as well, because 50,000 species wasn't enough for us. So we needed to make sure that we got as many species as possible. So one of the initiatives is the Species Knowledge Initiative, in which we collect all the data that we are capable of finding. And then we put all of this into one big database, and we share that with whoever wants to use it, and we use it ourselves, of course. And one of the questions that we have asked is, for which species do we have evidence of international trade? And you see on this map that we have many different layers. So I will present different of these layers, I will explain later, but one of them will be which are in the international trade, which are in zoos and aquariums, and how are the threat status of these species. So what we did is that we collected data and divided it into these different overall groups related to the human use, the extinction risk, the international legislation, the management opportunities, and the biological information, which means that the data that we collect and standardize will be hopefully useful for all of you as well, because you can use it to whatever you want to actually study. And in this case, we standardize all the databases to the GBIF taxonomy to make sure that all of these databases were comparable. And we as well use data that we just been listening to for citizen science, for instance, on species abundance and occurrences globally. And in this presentation, I will focus on the human use, which will be the international trade layer, and the extinction risk, which will be their threat status in the wild, that layer. And for the management opportunities, I will focus on their representation in zoos and aquariums. So the challenge is, of course, that we choose to include all fish classes, which then encompasses more than 40,000 species when we include both the bony and the cartilaginous fishes. But in this presentation, I will limit it a bit to the bony fishes and the sharks and rays, which are the elasmobranchs. So first of all, I want to give you the big overview of which species do we have in aquariums and how many individuals do we actually have. So in this plot, you actually see all of the 41,820 known fish species. And these really big squares represent the order, which means that this plot is divided into the taxonomy. And then each little square represents one species. So in this plot, for instance, all the white are species that are not and have never been represented in the aquariums. And this is data going back to 1980s. So all the species with a color indicate the IUCN Red List threat status of the species. So in total, in this plot, we have 5,250 species that have been represented in aquariums since the 80s. And this gives you a really good overview of which species we prefer, which are possible to keep, and as well how threatened they are. But how many individuals do we actually keep in aquariums? And on this map, or this plot, you see the 745 species with at least 50 individuals in zoos and aquariums. And it's all zoos and aquariums together that are members of Species 360. So each bubble represents one species, and the size of the bubble is proportional to the population size in SIMS. And then the color indicates the IUCN Red List threat status of the species. So it really gives you an overview of how many threatened species which are mainly those in the middle, how many data deficient species do we have, and how many non-evaluated species do we have in zoos. This is important because the data deficient species are species that we do not have enough data to be able to even assess how threatened they are, and the non-evaluated species have not even been evaluated by the IUCN Red List, so it as well gives an overview of the potential of aquariums because they are able to give us some of this biological data that might be missing to be able to assess them. Like when do they get sexual mature, how much offspring do they get, are they actually egg laying, or all these sort of, kind of life history traits. So now we add an extra layer to that because first of all, I want to show you how many fishes we found in the international trade, and then show you how many of these are represented in aquariums. And we actually found evidence of international trade in 30.5% of the marine teleosts and 80% of the freshwater teleosts, and almost 33% of sharks and rays. We found evidence of international trade in the databases that we have used. But how are they represented in aquariums? And I think it's really interesting that almost half of the international traded marine teleosts are represented in aquariums. And 1/3 of the freshwater teleosts and sharks and rays are actually as well represented in aquariums. And on this map, I've divided it into these 3 groups, so you're able to see the threat status of the international traded species that are represented in aquariums. And here you are as well able to see how many threatened species we have, how many non-evaluated species we have, and how many data deficient species we have, which is really important to add these layers together because we know that these species are already highly threatened by the international trade, and some of them are data deficient. So the potential of zoos is really huge because they might be able to see how threatened are these species actually. Hopefully this data will be really helpful for the IUCN Red List as well. And to go back to the actual numbers, because I really like numbers. I will show you all of them. We found that 40% of the freshwater fishes that were internationally traded are actually as well categorized as threatened by the IUCN Red List, and 30% of the international traded freshwater teleosts were evaluated as data deficient or non-evaluated, which I think is a huge amount. For the marine fishes, the numbers are quite lower, and then we found that 50% of the sharks and rays that are internationally traded that are represented in aquariums are actually threatened. So this is one approach to really combine different kind of data. And the reason why I really highlight the data deficient species and the non-evaluated is as well that these species are really important for biobanking, for genetic rescue, for reintroduction, like insurance populations, and again to collect the data on life history traits, or as well to gain information about if captive breeding is actually possible, because the CITES Convention is as well really interested to know if laundering is going on, so they are really interested to know which species are actually possible for humans to breed. So this is one interdisciplinary approach to use data as evidence-based conservation policy, and we found evidence of trade in 60% of all the fish species, of which almost 40% were represented in aquariums, which I really think highlights their potential, again, on life history traits and other kinds of biological data. And all of this data will be published, publicly available in case you want to use some of it. As you are always welcome to contact us. We are really open to collaborate on whatever you might be interested in. And we are really planning to make this really huge tree map that I showed you with all of the species interactive, which means that it will be able to click on a specific species and then get all the data that we have found for this specific species, or you will be able to identify which groups of fish or which families of fish you should spend your conservation money on, because we are able to show these knowledge gaps where we need to do more research. Yeah. And if you want to talk more about specific fishes, both me and Jacqueline will be more than happy to talk about fishes. But we are not expert in specific fish species, which is why we are so interested in getting to know some experts who actually know about these species, because we just collecting all the data and we have the global overview, but we don't know the exact detail of these species. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rike. So a huge platform and a huge work, a nice tool you have produced. Any question before the coffee break? Or you want to dive to coffee now, perhaps?
This is the hardcore audience.
Yes, I think, okay. I would like just to thank you all for your very nice presentation. And I would like just to say that today we had presentations from different places, people that work from Scandinavia to Spain to India. I mean, it's a very various and many different conservation tools that people presented here, our presenters, from fences to mobile applications to artificial intelligence, to how to use and create huge platforms, and how to design research with algorithms. And all these are conservation tools of great importance. And I would like just to stick for you to think that another important dimension is values and perceptions of people. This is what it was quite largely exposed here. And perhaps this is the challenge we have to face as a society in the next decades, because the values are the number one thing to meet the challenge of our biodiversity crisis. So thank you very much. And of course, our people there will be outside for more discussion with you. Thank you.
Okay, hey everyone. And thank you so much for coming to this symposium. It's arranged by the Working Group on Impact Evaluation, so we're one of the smaller and rather new provisional status working groups of the Society for Conservation Biology. And I don't want to take up too much time, but we will return to that after all the really great talks we have today, and then I will do a little bit more of explanation about what we are trying to achieve with this new working group. But first, I would like to introduce Katie Devenish as the first speaker of our symposium. And Katie will be speaking about evaluating the effectiveness of a biodiversity offset, I think one of the first of its kind. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right, well, thank you everyone for coming. Lots of people, so that's really great. So today I'm going to be briefly outlining a study I published alongside Julia Jones, Simon Wilcock and Sébastien Despereaux, using counterfactual approaches to evaluate the effectiveness of a flagship biodiversity offset policy that associated with the Ambativi mine in Madagascar. So, very briefly, Ambativi is a very large nickel and cobalt mine located in the eastern rainforests of Madagascar. It's one of the largest lateritic nickel mines in the world, and it was the largest ever commercial investment in Madagascar. So it's estimated to cost around $8 billion, and it's also a really significant source of fiscal income. And in 2018, it contributed approximately $50 million US, so it's huge, right? Now, to access the nickel and the cobalt deposits and to move the slurry to the coast for processing, the mine had to clear approximately 2,064 hectares of forest, and this was after avoidance and minimization measures had been employed as part of the mitigation hierarchy. This is very important forest for biodiversity. It's home to critically endangered species of lemur and frog, and some of them have very restricted ranges. It's also at the southern end of a protected area. Now, aware of the reputational risks that such a project might bring, Ambativi positioned itself as a world leader in sustainable mining and committed to uphold the highest standards of environmental and social responsibility and protection. And as such, it committed to offset these losses to achieve no net loss of biodiversity. And that was through implementation of the mitigation hierarchy and biodiversity offsetting. So very briefly, for those who aren't aware, the mitigation hierarchy is a key policy instrument for mitigating the impacts of infrastructure development on biodiversity, and it's been implemented globally. And this, Ambativi's mitigation and offset strategy, was really high profile. It was kind of a flagship project, really. And they were a pilot project for the Business and Biodiversity Offset Partnership, which went on to set standards that have been used by loads of other projects and applied globally. So Ambativi's offset strategy is based on averted loss. It aims to compensate for the forest, for the biodiversity lost at the mine site by preventing an equivalent amount of loss from deforestation within 4 biodiversity offset sites, which you can see on the map. So 3 of the offsets cluster around the mine site, but the flagship offset, which is called Ankerina, shown in orange, is located about 70 kilometers to the northeast. And the principal driver of deforestation in the study area is clearance for shifting agriculture, and this is what Ambativi aimed to reduce within the offsets. And this is what you can see in the picture here. So we wanted to find out whether this policy had worked. So we used counterfactual approaches to determine whether Ambativi had managed to prevent enough deforestation from occurring within these offset sites to compensate for the forest, for the biodiversity lost at the mine sites. So first, we took a sample of pixels from each of our offsets and from the wider forested landscape outside of protected areas. Then we used statistical matching to match pixels from each offset to pixels from the wider forested landscape that have similar exposure to drivers of deforestation. And a number of factors predict deforestation in the study area, particularly accessibility, suitability for agriculture, and demand. So the first, we matched on factors that, we matched on variables that try to capture for these factors, right? And so the first 5 variables you can see there, they form our core set of variables that we used in our main matching specification. Then we also included an additional 5 that we tested the effect of including these in our model in a series of robustness checks that we ran. And I'll talk more about that later. So once we had our matched treated and control samples, we used simple difference in differences regressions for each offset and its matched control to compare the change in average outcomes before and after the intervention between the offset and its matched control sample, and then consequently infer the impact of protection. So for those that aren't familiar, basically difference in differences regressions is based on the idea that in the absence of the intervention, whatever intervention it might be, the treated sample would experience the same change in average outcomes over the before and after period as the control sample, and then this is the counterfactual. And then the difference between the counterfactual, which is that red dotted line, and the observed average is the impact of the intervention. And then we took the treatment effect from our models and used that to estimate like the hectares of deforestation which had been avoided. And then secondly, we ran a second analysis in which we pulled the data for all 4 of the biodiversity offsets and their matched controls, and we ran a fixed effects panel regression on that. And that was to obtain an estimate of the overall impact of protection across all 4 biodiversity offsets. So what did we find? Well, we found that by January 2020, the mine had already avoided a really significant amount of deforestation. And in the flagship offset, this equated to 1,922 hectares of avoided deforestation. In a second offset, we still found significant reductions, but only of 26 hectares. And this is all compared to what we estimate would have happened if there hadn't been any protection, right? The third offset you can see shown in blue, we didn't find any significant effect, so it wasn't really effective at offsetting forest loss. And the fourth, we couldn't assess individually because it didn't meet one of the key assumptions of this method, which is parallel trends. Now, in our second analysis, in which we combine the data for all 4 offsets in a single regression, the fixed effects panel regression, we estimate that 1,644 hectares of deforestation was avoided, and this equates to about 79% of the forest that was lost at the mine site. And this was by January 2020. And we estimate that if this annual rate continued, the mine would have achieved no net loss of forest by the end of last year, so the end of 2021. Okay, so there are loads of arbitrary choices involved in the process of statistical matching, and we wanted to make sure that our results weren't an artifact of the single set of choices that we made, right? And these choices are things like which covariates to include, the statistical measure of distance, the size of the calipers, all sorts of things. So we ran 116 alternative models using different specifications and plotted the resulting treatment effect. And here you can see the results for the flagship offset, Ankarana. For our main specification, which we selected beforehand, is shown in black. And you can see that the results from all of these different specifications are pretty similar, right? And the results from all of the valid models all show a significant reduction in deforestation of a similar amount. So that was really good and really reassuring. And basically doing this exercise, exploring all of these different model specifications, gave us a lot of confidence that our results were robust. And I would encourage anyone thinking of using statistical matching methods to explore the effect of your modeling choices on your results. So going back to our main results, we compared our estimates of avoided deforestation to the results from 136 other forest conservation interventions, and we found that Ambativi's biodiversity offsets are more effective at reducing deforestation than 97% of these other interventions, and all bar one of the other protected area interventions. So it's, yeah, pretty good. However, there are super important caveats to these results that can't be ignored. So firstly, we used forest, and forest is not the same as biodiversity, which is why I kept getting tongue-tied a bit earlier on. So we use forest as an imperfect proxy for biodiversity, and this is because, firstly, our analysis was conducted completely independently of the mine, so we couldn't use any of their data. And secondly, even if we could, the data available wasn't at the right spatial and temporal resolution to do this sort of analysis. Secondly, effective forest conservation means costs falling on the poorest. And this is because, like any conservation intervention, they restrict access to resources for local people. And whilst the mine was aware of this and invested in promoting alternative income-generating activities within the offsets, local people reported that it wasn't enough to compensate for the costs. Thirdly, no net loss doesn't mean no loss of biodiversity. And this is super important, but I don't really have time to talk about it now, so maybe we can talk about it later. And finally, and this is a really important point to emphasize, this is a flagship project with huge investment of money and time. And when I say huge, I mean like millions of dollars. And also the mine kind of invested a lot of time and care into the planning process. So this definitely does not mean that all offsets will be successful, and it's not a green light for unrestricted infrastructure development anywhere. Rather, I hope that our results emphasize that given the amount of resources you need to make it work, more effort should be spent on avoidance and minimization of impacts. Okay, that's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Katie. And now I open the floor for questions to Katie. And just raise your arm, and there will be people here who will give you a mic. Heini there in the middle.
Thank you. Really great talk, really exciting results. I was just wondering whether you also, and sorry if I missed this, but did you also account for leakage?
Oh, so, yes. Thanks for asking that. Yeah, we did. So we repeated the analysis using pixels taken from a 10-kilometer buffer zone around each offset, with the idea being that if deforestation in that buffer zone was higher than in the matched control, then and it coincided with the timing of protection, then yes, there could have been some leakage, and we didn't find any. So yes, we tested, and no, we didn't find any.
Thank you so much. More questions?
Yeah, super fascinating. And I was wondering, are you planning on doing this for example, primates? Like, you said you measured now forest loss, but are you planning on applying this to other biodiversity values, like primates, for example, which are so iconic for this region?
So do you mean like for a specific group of species?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not planning on doing it, but You could. I guess the limitation is always the quality of the biodiversity data, isn't it? And whilst you could use the IUCN species ranges, well, no, you couldn't because you need repeated measurements over time. So if the data was there, you definitely could. It's just whether it exists or not. And I don't know, but I think probably not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I think sadly we will have to cut here, but do stay around because the last 50 minutes are allocated for open discussion. So let's give Katie a big round of applause, and at the same time I invite Julia up to the stage. And Julia will be speaking, giving a talk around protected areas have a mixed impact on waterbirds, but management helps.
Me? No? Maybe I won't bother. Okay. There you go. Well, we'll see how that works. Does that work okay? Great. Okay, so I think I'm just going to hold it. So actually, following on from that question, where you asked about impact evaluation and whether that kind of study that Katie presented could be done on species populations, I'm going to present one where we have tried to do that, but it's at a very different scale, and I agree with Katie's interpretation that the kind of data that you'd need to do what she did on species would be very difficult. So I'm going to present a study looking at the impact of global protected areas on waterbird populations, and then, because we're an audience of people interested in impact evaluation methods and advancing the field, I'm going to end with a few kind of thoughts, recent thoughts of mine about kind of where this field needs to be going next. Okay, so this study I'm going to be talking about got quite a lot of attention. It ended up on the front page of Nature, the cover of Nature, a couple of months ago, and got quite substantial media coverage. Now, some of that, of course, was because of the very applied relevance of questions around how effective protected areas are in the light of the discussions surrounding the 30 by 30 target. But a lot of the attention seemed to focus on the use of robust methods. And I think that surprised quite a lot of people in the conservation impact evaluation community who were kind of thinking, duh, we've kind of known this for ages, that you need robust counterfactual impact methods, and the literature's been out there in the conservation world for a good decade and a half, although it's been accelerating recently. But I think it is worth pointing out that attention because impact evaluation really is finally having its day. You know, there's people like, I think I can see Bill Sutherland at the back there, who really has been talking about this since the early 2000s. But, you know, the world is catching up, and now this is a snazzy field at last. Okay, so in this study, we were comparing, we were exploring the impact of protected areas on the trends in waterbirds. And we brought together this amazing data set, 27,000 data points of, protected areas, 27,000 populations of waterbirds that have been monitored for at least 14 years, some for up to 40, 45 years. And what we did was we compared matched sites. We matched sites where we looked at the trends at sites where protection had happened during the time series with matched sites where there was no protection introduced during the time series. And we were doing our matching on kind of geographical covariates that might affect both where a protected area is established and also ultimately the outcome of interest, in this case, trends in waterbirds. And we also matched on the background trend in the waterbird population before protection. So this was computationally quite difficult. So Hannah Wotop, who led the study, and Cambridge's supercomputers had to work quite hard. And I must acknowledge the tens of thousands of people around the world who've collected the data that has fed in to this analysis. Of course, you can run all the clever models in the world, but unless you've got decent data, you know, it's meaningless. So I think it's probably not a surprise to this audience to recognise that the econometrics literature is quite far ahead of most conservation when it comes to impact evaluation. And when we got together, Hannah, myself, and others, such as Jonas Geldman and Bill Sutherland in this room, to start thinking about how we were going to evaluate the impact of protected areas on these waterbirds, we started sort of rooting around the literature. We realised we were going to have to use quite different models than the kind we'd used in the past, because we were interested specifically in this change in trend, rather than simply the change in means. So all 6 of those panels there show the same data, but depending on how you allow the model to fit, will affect the inference that you draw. So if you think just about the left-hand side, which is a simple before and after comparison, and if you look at the top panel, where we're just comparing means, you get very different inference than where you're allowing a change in trend. So we actually ended up writing a paper based on kind of interpreting the literature that's out there, mostly in the econometrics literature, for ecologists who are interested in using time series for impact evaluation. And we include in there a bit of a kind of glossary to help translate terms. So, for example, in this paper, we use the term BACI, before or after control intervention, because it's more familiar to ecologists. But of course, that's completely equivalent to the term difference in differences that Katie used in her talk and is widely used in econometrics. So if you're interested in interpreting the impact of an intervention, such as introduction of protection, on a species trend, and you're using a BACI or a difference in differences framework, there's a number of different patterns that you would interpret as being a positive impact. So if we think just the left-hand side there, you've got 2 populations and they're declining. One is then protected and the other one continues unprotected. The protected population changes trajectory positively. So that one you would unambiguously interpret as a positive impact. But there's other patterns that would also represent a positive impact of protection. And similarly, and a whole bunch of patterns that we would interpret as a neutral impact, so there's no effect of protection, or as a negative impact. So that takes us to the main plot from our paper. And the take-home from this is that there's a very mixed impact of protection on trends in waterbirds. So this first plot here, on the x-axis, we can see the sites. There was about 1,500 protected sites in our study. And on the y-axis, you're seeing those colours represent the proportion of those sites where we interpret, the proportion of species at each of those sites that we interpret protection had a positive, shown in blue, neutral, shown in sort of whites and greys, or negative, shown in red, impact. And you can see it's very mixed. There's not a predominance of blue in that plot. And similarly, if we look at the data by species, so in this case, on the x-axis, you can see the 100 or so species in the study, and for each of those species, the proportion of sites at which we found that species that we interpret were positively, negatively, or neutrally impacted. Again, you're seeing not an awful lot of blue. It's a mixed result. And in our paper, we report on the conclusions that we would have drawn, the inference we would have drawn had we used a simpler before and after analysis rather than the full BACI design. And I think this Sankey diagram illustrates it really nicely. So we can see, for example, blue is positively impacted, and we can see in the before and after, this is about kind of 40% or so of the populations we would have interpreted had been positively impacted, but using the full BACI design, that decreases quite substantially. And really, that's just a reminder that it does matter what study design you use, and we equally did that as well with a control impact design as well. So I want to use the last few minutes I've got to sort of step back a bit and think about kind of something that's worrying me a little bit in kind of the studies I've been involved in, and kind of going forward how I want to do things better as we continue to advance this field of conservation impact evaluation. So in many of the sort of matching studies I've been involved in, including Katie's beautiful study just presented and this work by Hannah Wochop, we've used essentially geographic covariates for our matching. And what we're doing when we're choosing what variables we match on is essentially we're trying to make sure that we're accounting for all the potential confounders. So that's things that affect both whether a unit is selected to the treatment, i.e. exposed to the intervention, whether it's biodiversity offset or a protected area, and the outcome of interest, whether it's deforestation or trends in species population. But of course, we mustn't get carried away with the covariates that are available and think that, well, that's available, so let's just use that. We must always be thinking really carefully about any unobserved confounders that could affect our results. And I want to illustrate this with a lovely study I'm involved in, led by Sophus Zuergmanson. Now, Sophus is trying to evaluate the impact of a biodiversity offset scheme in the state of Victoria in Australia, and he's really wanting to understand whether land being enrolled as a biodiversity offset makes it, whether there's a causal effect in terms of that land having improvements in the state of its woody vegetation. So he estimated the counterfactual two ways. Firstly, this kind of standard geographical matching type approach. But the problem with that is there's an obvious confounder missing, and that is the social psychological status of the landowner. It's obvious that because landowners themselves select to enroll their land or not, certain types of landowners are more likely to enroll their land in an offset, and those type of landowners are also quite likely to be more or less likely to clear their vegetation. So I think in quite a nice innovation, what he did to try and get at that, because of course there is no geographical covariate you could use, a lovely data set of the social psychological characteristics of landholders in the state of Victoria, just doesn't exist. So what he did was he compared the changes in woody vegetation in land that was enrolled with land that would later be enrolled outside of the period of interest, with the assumption being that people that enroll their land, whether early or late, are different, they're more similar to each other than the general huge population who never enroll their land. And what's interesting and kind of worrying is when you use that second method at estimating the counterfactual, the effect completely vanishes. So that's worrying both from an impact valuation perspective, but more importantly, from the point of view of, this intervention doesn't seem to be additional. Really, it's just self-selection, the type of people who are going to conserve their forest and more likely to enroll their land. A couple of years ago, some colleagues led by Judith Schleicher and I did a bit of a how-to guide for statistical matching. So if any of you are unfamiliar with this, read our paper. But in that paper, we did highlight that one of the steps should be checking robustness of your results to these kind of hidden confounders, unobserved confounders. But I haven't been doing it. I don't know. Certainly the first two studies that have been presented today, neither of those do we do those checks. And I'm increasingly realizing just how important they are. So I think certainly that's my next step in this field, is to try and apply, there are methods out there, but try and apply methods to look at the impact of these unobserved confounders. So finally, take home, because Johanna's waving a flag at me, we are getting much better in conservation science at exploring the impact of conservation interventions. And I do think this is a super important and productive research area. There's so much more to be done, and methods are rapidly improving. So, yeah, join us on the ride. Thank you. And of course, I stand on the shoulder of giants. Thank you to my amazing co-authors, particularly the people that led the studies.
Thank you so much, Julia. And I open the floor again for questions.
Thank you, that was really an amazing talk. I was wondering if there is any way to evaluate also the different types of protected areas and their main objectives and focuses, and if that might have an effect on how they are effective at protecting those species.
That is a fantastic question. I didn't have time to talk about this slide. I think Jonas is going to, in his talk, refer to this study as well. But yes, we absolutely did explore what predicts success, what type of protected areas are associated with more positive impacts. And what was quite interesting, so we ran a whole bunch of different robustness checks. So I think we did 16 different models. And so this is essentially showing us what proportion of the models gave us a significant result for these different predictors. And you can see it's all a bit messy. Family covariates in terms of what family of birds it was, nothing. Governance of the country, nothing. Body size, whether it's a migrant or not migrant, these things didn't come out. The only thing that came out consistently as a predictor of success was protected area size. So larger protected areas seem to have a more positive impact. and whether or not the site was managed for water birds. Now that is quite a weak proxy that we were able to use. Our management proxy is quite weak. We had to use something we could extract from all of these 1,500 protected areas quite easily. So this is whether or not it's a Ramsar site or, and I can't remember what the other thing was, Jonas probably knows, or Bill, but we had a proxy to try and get at management effectiveness. And it is interesting that even though it was a pretty weak variable, it did come out quite significantly, consistently across all our models, suggesting that, yes, unsurprisingly, protected areas that aren't actually managed aren't actually delivering benefits for water birds.
I think we will have to move on to the next speaker, but again, stick around and pose more questions in the end. So big hand of applause for Julia. And then I invite Rachel Newgarden to the stage, and Rachel will be presenting work she's been doing evaluating the impact of community forest protected areas.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Newgarden. I'm a PhD student at Cornell University, but prior to my PhD, I worked for Conservation International for a number of years. I'm very pleased to share with you the results of some ongoing work with my colleague Renaivu Risolufusen, who's currently a postdoc at Duke University, and colleagues at Cornell looking at the impacts of community forest managed areas on deforestation during a political crisis. So I'm going to take you back to Madagascar. So the motivation for this work is that crises of different kinds, pandemics, political crises, economic crises, climate crises, seem to really be the new normal. And much of the research on the effectiveness of conservation tends to kind of focus on conservation during quote-unquote typical times, but we know that typical really isn't typical anymore. And so our interest was in understanding what kinds of conservation interventions might be resilient during times of crisis, or as one of my committee members put it, how might we shock-proof conservation during times of crisis? So, as many of you are aware, Madagascar is a biodiversity hotspot. Historically, it has suffered from very high rates of deforestation. It continues to have very high rates of poverty and food insecurity, and over its history has had repeated political crises. The map shows deforestation just in the most recent period, 2000 to 2017, in various colors of orange and red, and then green is forest cover as of 2018. So one of the most devastating political crises in Madagascar took place from 2009 to 2014. This was due in part to a global rice price crisis in 2008. In 2009, the army took over the presidential palace. The president fled the country. The international community widely condemned this as unconstitutional, and a lot of financial support and foreign investment in the country significantly reduced during that time. This threw Madagascar into one of the worst economic crises of its history. And during this time, there were widespread reports of illegal logging, including within the national parks. And the conservation community was extremely alarmed at the potential effects that this might have on Madagascar's biodiversity. In 2014, democratic elections were held, which officially ended the political crisis, although, as some of my colleagues who work in Madagascar know, some of these issues have still continued into the present. So protected areas in Madagascar cover roughly 7 million hectares. There's different designations within the protected area system. Some of the protected areas are state managed, such as by entities like Madagascar National Parks. There's also community forest managed areas, or CFM areas, which are part of the protected area system. These mostly were established more recently, starting in 1999, and are managed in shared governance arrangements with local communities. The objectives of the state-managed protected areas are primarily for conservation, while the community-managed forest areas are managed for shared objectives, which include both environmental benefits, but also supporting local livelihoods. There's been significant previous research on the effectiveness of Madagascar's protected area system, including by several of my fellow speakers here today. So I just wanted to briefly summarize that because our research builds on the past work. So Johanna and her colleagues demonstrated that protected areas are effective at reducing deforestation overall, but that the effectiveness varies across time and space. They also found that protected areas with higher management scores did not necessarily perform better, contrary to what you might expect. In Northeast Madagascar, Jorge Lopez, who's going to speak also in this session, and his colleagues found that establishing protected areas initially exacerbated ongoing deforestation, but later led to a reduction of forest loss. Johanna, again, in a more recent study, looked at the COVID-19 shutdowns and found that those shutdowns did result in excess fires within protected areas, likely due to lack of active management, and that excess fires also occurred during national elections. She presented on that work in a previous session. If you haven't had a chance to talk to her, I strongly recommend it. It was a great talk. And then my colleague Renaivu and his colleagues looked at the effectiveness of community forest managed areas and found that overall they had no detectable effect on deforestation, but that those that prohibited commercial uses did reduce deforestation. So it's a little bit messy in time and space, the effectiveness of protected areas in Madagascar. And there's some clues there as to what might happen during, for example, a national election year or a pandemic in terms of what's the efficacy of the protected area system. So building on that work, Renaivu and I asked this question of, are community forests and the state-managed or Madagascar National Parks managed protected areas equally protective during the political crisis in terms of reducing deforestation? So theory is a little bit ambiguous here. During a political crisis, it's clear that the government's ability to monitor and enforce regulation might be hindered. Therefore, you might expect increased deforestation during the protected area system, as was widely reported. But equally, during a crisis, you might expect increased pressures on local communities, and so you might also expect that those community forest managed areas might be also increasing, have an increase in deforestation pressure. So just to provide some context, again, overall, the country is losing forest. This is occurring nationally. The trend line in orange is sort of the national loss of forest cover starting in 2000 to 2017, so taking 2000 as the baseline year and showing what has been lost just since that year. And within both the protected area system and these community managed forests, there have been losses in the background. So I just want to preface that because absolute forest cover has declined in the country. These methods I'm going to show in a minute are a little bit harder to interpret because they look at relative rates of avoided deforestation, not background deforestation. So I just wanted to provide that context. So very similar to the methods that Katie and Julia described, we started with statistical matching. We used Mahalanobis distance matching across a vector of covariates, similar again to the ones that have been presented earlier, things like distance from roads, distance from cities, suitability for rice, and other variables which can predict both the likelihood that a site is designated as a protected area or a community forest, and also the deforestation pressure. So our sample was a set of matched points from community forests and state-managed protected areas, and we tried to get our sample points to be as similar across these statistics as possible. We did not run 116 models, as Julia did, so I'm very curious as to how much time a process like that would take so that I can do some checks of our statistical matching approach. And then as a second step, so the statistical matching is attempting to control for the time invariant variables at the baseline. And then as a second step, again, similar to Katie's work, we looked at a difference in differences analysis, which tried to look at change over time and control for the time variant variables, things like population density, global rice prices, and climate variables that change over time. And for those of you like me who are not economists, you can ignore most of that equation, but the outcome variable we looked at was deforestation, and the variable of interest is the estimate of the effect of community forest management relative to national park over time. So these are some of the time variant variables that we included in the difference in difference analysis. So climate, which can be a predictor of deforestation pressures because it affects rice agricultural production, population density, and then rice prices and price volatility, which can also, again, affect farmers' decisions about when and where to clear land for rice agriculture. So we generated a lot of results. I think the simplest way to summarize them is a figure like this, which just looks at the coefficient of the effect of community forest management interacting with time. So on this graph, the 0 would imply no detectable effect, and positive values mean a positive effect, meaning more deforestation. So during the pre-crisis period, 2005 to 2009, there's not really a detectable effect of community forest managed areas. During the crisis, neither, so the value hovers around 0. And now again, this is community managed forest relative to national parks. So this is not asking the bigger question about were they effective or not. This is asking relative to another kind of intervention. But interestingly, in the sort of late crisis period and after the crisis, there does seem to be an effect. And specifically, community forest managed areas seem to perform worse, meaning there was sort of a higher rate of deforestation than you'd expect without the presence of that interaction of the community forest with time. So we're not really sure yet quite how to interpret this. Actually, I would welcome discussion from my colleagues and maybe some of you. But just to take a big step back, again, there's sort of these urgent efforts to prevent deforestation, complicated by these crises, which seem to be more frequent and more severe. Interventions such as community forests are designed to accommodate the needs and rights of local communities, but the ability of such mechanisms to withstand shocks is still fairly poorly understood. So our findings suggest that community forests did not perform better or worse than the state-managed protected areas during the crisis. However, they did appear to perform worse in the post-crisis period. So we're not really sure, again, how to interpret this. Perhaps there was a time lag in the effect of the crisis. Over time, one hypothesis is that the community forest may actually be serving as a safety net. So we tend to think of deforestation as a negative. However, it's known that during times of crisis, these places can serve as sort of backup sources of income for communities. So it's possible that they were actually serving one of their objectives during this post-crisis period. An important limitation of this work is that the estimate of the effect might be biased upwards, meaning that even those sort of modest positive values might be overestimated because we failed to establish parallel trends in the pre-crisis period. Those are results I don't show here, but I'm happy to talk with anyone about those offline. So overall, what that just means is that even the modest trends that we're seeing may be a little bit overestimated. And with that, I really want to thank Renaiva Rusalufusson, my key colleague, and happy to take a question if there's time.
Thank you so much, and we definitely have time for maybe one question.
Thanks, really cool. I didn't catch it in your overview of your matching covariates, but did you have the size of the management units in there? Because I could imagine that community-based areas are just smaller than protected areas.
Yes, the map of the areas shows that very clearly. So I'm sorry, I meant to explain this map better. So green areas are forest cover, purple outlined areas are the community forests, and the blue outlined areas are protected areas. So you're exactly right that they're smaller. What we did to account for that was take forested pixels of an equivalent size as our unit of analysis, so 90-meter forested pixels as of 2005, and we didn't use the entire polygon as the unit of analysis. We used a sample of 90-meter forested pixels that were as similar as we could get in the community forest managed areas and the protected areas. But there's still certainly differences in the size of the areas, but also the remoteness, the elevation, and other values, which was the purpose of the matching, was to try to address those differences.
Thank you so much. And again, let's continue the discussion, but let's give Rachel a big hand of applause. And then next up, we have Jonas Gelman, who's going to give an overview on the role of experimental design for conducting impact evaluation studies.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. So the thing about giving talks at conferences is you have to submit your abstract a long time in advance. So I thought I'd set myself a challenge of sort of looking a bit at some of the overarching conclusions of my work over the last couple of years, some work I've been involved in. That seemed like a relatively easy challenge half a year ago. When actually preparing the talk, it seemed a little more daunting. So one take home is don't do that. So the starting point sort of from, I think, this whole symposium and in general from my work is sort of trying to assess protected areas as a treatment. So that's, of course, linked to a lot of details about how those protected areas are working. What kind of resources do they have? What kind of legislation is available? What are the management actions that are being taken? And the objective of this is to actually improve the state of biodiversity and reduce the negative pressures, the threats that are on biodiversity. But different from most treatments, and that's why we're talking about impact assessment, is these are not treatments we're setting up. These are after-the-fact analysis that we're trying to do in a setting where communities or governments have set up protected areas. And that means that understanding the context of these protected areas, what are actually the sort of socioeconomic, the overarching climate change drivers, ethics, and whatever this can be, understanding how they impact what we're seeing in the protected areas becomes critical, because these factors might be as important or even more important as some of the management interventions that we're actually applying in the protected area. So I'm going to be talking about some studies that have a few years. Some of them are a bit older. The first ones are some work led by me and led by Megan Barnes and Ian Craigie, where we looked at the Living Planet Index. I assume most people here know the Living Planet Index. It's one of the more iconic sort of biodiversity indicators that have been very instrumental in policy analysis for sort of showing the decline of biodiversity. But underlying this is thousands of time series of different vertebrate populations. And what we did was try to extract for each one of these populations which ones were from a protected area and which protected area were they from. So that allowed us to identify about 2,000 population time series that were from within protected areas across 450 protected areas. And with those, we wanted to see what are actually the trends that we're observing within these protected areas. So this is an analysis that probably, based on the talks we've just heard, we wouldn't be so happy with because we're only looking inside. We have no account of what's going on outside. That's not for lack of trying, but with this data set, we simply could not find any time series that were actually possible to match with what we could see inside of the protected area. The other study that I sort of want to highlight is this study by Hannah Wauchop that Julia has also presented, where we were actually able to use this quite extraordinary data set of 27,000 bird populations, and where, I don't know if Hannah is just, well, she is smarter than us from the other papers, but it's also just an incredible data set in terms of actually developing a match, where she could actually find populations both inside and outside of the protected areas that were from the same species, that were from the same type of habitats, in terms of actually looking at how are trends doing within the protected areas and how are they doing in some similar population outside of the protected area. And with a very, very large, even larger data set. So this is sort of the two major studies that I want to focus on. And the key questions that I think that we've been asking in these studies and that we're asking sort of all the time are these two, right? Are protected areas effective? And what are the factors that predict effectiveness? And that comes back to one of the questions that that we've already heard being asked earlier. And if we look at the first ones, are protected area effective? So this is from Megan Barnes and Ian Craigie's study, and this is a histogram of the change in slopes of populations inside protected areas. So in gray, we have all of the time series in the Living Planet Index, just to show that the blue and the green time series that we had in our study are not an anomaly. They are sort of drawn, except for being protected, they're drawn from a comparable sample. And I think one of the things that is quite striking here is that we have a quite sort of almost normal distribution. There's a lot of time series, those are the ones on the right-hand side, that are increasing inside the protected areas, but there's also a lot of time series that are decreasing inside the protected areas. And overall, the mean in both cases, both for birds and mammals, are actually quite close to zero. So a large variation and no particular sort of strong indication that if you are a time series inside a protected area, you are always improving in the state. You're not, that is not the case. And this is the figure that Julia has already shown from Hannah Wauchop's paper, which to some extent shows something similar, right? We see a huge variation. The blue lines here in different shades are different versions of protected areas having a positive impact on the bird populations. But equally many, if not more cases, we're seeing that actually the protected areas are not having a positive impact on the bird populations inside of that protected areas. And here we're accounting for, we're doing a counterfactual, so we're accounting for the effect of context in this setting. And for some cases, we even have the protected areas, the birds are doing worse in the protected areas than they're doing outside. So on average, we can see that there we're seeing a huge variability, and actually that the overarching, if we try to take average effects, and I think that's one of the key lessons, be careful with looking at average effects on these studies, because they will show you they won't show you very encouraging results, and they'll forget all of the many cases where we have successes, and all of those cases we need to learn from. But also, I think, which is important in this, it's very easy to look at these two studies as being very similar. In both cases, we try to extract some sort of measure of effectiveness of the protected area. But in the one case, we're actually only looking at the inside of the protected area and not really accounting for this context. Only in the other study are we actually able to say something about whether protected areas are actually effective. So moving on sort of to the other factor, which is what are the factors that actually predicts effectiveness? And this is where I think there potentially is a bit of more interesting sort of results coming out of this. So these are, on the left-hand side, it's a sort of classical linear mixed effects model. So we've tried to model what are the factors that sort of predicts the variation in the data of changes in population time series. So what is more likely to indicate that a population is increasing, and what are more likely to indicate that a population is decreasing inside of the protected areas. On the right-hand side, we have a similar model from the newest Nature paper by Hannah Wauchop, and there's some details in how we're actually modeling this that is quite different. One is a linear mixed effects model, one is a cumulative linked mixed model, and that relates to how the underlying data, but overarching, they're actually trying to do the same thing. And I think that one of the things that potentially, let's see, what is this is interesting is that if we look at the study where we can't really say much about the counterfactual, where we can't necessarily isolate the actual impact of protected areas, we see that these system level or country level variables are the ones that are coming out as predicting the slope, the change in slope. So something like Human Development Index or the Gini, the Equality Index, these kind of variables that are working at the country level are actually strong predictors of why a population is increasing when we don't account for the context of the protected area. And only when we start looking at I'm touching the wrong button there, but luckily nothing happened. Looking at the impact using a counterfactual approach, do we see that the site level variables comes out? So we start seeing that management for water birds is a driver. I should probably explain this a little better. So we have to return to the colors of the previous plots. So blue, if there's a lot of blue on this graph, it indicates that that variable is associated with the protected areas that were successful, or the populations that were successful. Gray and yellow means that they are associated with the protected areas that were not having an impact, and red means that those variables are associated with the protected areas or the populations that were even having a negative impact. So when we see blue coming out in protected area size and in managed for water birds, that is an indication that these are variables that are predictive of the protected areas that are successful. And again, as Julia sort of alluded to, we did not have a very strong variable for managed for water birds. It is the designation. It's designated as a Ramsar site or as a special bird area, but it's at the global level all we could do. So yeah, just repeating, not accounting for the outside controls still shows that these kind of system level, country level variables are important in actually the overall change that we're seeing in protected area and potentially also seeing outside of protected area. But once we start diving into a more impact-focused assessment, we start seeing potentially that some of these site-level variables like management is actually playing a role. And just finishing up with a study that a former PhD student, Janet Lessman, has been leading, which is currently submitted, where she was looking at funding deficit data from all of South America. So this was from most South American countries. To what extent do the managers of protected areas believe they have the resources available to actually manage that protected area? And for almost all countries, we had this information at the country level, so for their network of protected areas. And for Ecuador, we also had the information for individual sites within the country. And then we did a matching approach to look at changes in deforestation. And what we also see here is that in the Ecuador model, funding deficit comes out. So a variable that you would expect to be at the local level, do they at the site have enough money to manage their sites? Whereas at the regional continent level, we don't see this variable coming out. We see, again, these governance type variables come out as driving why we see the patterns of deforestation that we do. And I think with that, I'm going to end and say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jonas. And again, the floor is open for questions.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, could you reanalyze your previous data on the Living Planet Index using some information on the management in the protected areas to see whether now you can see a different trends?
So we did actually do that in a separate paper. We tried to sort of create a subset, a relatively small subset of sites that both lived up to the criteria we had for including them in the larger analysis and also lived up to having actual management data. And then try to sort of form some dimensions of management that we thought were meaningful. We do see a tiny, tiny, tiny little effect of one dimensions of management. But I think sort of a bit back to actually what Rachel was presenting of Johanna's work, where we try to look at the same management effectiveness in Madagascar, we do see so variable results. And I think basically down to the fact that this data, the data that we have on management effectiveness, one of the key elements of trying to understand effectiveness of protected areas is just not very good as soon as we scale up from individual case studies. So it would potentially have an effect, and it might also have a tiny, tiny effect, but nothing like what we see when we start looking at it in an impact assessment, a more rigorous impact assessment format.
Thank you so much. And more questions. I think there's someone there.
Okay, thank you, Jonas. Just out of curiosity, I'm not well read in the papers, so I haven't got into the methodologies, but I was thinking about the aspect of power analysis. So if there were effects, would you have data strong enough to really see them?
That's a good question, and to be honest, I don't think I can answer that question. I don't think, for the living planet data, we definitely didn't try to run a power analysis. And I think it'd be quite yeah, I don't want to guess, because the quality of data, even though the scale of data is actually quite large, the quality of data is so important for that, and it, at the end of the day, is a bit of a guesstimate, right? So I think that'd be very difficult. I don't remember for the Nature paper, for that one we've done, which was a very laborious task, we did a very sort of extensive pre-analysis plan where we actually specifically mapped out what we were going to do. I assume that some element of power analysis was involved, but I don't think a formal power analysis.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there's no more time for questions, but do stick around. So thank you. Let's thank Jonas again. And then I welcome Jorge Lopez to the floor, and he will speak about whether establishing protected areas actually led to preemptive forest clearing.
Thank you. Very well. Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for allowing me being here. I'm Jorge Llopis. I'm a postdoc at Bangor University and another number of institutions. And before I forget, please don't tweet about it. It's an ongoing study. So yes. It's a joint effort between Julia, me, and some other colleagues that unfortunately I forgot to ask them for permission to be named, and so I didn't dare to put them here. I hope I don't forget them to include them in the final paper. But yeah, let's begin. Okay, I'm gonna lay out my intention from the very beginning. I will say that we understand relatively well the dynamics between forest loss and protected areas, both before implementation of protected areas. The evidence has been piling up for the last decades, and once protected areas are already implemented. But I will argue, what about in between? Meaning, when a forest has been earmarked for conservation, but the protected area is not yet in place, and people start realizing that a protected area is coming. And why is this important? I will say because, well, there is mounting evidence that a phenomenon of preemptive forest clearing might be emerging in the context of policy introduction. It has been shown in land titling programs in Cambodia, agrarian reforms, forest conservation national policies, etc., etc., etc. And basically this type of preemptive forest clearing behavior is that forest stakeholders, forest users, anticipate the policy introduction by clearing more forest than they were doing before, in anticipation of not being able to do it once the policy is in place. And also this has been shown happening in protected areas. This is a study I published a few years ago. I won't get into detail on this, but there is basically around 2 protected areas created over the past 2 decades in northeast Madagascar, and a shifting cultivation landscape are basically the highest rate of shifting cultivation, all growth forest conversion into shifting cultivation were just before the protected areas were created. When I went down to present the results to the farmers I was working with, I mean, well, they say, yes, of course, what do you expect? I say, well, yes. And then, well, what is this important? The third point is that, well, you might know that we have ever more protected areas. The number of terrestrial protected areas has almost grown exponentially in the last 2 centuries, especially in the last 2 decades. And of course, remember the 30 by 30, Hard Earth, etc. agendas. So this is likely to be increasing still for the decades to come. And then, well, while looking at Madagascar, well, besides of being a very beautiful country, it's a very good example of protected areas increasing. And for example, in 15 years, the protected area system expanded by 400%, many numbers there. But some scholars have argued that this expansion was completed without enough consultation with local communities that were not allowed to have their views said, following an international-driven agenda that might have led to conflict between different protected area managers, causing conflicts in the ground, etc., and with many of these new protected areas becoming orphan, meaning that they eventually didn't have any managing institution. and that will end up being paper parks. And then, of course, the protected area system is still expanding in Madagascar. So, yes, I forgot this. The methods we are using to look at whether preemptive forest clearing has been pervading the expansion of protected areas in Madagascar. The synthetic control method, concretely, this one, there are different approaches within the synthetic control method. This was one, was released last year. And basically, I won't explain much into detail because we don't have much time. But basically, what is this about is not pixel-based as some of the studies Julia, Katie were presenting, or Rachel, but is polygon-based. It's an aggregate unit, an administrative unit. In this case, we use Focontani, that is the smallest administrative unit in Madagascar, and then we basically select treated and control units that meet some criteria. For example, having a minimum of forest cover and having a minimum of forest within the protected area for the treated units. And then we select appropriate covariates, like in all impact evaluation studies. We have 8 in our main specification. I won't get into explaining that. And then we actually run the synthetic control method that basically uses the pretreatment outcome of interest, in this case, forest loss, laid out in a cumulative since 1990, to construct, using the treated unit pretreatment outcome, in this case it's the red line, assign weights to the control units to try to reproduce this pretreatment outcome the closest possible. And basically that is expressed by the MSP, the mean square prediction error, that basically the lower the better. And then if everything goes well, and in this case, I mean, you can see that more or less, I mean, it fits quite well, then one can assume that the difference between the treated unit and the control unit post-treatment is due to the intervention, the treatment. But this is key because we want to capture this preemptive behavior thing. We move the treatment 2 years back, meaning that the treatment begins from this dashed blue line. And then we are able to capture whatever happens in between. And then further details. Okay. In the case of Madagascar, the new protected areas in the country has been implemented following a 2-step procedure, meaning that the T actually is not treatment, I was cheating you, it's basically temporary protection, and then it's granted first a given protected area, and then once all the administrative steps, consultation with communities, etc., is achieved, is granted definitive protection. And so what we're doing, basically running 2 analyses, one for temporary protection, one for definitive protection. And then how do we estimate effects on this with the synthetic control method? Well, basically, this is relatively straightforward, actually. I mean, you see, well, we have here the treatment starts in the dashed line. So if we want to capture the preemptive forest clearing just before temporary protection, what we do is look at what the gap, meaning the gap is the difference between the red and the gray line, the treated unit and the control unit. And then basically just counting the number in between. In this case, it's positive 56 hectares. Positive means bad news, because there were more deforestation in the treated unit than in the control. It's like basically like a COVID test. If you have it positive, it's shit. And if you have it negative, like in this case, it's good news. But in this case, for example, at the end, then the very last years, we measure, that is what we could consider the overall effectiveness of the protected area in this administrative unit. And in this case, it turned out well. But yeah, you know, and then we do for the definitive protection, it's basically the same. In this case, it's plus, meaning bad. And then we repeat this for 311 units we have. Around that, I mean, I won't get into detail, but you know, it's a massive amount of work. And then some general results. I'm very happy to have come to this point after 3 years working on this. Yes. All right, I'm going to lay out the results basically in terms of outcome from negative to negative, positive to positive, negative to positive, positive to negative. Meaning between the gap either from temporary or definitive protection, the first one, to overall effectiveness. You will see in a second. Temporary protection against overall effectiveness. The minus first is the temporary protection, the second minus is the overall effectiveness. Big numbers, really big in this screen, I guess, very large. For example, out of the 311 units, we had 143 that went from good to good, 90 bad to bad, 41 good to bad, Yeah. And then another number, similar number, from bad to good. Yes, all right. And then when looking at the definitive protection, basically the numbers get slightly simpler, I would say. I mean, they are more positive, so good, good, a bit more bad, and then less in these changing signs, basically. And there's a number of explanations for that. I won't get into detail, no, we don't have time, but you can ask me this about it. More general results, basically laying out this especially. Okay, I don't want you to look into very detail on this because it's just too much information, but basically, so we have basically the same that before. This is a protected area with all the different units, and here we have the gap, the preemptive gap in the temporary protection against the overall effectiveness gap. And here we have the definitive protection against the overall effectiveness. And well, we have, a quite diverse array of possible outcomes. Some have done relatively well, some have done relatively bad, some have improved, some have get worse, and yeah, I mean, it's massive information, and still, I just produced the results basically 10 minutes, meaning 2 seconds, it's 2 minutes, right, cool. Some more details, well, that is, I will go really quickly, but let's look at a couple of examples. I showed this, I precisely choose this protected area because actually it shows a very interesting picture. It looks like it started bad, I mean, mostly red. Okay, red is positive, meaning bad, blue, negative, meaning good. Basically, what is this? Every line is a unit, and you can see basically like they started, the red ones, they started in the positive sign, and the blue in the dark. And this case, I choose this one that actually turns sign, and it's the one you can see here. From positive, meaning bad, to good. And that is an example. Then we can put this in terms of annual deforestation instead of cumulative. And what we can see here is basically this spike in deforestation is this preemptive behavior that we are trying to pinpoint. But, compared to the outcome afterwards, where the synthetic control got much more deforestation, that means that it eventually turned out well. And, a series of placebo tests to find the significance level, and what we do basically is assign the treatment to all the control units for this concrete treated unit. And then we get the orange lines that are upper and lower bounds of the 99 confidence interval. You cannot really properly see there, it's tiny, but basically this is just above the orange line, meaning that it's positive, statistically significant at the 0.01 level in both gaps. And then the robustness test. Basically what we do here is apply different specifications, changing the covariates, changing the subsets, and this shows that it's relatively robust to different specifications. Basically, it shows most of the specifications show the same pattern, except these two rebel ones that doesn't have covariates, so it doesn't worry me too much, and actually show how covariates work. And yeah, I will show, but I want an example of the definitive protection, but well, there is from bad to worse, and then basically showing the same. That is actually much more strongly significant, and also always turning on the same sign. So it's quite robust to different specifications. Thanks so much, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Jorge. And again, the floor is open for questions.
No question. Yeah. So that's it?
No, at least I won't let you go that easily. So you had a lot of results. What would be your recommendation for policymakers in terms of expanding the protected area network? How feasible is this risk actually?
I didn't include any discussion, any conclusion, because we are still working on it. I don't know what to say, really, honestly, yet, because there is much variation within the same protected area, linking with Jonas' comment before, that we really need to look in detail. It changes, by place to place within the same protected area. So I'm going to do 6 months of fieldwork in Madagascar now to try to find out why there are differences between units. I guess something related with not enough funding, like most commonly in conservation, I don't know. I don't really know. I cannot tell right now. But yeah, hopefully in a few months.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, let's give Jorge another round of applause. And then I invite Andrea Santangeli to the floor, and Andrea will present results on the effects of protected areas on biodiversity occurrence trends.
Thank you, Joanna, for the introduction. Very nice to be here presenting this work. It's, I can tell you that it's still kind of preliminary, and I'm still running those sensitivity analyses on the results. But we will see some results, nevertheless. So we got a really nice introduction, especially from Jonas, summarizing the effects of protected areas, the fact that we have really mixed outcomes of those, and that we really need to consider both the positive and the negative outcomes as well. We also often assume that protected areas have, of course, positive expected outcomes, but in fact, as we saw, we really don't know much about that. And often, protected area effectiveness has been evaluated with proxies, of course, because these are mostly available and quite easy to work with and to use, like forest loss, as we have seen. But of course, protected areas are also about species conservation, as we all know, biodiversity. So it's very important, I think, also to mobilize those big data that are becoming available on wildlife surveys. Like, for example, we saw a great example from Julia with the water birds. I think it's also important that we start really thinking about the data that are coming up about other taxonomic groups and really see, the hidden biodiversity, like insects and, all sorts of other things than just carnivores or vertebrates. So I kind of made a modest attempt to kind of address that kind of gap. And the questions for this study were really like the basic kind of impact evaluation questions, which were basically look at whether protected areas have some kind of a positive effect on occurrence trends on wildlife, or whether these effects could be through mitigating extinctions or boosting colonizations, and also whether there are some different protected area effects between different and very contrasting taxonomic groups. And I did this, I addressed these questions using a wonderful wealth of wildlife survey data that we have from Finland. We are really privileged in Finland to have such a really long-term, large-scale data on wildlife. And so I used multi-decade, almost 4 decades of data on plants, on phytoplankton from lakes, on birds, and on mammals. I did a matching of protected and unprotected sites. I will show details about the methods later. And then I did some modeling using a Bayesian framework to understand whether trends within and outside of protected areas in terms of the species occurrence were different or not. So, and here we can see an example of the protected area network in Finland, and you can see a really sharp trend, big, large, and fewer protected areas in the north, and many smaller in the south. So through the matching, I try to address this by matching according to the exact vegetation zones, which you see here with these polygons. And the first hurdle in using this data was really to kind of find the protected sites. And this is because these wildlife surveys were not really designed to be allocated within and outside of protected areas. So what I did, I worked on all the data that have been georeferenced and digitized in terms of the line transects, for example, for the birds, and the wildlife triangles for the mammals, and the points of the plant surveys for the plants. And the phytoplankton lakes, we had the whole lake. And what I did, I created a buffer for those transects for mammals and birds, and also for the plants, and I checked whether this buffer intersected any protected area or not. And if it did, using those buffer AD that you see in the lower part of the slide, then that site was considered as protected. If not, then it was unprotected. So I will show you some sensitivity to this, because this is, of course, a rather big assumption. We did gather information, basically variables that are relevant for the outcome. So for the species occurrence in terms of land use, biogeography, and also variables that are relevant to some extent for the allocation of protected areas, like, for example, in terms of the vegetation zone also. And then also we matched according to variables that are related to the design of these surveys. So to have surveys, for example, with the same or very similar effort within and outside of protected areas. And for the phytoplankton in lakes, we also matched according to some water quality parameters, so to have comparable lakes in this case. This is, if you have done any matching before, you're quite familiar with these figures. They basically represent in white the dots. You see the difference between the protected and unprotected sites across all the data for each of the taxonomic groups, like you see these ones. And we want this difference through the matching to be as close to 0. So basically, we want to minimize these confounding factors. And this is basically in the black field dots, you can see the matched sites and the differences between the matched and the unmatched sites. The protected and the unprotected sites. So you can see that these differences have been largely minimized. So the confounding effects, of course, of these variables, they have been reduced, but not necessarily canceled out completely, of course, because this would be almost impossible in this kind of observational data. This is nevertheless what we got in terms of the data on protected and unprotected sites after matching. So the number of sites was not bad for most of the taxonomic groups. Beside the plants, it was much fewer. And now I will show you something about the design of the models. So we had actually protected and unprotected sites, and then we had this kind of longitudinal data across these sites. So we wanted to understand really, basically, the main interest is in this interaction, as we've seen from the presentations before, when we want to see whether the slope of this interaction is positive, so that the species within the protected areas are increasing in occurrence or decreasing, or there is no pattern. So our main interest, besides all these other controlling factors and random effects, is really in the interaction. And we have, as we have seen also from Julia's presentation, we have a series of options. So we have positive effects whereby protected areas are acting as boosting recovery or colonization of the species. So we see a more positive slope within and outside of protected areas, or they can act as reverting the trend from negative outside to positive inside protected areas, or they can slow down the extinction of species within protected areas compared to outside. We can have opposite case where we have basically the situation is inverted, and then obviously we can have the case where there is no effect. So the slopes are parallel within and outside of protected areas. So we can actually start looking at these kind of results, or better preliminary results, what's available now. And we can see that this is actually no surprise if you attended previous talks, really mixed results. Most of the species across the 4 taxonomic groups, they're not really responding to protected areas. So they, of course, birds, they tend to have a more stronger response, but in general, most of the species are not showing any difference between protected and unprotected sites in terms of the trend in occurrence. Some species, of course, we have that are increasing in occurrence, within protected areas, for example, mainly for the birds and the mammals, and some are also negatively affected, or they are declining within protected areas. However, this figure doesn't really tell us how, so these three classes of stable, positive, and negative have been drawn according to categories of support in Bayesian sense, so statistical support. But we don't really see from this a continuum across the species, which we have in these following figures. So to the right of this, to the left of this figure, in blue, we can see the species with the positive effect of protected areas. And the stronger and the darker the color, and the stronger statistical support that species has. And we can see that here the results are mixed, as we expected. Also, some species are negatively, they have a negative slope, so they have a more negative trend inside and outside of protected areas. And if we look at the other taxonomic groups, again, we see very similar patterns to some extent. Some species are benefiting, some others are not. So, what if we go back to those hypothetical situations of positive versus negative effects, we still don't see from this figure whether the effect of protected areas, for example, is through boosting colonization or mitigating extinctions. We only see that the effect is positive or negative. And this is what I try to investigate with these next figures. Sorry for the size, it's very small. But I actually tried to classify the same species in the previous figure as whether they fall in discrete categories. For example, species that are, for which the effect of protected areas, like in this case, these yellow bars of these species, are actually benefiting from protected areas through mitigating extinctions. So, in this case, or whether, for example, the effect of protected areas is through boosting recovery. So they are facilitating colonization in these cases. And what we can see here is really a pattern of largely yellow with some red, so mostly mitigating declines as the positive effects of protected areas. And if we look now at the other taxonomic groups, we can see that mostly this pattern repeats across the mammals and the phytoplankton. So we have more species that are benefiting from protected areas through mitigating extinctions rather than boosting recoveries. The situation is instead quite mixed for the plant species. These blue lines I forgot to mention, but they are actually situations where the species is actually increasing inside protected areas but declining outside. So it's kind of the effect of protected areas is the most positive one. And the gray bars are obviously the opposite. So the species is declining much more steeper inside protected areas than outside. So if we can draw conclusions out of kind of these results, we can say that we can confirm actually that the effects of protected areas are limited and they are mixed. Some species are really benefiting, a few, but some are also not at all, many. And most of the positive impact of protected areas is through mitigating declines or extinctions, which is maybe what we need at this point, try to buy time to act properly on the biodiversity crisis. However, I can say that probably this all this focus on protected areas, at least in my opinion, will not fix the biodiversity crisis alone, but we need, of course, to act outside of protected areas as well. So this is basically what I conclude from this study, and I would like to thank co-authors and you for attention.
Andrea. So one quick question.
Guys on. fantastic work. If I understand correctly, you did the matching to create a training data set for the hierarchical models, and then you used the hierarchical models on that so that you could make sure that protected and unprotected sites in the training data set were the same?
I did the matching to select the sites, the protected sites and the unprotected sites, basically in the kind of traditional matching framework. So.
And these fed into the HNSC?
And these, yes, only these selected sites were then fed into the Bayesian model, yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So big applaud for Andrea. And then I invite the last speaker of today's symposium. So welcome Catarina Cosmopolis del Carpio. And Catarina has done work in relation to the impact of forests on multidimensional poverty.
Hi everyone. So I'm a student at the University of Sheffield, and I will present the preliminary results of one of the chapters of my thesis that I work in collaboration with my supervisors, Johan Oldekop and Aki Sushiya. And it's titled Forests and Poverty, Hiding Contributions of Forests to Multidimensional Poverty. So my study is actually based on the whole matrix of forests in the Peruvian Amazon and not restricted to protected areas. So a little bit of background. The role of forests in alleviation poverty have been the center of many global discussions related to sustainable development, biodiversity, conservation, climate change during the past 2 decades. But this relationship between forests and livelihoods are actually depends on the whole landscape, on a combination of forest fragments and agricultural lands. So there's a lot of studies on how forests can contribute to human livelihoods, but they are mostly restricted to local case studies at single points in time. And large longitudinal analyses are rare, and understanding the role of forest on poverty actually remains quite limited. So a better understanding of this will also benefit the forest-based sustainability interventions. And to address this gap, what we do is actually model the effects of forest on deprivation. And we use, so we want to know the effect of this forest and forest metrics. In this case, we use different metrics like forest percentage, number of forests, average patch size, perimeter area ratio, and connectivity. And we fit them into a model using each of them as a treatment variable. We also add some covariates that could be affecting multidimensional poverty or forest occurrence in the area, and add some weights, because all of these treatments are, so the variables that I'm using for the treatment are actually continuous variables, so I'm not setting a threshold, because as I'm using the whole matrix of forests in the Peruvian Amazon, and because of data availability, I cannot cannot set thresholds of forest occurrence. I mean, just compare different areas where we have over 50% of forests versus others that are less, because most of the country is actually, most of the Amazon in the country is actually covered by forests. So we use this other method, which is the covariate balancing propensity scores, that will allow us to create, artificially create control and treatment sites. So this also depends on the data availability, right? So what I'm using is, I'm using data from the Demographic Health Survey at the national level. They have these clusters, these groups of households that are here referenced. And what I'm actually doing is creating a buffer of 10 kilometers around each of these clusters, which are the purple dots that you can see there, because this is a distance that a normal person in the Amazon can either walk or just take a boat to do their daily activities like farming or maybe hunting. And I will combine this data, this socioeconomic data with high-resolution forest data. And also, well, because I'm using DHA surveys, I'm not using the panel information. What I'm doing is just cross-sectional study, using the cross-sectional waves. And also, I will add some household characteristics and biophysical factors to this. So they are all georeferenced. And so what I'm actually doing is a combination of this covariate balancing propensity score weights with multiple regression analysis and AIC-based model selection approach to select the most statistical adequate model. Also ran several robustness tests, basically to control historical deforestation patterns in previous years, and a special correlation between my sampling units. So why we selected Peru, because it's actually, the country has more than 78 million hectares of forest that covers 61% of their territory in 2010, but it's been losing a lot of this forest cover in the last 20 years, according to the Global Forest Watch. And as you can see on the graph, on the graph here on the right, my right, yes, right. You can see that most of the loss is done actually in small parcels, less than 5 hectares. So it most likely will correspond to small-scale agriculture. Also, this country has a very strong socioeconomic development in the last years, and there are about 6 million people living within 5 kilometers of forest. And most importantly, there is data available to do this study. So what I found is actually that the number of patches and forest cover percentage is statistically significant, correlated with multiple poverty dimension, index. And you can also see that, so what it shows here is the effect of the forest into the poverty, multidimensional poverty. We can see that the effect of, So the effect of a number of patches on poverty exacerbation is higher than in the case of forest percentage. And, but when we go into the different dimensions, we can see that this picture changed. So here, and when I examine the effect of forests on each of these dimensions, we have 3 of them, which is education, deprivation, health deprivation, and living standard. Each of them uses a proxy. In the case of education, we have lack of scholarship. So we can see that the effect of forest cover is positive on the deprivation. So it means that in areas where we have more forest cover, we will also have higher number of kids that don't go to school. This can be explained because they're usually far away from places where you have a school, and also because, and then we also have that forest cover is related to deprivation in health. It means that households where forest is higher tend to have a higher level of child nutrition in the area. In the case of the number of patches, what we have is that number of patches is only correlated with the health dimension and the living standard dimension. It means that a higher number of patches within a square kilometer, within this radius, present a higher influence into health deprivation, means that child malnutrition tends to be higher in these households. But in contrast, we have a better housing materials or better housing conditions. So you can see that there are some trade-offs between forest conservation and poverty dimensions. We didn't find any association between the other forest metrics, and also no interaction between forest cover and the metrics. We also included a year dummy in our study just to test if these results were consistent on time, and they were. And well, actually my talk is really, really fast, so very short. And well, these results actually adds evidence into this debate of forest contribution to poverty alleviation. And you can see that the magnitude and the direction of this contribution, of this relationship, aligns with the literature on biodiversity. Forests, so there are some, you can see that they also higher forests and larger number of patches affect child malnutrition in different directions. And there are some trade-offs between these poverty dimensions. Usually, studies focus on wealth scores or income generation indexes. But you can see that the effects of trade-offs in the multiple dimension index, so a multiple poverty index is more comprehensive than those that only focus on income generation, but also has its disadvantages. And well, we hope with these results also will create new avenues of thought between this forest and poverty dynamic. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katarina. And again, the floor is open for questions. My guessing is that there's a lot of people in the audience who have been working more in the conservation sphere than actually in the poverty sphere. And I would like to take the opportunity to ask you, Katarina, you said that these are very much aligned with previous research. Not myself being super well aware of that side of the literature, what would be the main take-home message that you think a community like us in conservation could learn from actually all the work that has been doing in terms of impact evaluation for poverty eradication?
Yeah, I think that we focus a lot on species conservation by itself, like some species, and also on protected area conservation, but maybe we need to look outside just to match this interest with what's going on with people living from the forest. If we can convince them to protect the forest, actually we can achieve much more than just focus our fundings or our studies in protected areas.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I really think that there's a lot that we could learn in. There's one question. Great.
Hi. I apologize if I missed this in your explanation. Really interesting study. But I was wondering about the timing of when the multi-dimensional poverty index data was collected and your forest cover data, or whether you think there could be an effect of forest cover trend rather than area at that snapshot in time.
Yeah, a good question. So that's why we actually control for previous deforestation, because it could be that areas where we have more deforestation, where we have an effect on our multiple dimension index, right? So we did that. We also use, I don't know if sorry, and just go back to the, so we use socioeconomic data from the Demographic and Health Survey for these 5 years, so from 2014 to 2019, and also use forest data for the same years, so we can compare the effect of the forest on poverty.
Thank you. And I think with this I thank Katarina, but now I would like to invite all the speakers of this symposium to have a seat on these sofas. You will be handed 2 mics that we can pass around. And I had some final slides for this stage as well. Okay. Well, seems to be a little bit. Anyway, so let's get going with the discussion. You have the mics, and I was just, because we have only 15 minutes, which is such a pity, but I think we all really enjoyed these talks, so I would like to somehow take this discussion now to a little bit more of a higher level, trying to synthesize what did we actually learn from all these case studies, ranging from Madagascar to Finland, and anything kind of from protected areas to community forest areas, to offsets, and then to poverty type of programs. But before I open for questions from the audience, I would like to have a very quick round, and I really ask you to be super brief, so kind of a 1, maximum 2-sentence question just to get us going. And what I would like you to address is the third question here. So what would you identify as the future research or policy priorities in this realm in terms of impact evaluation, advancing impact evaluation in nature conservation? And I will suggest that Julia, as the professor, starts.
I'm answering the last question. Yes. So mine would be, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So I'm prone to, I've presented stuff with some very clever analysis led by my very clever co-authors, but impact evaluation is at such a low level in the majority of conservation practice, and it almost doesn't matter what method you're using as long as you're explicitly thinking about the counterfactual and thinking about outcomes and thinking about your design. So I'll just say, do more of it.
I think I'd highlight 2 things. So one is sort of our equivalent of send more money, which is we need to somehow get better data. So we need to make sure that when projects are being carried out or when people are collecting data, they have this in mind in terms of how to collect data that can actually be used to assess impact. I think the other thing that I would highlight is that we cannot focus on the average treatment effects. We need to start looking at those places where things really fail and those places where things really succeed to try to extract what are the best practice and what are the worst practice and try to see across that. Because when we look at all of these studies, we see that a very sort of strong signal that comes out is that we have a huge variability when we just sort of attack things as protected areas or community conserved areas.
I can actually reiterate on what I said in the introduction. I think that now that we are getting on track with the methods, that we know more or less what are the approaches that are really robust and that really can lead to important results and credible. I think that soon we will also start to get really large data, big data from all these citizen science programs on wildlife surveys. So I think that it's really an exciting time now to match these robust methods with this big data. One example we had already, and I think there will be much more. And I think on this line of thought, I think we are progressing in a really nice timing with the big data and with the methods. So I think this is really promising for the near future.
Yeah, I agree with everything that has been said, of course. What I will say, I will add the need for thinking out of the box. Now that we are started having these methods more finely developed and available for conservation sites, I will, there are many causal connections to be discovered between humans and the environment, both ways. How the environment supports human well-being in all ways possible, and how human activities impact the environment. Nature. It's basically just, many relationships there to be found.
I would say finding ways to promote building evaluation into the planning for like upcoming interventions or planned interventions, so that the kind of people doing these things, it's easier for them to evaluate it as they go on because they've kind of factored that into the planning and the design.
I'm going to diverge from the script. I'm sorry, Johanna, but most of my career I worked on the practitioner side, so I'm going to answer question 2 because I'm much more comfortable. I think in terms of mainstreaming this, there is still a massive gap between researchers like them and now me, I guess I can count myself, and the practitioners' level of understanding of the effectiveness of conservation interventions. There's still generally an optimism that these kinds of things work, and we just have to keep making bigger and more protected areas, and there's sort of an ignorance of the paper park phenomenon. So I think being more skeptical, the practitioners really do need to be more skeptical and sort of self-critical. And then secondly, I think a lot of the evidence that's very mixed actually doesn't represent the fact that conservation isn't working. It actually represents the fact that a lot of these places are underfunded and under-resourced, and if anything, that the mixed evidence, my takeaway from the mixed evidence base is that we need more resources for conservation, not that a policymaker should walk away and say, oh, I heard that parks, on average actually aren't reducing deforestation, so let's throw that baby out with the bathwater. So be more skeptical and invest more, not less.
Okay, so I will fit on all of their comments before me. And I think that this method can be applied to many things in conservation. I'm quite new on this technique, but I think that it could be applied to many, many things. In terms of practitioners, it needs to be present in the implementation of the project, because otherwise it's too difficult to evaluate the results or the effects of the interventions, and also that we need more longitudinal studies that we can see the effects of this through time.
Thank you so much. So really, I think, really valuable take-home messages. And with this, I would like to open up for the audience again. But I would please ask you to try to keep your questions a little bit more at the broader level. And then if you have more specific questions to a specific speaker, hopefully you can grab them afterwards and get a question to those type of more detailed questions.
I'm a lawyer, right? So this is a lawyerish question for which I apologize. You've referred to protected areas, but they're not generic. A lot of them are more protected than others. Some, for example, in the US are going to be mostly federal-owned, state-owned, whereas over in Europe, they're going to be more privately owned. When you're referring to protected areas, what are you referring to?
Excellent questions. I think something that many of us are actually grappling with. So anyone feel inclined to?
I'll give it a try, because I think it is an excellent question. It's very complicated, at least to answer from the perspective of where I'm coming at the global level, where we're working with so many of the data sets. So I think this is obviously critical. Not only the designation, but also the objectives and the resources that was mentioned as well, that goes with it, obviously plays a big role. I think some of the things that we're trying to explore are these factors, right? When we try in Hannah's study to look at what is effective, that's trying to look at what are the ones that are designated legally to protect birds, and are they different from other ones? So I think we are trying to disentangle this question, but the data on it is very loose, because it's just such a complicated individual question or factor across countries. There's the IUCN management categories, but they are applied differently across countries or not applied at all. So I agree that this is a huge issue, and I think that's one of the things we're trying to disentangle with looking at resources and designations and those kind of things. I don't know if someone wants to add.
Does this one also work? Yeah. Just to say that there is a growing literature on different kinds of protected areas and their relative effectiveness. So Judith Schleicher has looked at that across the Amazon. That's one of the motivations for our work in Madagascar, comparing two different kinds of protected areas. Some of the really interesting takeaways from that research, especially in South America, is that the multiple use protected areas, because they tend to get located in places closer to people with more access, are actually avoiding more deforestation than the traditional strict protected areas, which tend to be located in more remote places with fewer competing land uses. But that result is not generalized across the globe. That's specific to certain parts of South America and Brazil. So when you start breaking it apart, the results get also quite complicated.
Yeah, and I think that relates also to actually Andreas, being a Finn myself, so of course fully acknowledging this thing that the majority, or at least the big protected areas in Finland are in the north. So exactly like what's the take-home message? Maybe not that protected areas don't work, but the network we have currently in Finland is not actually mitigating pressures because they are mostly established in areas without pressures, which I think links very much to this point about like what are protected areas and what's the purpose of them and where do we actually want them to be located and then what would be their potential. But there were more questions in the audience as well.
Thank you. I was wondering if time of protection has been consistently included in the analysis for your research, because we talk about protected areas as units without a history, but they can differ not just in their extension and in their protection regimes, but also in the time span. Because if we compare a protected area which has 100 years and another which has 5 years, the outcome of the research will be probably completely different. So how did you and how include this variable in your models analysis, and do you reckon is it important to go on keeping this aspect into consideration? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone inclined to answer that?
Yeah, I can maybe talk about that a bit. So I had this issue with my design, of course. So what I did, I assumed that the site was protected through the history of the site, for which we had wildlife survey data, even though, for example, officially and legally it was protected only halfway of the history of the site. Then what I did some sensitivity, basically excluding that part, temporal part that was not protected before the establishment of protected area, to see if that influenced the results, which in this case it didn't. But yeah, this is a good point, especially when working with different protected areas and of course different timing, and also the really long history, which can affect a lot the quality of the environment in protected areas. 100 years is not the same as 20 or 10.
Yeah, and in some ways your question is very similar to the other lady's question, because it's about this fact that protected areas, are not all the same. They are so diverse. And, a few of the studies that we've mentioned today, we tried throwing different variables to try and tease apart what are the predictors of success. But as you touched upon particularly articulately, was the fact that, history is so important, and the history before a site even became protected, relationships with local communities, all of those things are important, and very few of those things are capturable by the kind of spatial data sets that we can put into these kind of models. But in a much narrower answer, specifically in the protected area impact on waterbirds study that I mentioned, in that one, all of the protection, all of the sites that we included as protected had become protected at some point during our time series. So in the 14 to 40 years that we were including in the time series, and we were looking at change in trend in the before and after, and we had to have at least 5 years before. But that's a very narrow, techie answer to a question that's a much broader and real problem, which is that we can never even hope to capture these important contextual issues. But I think, as Jonas mentioned, that's where we should be going and trying to explore, because there's no point just going protected areas don't work, and there's a lot of variability around that, but on average they don't work. We need to be going, where do they work, and what are the understandings of that? And for that, it's always going to be collaboration with qualitative researchers and people who have contextual understanding.
And I'm sorry, Jonas. Yeah. I will have to cut you here, because I think it's more important. We are running out of time, and I think it's more important that we actually get questions from the audience. So sorry about that. But yes, there was one more question in the front.
It's pretty much the same question again, but I was wondering if you, what you think of the rewilding, aspect, that if on a specific protected area they are proactively promoting a specific species, and then, how does it influence your analysis? And could we not think in terms of, of a graph? Like each protected area is a graph. Like we're using a DIPSR at the moment for using graph databases. And could we not have, the impact on a specific species and the conservation action that has been done on a specific species, and is that influencing positively or negatively, not just like the whole, you know, is it good or bad in terms of the protected area, but is it affecting this action, is it really efficient or not, you know, and that would then provide a way to give an agenda to a protected area. Difficult question, sorry.
Anyone who wants to take that one? Yep. And try to be brief so we have more time.
I think this is a really excellent question, and the answer is that yes, I fully agree that we should go to that direction, because management is done at the local scale, at the individual protected area scale. So I think that we need to really go to that level if we really want to have an impact that really stays on the ground.
I'll just on the way say also very quick, I think that's why it's so critical to also get information on the objectives of the protected areas. Because it's not always a species, it's also habitat. But you can't expect protected areas to perform beyond what they're designated for and what they're trying to actually do.
But proper counterfactual methods are data hungry, because you need the counterfactual, and the problem is data. As Jonas said when he was giving his summary, he said we need more data, because absolutely you can't do any of those things you're suggesting, all of which we'd obviously want to do, unless you've got appropriate data that allows you to construct a counterfactual.
Thank you so much to the speakers and the panel and to the audience. And I would just like to take 1 more minute of your time to briefly tell a little bit about what we are doing in the working group, impact evaluation working group. So our aim, as you can see here, is to try to advance and mainstream evidence-based biodiversity conservation efforts. And in practice, this means that we are trying to run symposiums or other type of events in conferences arranged by the Society for Conservation Biology, and then in parallel actually running a monthly seminar series together with Paul Ferraro, trying to actually make sure that, that the word spreads both among researchers but also policymakers and the funding community. And here are some links if you would like to find out more and get involved. We have an email list survey you can sign up, and then try to be quite active on Twitter, so definitely try to follow our Twitter account #IDoImpact with #TeamCounterfactual. And the final thing I would like to say is that we are planning, at least with the speakers and hopefully as many of you as possible, to continue for drinks and a very informal networking. The place we've chosen should be about a 50-minute bus ride from here. It will take place in a brewery called Untitled Pivovar. You can find the location through this link. And I think many of us might be going straight after this, so if you're interested, it's also just a possibility to try to see if some of us go together after this session. Just to give you a brief idea where it is, it seems that buses 359 and 355 are running to there, but I do want to highlight, when we tried to go there yesterday with Rachel, we realized that it's 1 or 2 stops outside the city of Prague, so the free ticket that you've been provided by the conference organizers will actually not apply, so be ready to have some small cash to pay the bus with. But with that, thank you so much for coming. Thank you for all the insights that were shared, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this field advances.